bell or something? I will just try again. Calling all attendees in the coffee section, please find your seats as we are about to get started. Just start? Okay. So, finally, we are back here in Mumbai for the 5th annual Maritime SheEO Conference. This year's theme, yes? This year's theme is setting sail for equality, empowering women leaders. And it has been an amazing journey since Sanjam and I first met with Norway's Consul General and India's DJ Shipping at the time, Dr. Malini Shanker, in Mumbai exactly 6 years ago this month. I don't think any of us had the fantasy to imagine that Sanjam's initiative and vision would become the world's largest equality conference for our maritime world, with continuous and invaluable long-term support from Norway and India's governments. The grit, stamina, and bravery of Sanjam is simply beyond comparison, and I am so happy to be back here to co-host this milestone event of the 5th anniversary, and congratulate Sanjam on her place on the Global 500 Female Founders of Ocean and Energy 2024, and becoming the first Indian member of our Global Female Founders and Owners Collective. For this conference, we are expecting more than 350 physical attendees throughout the day, and more than 2,000 streaming and viewing the conference from offices and ships around the world. I am your co-host of the day, Birgit Lioden. I am the founder and chief mermaid of the Ocean Opportunity Lab, or TOOL, and I'm Sanjam's key partner in Norway, co-hosting today with Geeta Sheet, AVP Container Terminals and Sales and Marketing at BBnj. Geeta will now come on stage to introduce our sponsors and lead the lighting of the lamp ceremony. Welcome, Geeta.
Thank you, Birgit. Good morning, everybody. I hope you all are set and happy and excited about the event today, because we've had great sessions in the past, and I'm also looking forward to a great session today. It's a pleasure and honor to co-host the Maritime SheEO. In fact, I requested Sanjam that I would love to do this and be a host today. Let's start by thanking our sponsors of the event for their support. Platinum partner, Norwegian Consulate General. Interactive booth partner, Transworld Group. Company booth partner, GAC. Diversity partner, Subsea 7. Host port is JNPA. Gold partner, Sitara Shipping. Research and development partner, Celine Group. Silver partner, C-SPAN, SHM Group, and Navio. Equity and inclusion partner, Maersk Line. Lanyard partner is SAGT. Comfort partner, American PNI. Gifting partner, MSC. Experiential excursions partner, Destin Ship Management. Tea break partner, Indian Maritime University and Marshall Islands IRI. Technology partner, ODeX and DBS. Seafarer welfare partner, North Shipping. Mental wellness partner, Anglo-Eastern. Mentorship partner, Goodrich. Session partner, the PDP Group, AS Molaboy and Company. Award partner, HIMT Bansal Group, Centrum Marine, Sai Maritime and Management, SR Ports, MMS, India, Kalish Global Logistics, and OM Maritime Private Limited. Lead partner, Bose and Mitra and Company, JM Bakshi, and Nautical Marine Management Services Private Limited. Raffle partner, JWR and AMET. Legal partner, Campbell, Johnston, Clark, and Renata Partners. Ticket partner, Stevenson, Harvard LLP, JM Bakshi, Seabird Medicare Center, Dynacom Tanker, Continental Carriers, ABS Marine Services Limited, Globe Forwarding Agencies, MOL India, Hapag Lloyd, AVA Global, Ganpat University. Thank you all. Thank you to all the sponsors. Thank you very much. A loud round of applause for the sponsors, please. Thank you. Now let's commence this conference, especially set on an auspicious occasion of Guru Nanak Jayanti, with a time-honored tradition of lighting of the lamp. Lighting of the lamp symbolizes the illumination of knowledge and dispelling of darkness. As we honor the teachings of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, may this lamp guide us towards a path of peace, love, and spiritual enlightenment. May today be a great kickstarter for conversations. We would like to call on stage our keynote speakers to be part of this ceremony. May I invite Monica Nagelgaard, Consul General at Norwegian Consulate General. Dr. Malini Shanker, Vice Chancellor at IMU. Captain Dr. Daniel Joseph, Deputy Director General of Shipping Crew, DG Shipping, Government of India. Captain S. Sahi from Sitara Shipping. May I invite Sanjam Sahi Gupta, founder of Maritime SheEO. A loud round of applause, please. May I request the dignitaries to return back to their seats, please? And Sanjam, if you can stay back. Sanjam Sahi Gupta needs no introduction. Yet, I'm happy to share that Sanjam founded Maritime SheEO in 2019 with the need to drive diversity in the maritime trade. Sanjam wanted to empower more women in the industry. We have seen her go out of her way to ensure everyone's voice is heard and ensure everyone has a chance. Even the past conferences are a testament to how well curated the sessions of this event are and how important conversations like these are. Over to you, Sanjam.
Thank you, Geeta, and welcome everyone. It is so heartening to see all of you here today. This is the 5th Maritime SheEO Conference, and as many of you have questioned me on why the name SheEO, this is why, it's SheEO. Today is a very auspicious day as it is the 555th birth anniversary of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, the founder of Sikhism. He was a visionary who spoke of equal rights for women in the 16th century when our culture was hyper-masculine. He said in the Shabad, "So kyu manda aakhiye jit jamme rajan, Why do you call her inferior? From her kings are born. His teachings and philosophy advocated for equality, including the rights of women. So, on this special day, it's both an honor and a privilege to stand before you as we gather under the inspiring theme, Setting Sail for Equality, Empowering Women Leaders. First, I would like to share with you a little bit about the journey of Maritime SheEO, where it started from, because I know some of you are new in the room. It all started in 2018 when Dr. Malini Shanker nominated me for the Sandvik Gender Award, and which went on to awarding me for funding for a project which was India's first survey to get data for women in maritime. And when we got that data, we realized there are very few women leaders. So that's why the need for Maritime SheEO started. We started with a leadership accelerator program for women in maritime called LEAP. We're very happy that the IMO has funded 3 batches of 30 women each internationally. And so 90 women have undergone the LEAP program from all across the globe. Apart from the Leadership Accelerator program, we have a digital magazine called She of Change to spread awareness. We have a robust mentorship program to help young women enter the industry. And most of all, we like to create awareness and have conversations. So that is why the Maritime SheEO Conference came. The first conference was held in 2020. And the story behind it is that in March 2020, when we were gearing up for the conference, COVID struck. The conference was cancelled, but we went on to hold it online in Birgit's wonderful platform, the Tool Aquarium, in November 2020. And we were amazed that we got participants from 77 countries sign up with an equal number of men and women. 2021 was no different. We had 3,500 people participate virtually. And this is our 3rd physical conference. So our theme for today resonates deeply with our mission to celebrate not only innovation, but leadership in our maritime industry, but also the vital courage of conviction and our unwavering commitment to diversity. As the founders of a diversity conference, we understand that true progress cannot be achieved without embracing diverse perspectives and fostering inclusive environments. Our industry is at a pivotal crossroads where the challenges we face are both complex and numerous, from climate change to global economic shifts. However, within this challenge lies an immense opportunity, an opportunity to rethink our approaches, redefine our strategies, and rejuvenate our community through the lens of diversity. Setting sail for equality is not just a phrase. It embodies our collective journey towards a more equitable future. Empowering women is essential for this navigation. Courage of conviction is the foundation upon which we stand. It is about having the bravery to voice our beliefs, to challenge the status quo, and to advocate for change, especially for the women in our industry who have demonstrated resilience, tenacity, and vision. This courage requires all of us to confront uncomfortable truths and take bold steps towards a future. Our commitment to diversity is not merely a checkbox or a policy. It is a moral and business imperative. It is the recognition that every individual brings unique experiences, ideas, and innovations that can propel our industry forward. By amplifying underrepresented voices and perspectives, particularly of women leaders, we create a broader understanding of the challenges we face and notably a more robust and resilient maritime industry. As we engage in discussions, share best practices, and network today, I encourage each of you to think critically about how we can elevate the voices that have traditionally been silenced, and how can we foster a culture of inclusion that extends beyond this conference. Let us be the leaders who don't just talk about change, but actively pursue it with intent and purpose. Together, let us embrace our courage of conviction and recommit ourselves to the vital work of promoting diversity. Your participation here signals a willingness to challenge norms and catalyze transformative change. Let it be known that we are not just participants today. We are trailblazers of a new era in the maritime industry. Thank you for your courage, conviction, and commitment to this necessary cause. Now let's dive into an inspiring and impactful conference. Thank you so much.
Before we commence with the keynote address, we have a video from Mr. Arsenio Dominicus, Secretary General of International Maritime Organization. While it would have been wonderful to have him here at the conference in person, this video brings his presence in spirit. His commitment to diversity and inclusion is shaping the future of the shipping industry, fostering not just safe and environmentally responsible practices, but a culture of equity. The video.
The Maritime SheEO Diversity Conference marks an important step dedicated to advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion within the maritime industry. Today, we recognize the vital role that women's leadership plays in shaping the future of maritime, while also acknowledging the ongoing challenges. Women comprise only a small percentage of the workforce in this sector. Diversity is not just a matter of fairness. It is essential for innovation and resilience. A diverse workforce brings a wealth of perspectives and opens the door to fresh ideas, which is vital as we strive to address the significant challenges of our time: climate change, sustainability, or economic recovery. At this conference, I encourage each of you to share your stories, your insights, and your vision, as they are crucial in paving the way for a more inclusive future in maritime. Your voice matters, and change begins with us. Every conversation, every partnership, every new initiative at a time. Let us work towards opening doors for women in maritime, to mentor future leaders, and to build a more inclusive environment where everyone has the opportunity to succeed. All the best for a successful and inspiring conference. Thank you.
Let us start with the keynote addresses. Now I invite Monica Nagelgaard, Consul General at Norwegian Consulate General. Ms. Nagelgaard has been instrumental in fostering collaboration between Norway and India in the maritime sector. Ma'am, please come. Encouraging knowledge sharing and technological exchange that have strengthened both nations' capabilities. Her dedication to building these bridges speak to her commitment to innovation and progress.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. I'm honored to be here with you today at the world's largest global conference of its kind. It is the first time I personally take part in the Maritime SheEO Conference, although the Consulate General is a long-standing partner of the Maritime SheEO. We are very proud to be the platinum sponsor since the conference's very beginning. Your commitment to putting gender equality on the agenda year after year is incredibly important. We must never stop fighting for women's rights and ensuring equal opportunities for all. Norway is the world's 5th largest maritime nation. The maritime industry is a part of Norway's DNA. With long traditions, it contributes to value creation and jobs across large parts of the economy. In 1920, the industry employed over 60,000 people, of which the majority were men. Women's participation in the Norwegian workforce is generally high, and our country is a leader bridging the global gender gap. As of 2022, women's participation in the Norwegian workforce is at around 70% of women employed compared to 76% of men. Policies like generous parental leave, affordable childcare, and a strong focus on work-life balance have enabled women to partake in work life on equal terms as men. Norway also has a high percentage of women in leadership roles compared to many other countries, and women also hold a significant presence in political life. However, challenges like gender wage gaps and part-time work remain, and more women take on part-time jobs than men, and women in full-time jobs still only earn 88% of the average pay for men in Norway. Now, while this describes the general picture of gender equality in Norway, the maritime industry has a female representation of just 21%. The gender division is particularly large at sea, where only 1 in 10 maritime workers is a woman. On a global scale, women make up only 2% of seafarers. These figures highlight the significant gender gap that still exists in the sector, underscoring the long journey ahead toward greater equality and inclusion. Women also generally earn less than men in the maritime sector, even when controlling for education, job title, and age. The female average income is 82% of the male average income in this sector in Norway. The fact that women in maritime also have very few children compared to the general population average may indicate that balancing family work life is difficult within this sector. The fact that the maritime industry has traditionally been male-dominated is evident also in the physical organization of the workplaces. Working conditions and terms, equipment and uniforms are designed for men, and has been pointed out as one of several reasons why there are not more women in the maritime industry. So, what is Norway doing in this area to improve the conditions? A gender-divided labor market is recognized as a significant challenge, and the Norwegian government is committed to bridging this gap across all sectors. This effort is part of a broader vision for an equal society where everyone enjoys the same opportunities and the freedom to make their own choices regardless of gender, age, ethnicity, or religion. The Norwegian government therefore launched a strategy on gender equality within the maritime sector last year. 4 key focus areas are identified as important for this work, including recruitment and role models, for women to see the maritime industry as an attractive career, a workplace for all, promoting an including environment, and a work environment free from harassment, ensuring zero tolerance for harassment, discrimination, and bias. And finally, an adaptable workplace which includes more flexible solutions for maternity and parental leave that make more women remain in the maritime industry. For an international industry that recruits from around the world, achieving gender equality in the maritime sector requires actions not only within Norway, but also globally. A significant portion of the crew on Norwegian vessels come from India, which is the third largest provider of seafarers worldwide, accounting for nearly 10% of the global maritime workers. However, women represent just 0.5% of this workforce. So in order to meet the industry's demand for skilled and motivated seafarers, it is crucial to recruit women in countries like India to join the maritime industry. Our goal is to collaborate closely with India on advancing gender equality in the maritime sector. We aim to continue working together with the Indian government, building on the strong collaboration with DG Shipping, industry stakeholders, and universities to drive change. The importance of the bilateral partnership between Norway and India is underscored by the fact that India is one of the few countries with which the Norwegian government has developed a dedicated strategy. This strategy outlines clear priorities through 2030 and renews the commitment to advancing bilateral cooperation. The relationship between Norway and India has never been stronger, especially following the recent signing of a historic trade and economic partnership agreement between India and the EFTA countries. This landmark agreement transcends traditional trade frameworks by emphasizing investments and workers' rights in India, alongside commitments to international conventions on gender equality. These provisions ensure the protection of both workers' and women's rights, positioning the agreement as a partnership focused on mutual growth and social responsibility. A significant aspect of this agreement centers on the maritime sector, a critical area for Norway. The maritime industry not only plays a vital role in Norway's economy, but also paves the way for deeper collaboration with India in areas such as seafarer training, sustainable shipping, and technological innovation. Norway and India already have a joint working group focused on maritime issues, with seafarer training being one of the key areas of collaboration within this partnership. This will be a natural arena for taking the topic of gender equality within maritime forward. So, looking ahead, the maritime industry faces significant challenges, but also enormous opportunities. As we confront issues like digitalization, green transition, and the growing global demand for labor, we must attract the brightest minds to the sector. To do so, we cannot limit ourselves to only one half of the population. Gender equality is not just a fundamental human right. It's a key driver for economic growth, social stability, and democratic progress. Equality is not about making everyone the same. It's about ensuring equal opportunities for all, equal pay, equal representation in leadership positions, and equal access to career advancement. When we ensure equal opportunities for women, we create a better work environment, foster greater innovation, and secure future value creation for the maritime sector and society as a whole. The Maritime SheEO Conference is raising a number of important issues relating to inclusion and diversity in the maritime sector, and I look forward to following today's discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish the best for today's conference, and I thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am, for that wonderful insight. Our next keynote speaker is Dr. Malini Shanker, Honorable Vice Chancellor, India Maritime University. Dr. Malini Shanker, an esteemed figure in maritime education and research, and a driving force at the Indian Maritime University. Dr. Shanker's work has been instrumental in shaping maritime education in India, and her leadership at IMU has strengthened the foundation for maritime talent and research in our country. Her vision for the future of maritime education continues to inspire students and professionals alike. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Malini Shanker to the stage.
Thank you very much, Geeta. At the outset, I would like to welcome friends of the maritime sector and supporters of Maritime SheEO. And felicitations to Sanjam, her co-host, and the entire team who have worked on this, behind the curtains on this conference. And Sanjam, especially, I'm grateful to you for acknowledging the beginnings, my contribution to the beginnings of this Maritime SheEO. I still remember she took the name SheEO, but then she found it was already registered, copyrighted, so she had to convert it to Maritime SheEO. So those were the beginnings. And thank you for having me here today amidst you. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know we are in the 21st century. We witness the benefits of technology reaching every aspect of our lives. We assume that the technological developments are synonymous with an enhanced cultural sphere and civilizational values. Yet, are we not appalled at the misogynist world that pervades our professional arena from time to time? What did we witness in the run-up to the presidential elections in the United States? The insinuations and innuendos that filled the debate, from vulgar posts on the social media implying that the nominee owed her political rise to sexual favors, to calling her dumb, incompetent, and worse. And here we are talking about the most powerful nation, the most advanced society in the world, and about a woman who is smart, intelligent, and empowered. If a presidential candidate is not immune to such behavioral aspects from the society, where do we other women stand is a question that has perhaps pervaded our minds. In her latest book titled Feminist Killjoy, the author Sara Ahmed talks about situations that women face. She says, if as a woman you try to assert yourself in a situation, shared your unease on something, or taken offense to one thing or another, chances are you have heard, and I quote, be a sport, yaar. Why spoil the fun, man? Or you're taking everything too literally. So this is the background in which women have to work in fields that are male-dominated. But here I do see tremendous transformation. And I'm going to spend just half a minute talking about a person who works in my home as a household help. This is a petite girl from rustic hinterlands of Assam, which is really, and she doesn't come from a town, she comes from a village, and she's been helping me in the kitchen. Now interestingly, she got married at 18, so came to Chennai at 19, and she told me she has never cooked in her life. Now this was news to me, because I always felt that the women, not only in the, across cities and rural areas, were asked to cook. They were meant to cook, to study, to cook, to get married, and to run a household. She says, ma'am, I have never cooked, you'll have to teach me. She did not know what an idli looked like, because that's not what she grew up with. An idli is the native food of South India. But she learned very fast. And when I asked her, when do you get time to cook in your home? She says, no. My husband prepares the food before he goes to office. I like his food, he likes cooking. And interestingly, she told me that that is his job to go to office. This is my job in your home. So I consider it a job, and it is not a woman's job or anything. So this is what transformation is all about. Women are overcoming hurdles and challenges, taking to male-dominated careers from airline pilots to engine driver. Now, the largest proportion of women airline pilots in the world are actually in India. That is something that has, yes. In the Indian Maritime University alone, we are witness to the increase in the number of female cadets in our campuses, from a mere 12 about 10 years ago to over 190 today. This is a 16 times jump in just one decade. Maritime corporates are reaching out to recruit women. Sensitive ship managers deploy, if necessary, more than one girl on board vessels so that they have company and they have strength. Global shipping companies have committed themselves to diversity goals, even as parents, interestingly, are eager that their daughters achieve their ideals and aspirations. In recent weeks, I have been interacting with girl cadets in our campuses, and there are several insights that I have. At the cost of perhaps being biased, but I think I'm not, I found that they're uniformly more capable than the men who enter college today. They have great thirst for knowledge, eagerness to learn, and readiness to work hard. They are articulate, confident, courageous, sociable, and ambitious. They have read books. We have something called a book review as part of our internal assessment in the university. And I go around asking people whether they've read books. A larger proportion of the girls have actually read books than the boys. and they play games, and they're capable of outsmarting the boys. In fact, one of their grievances when I had an interaction, it was informal interaction with them, was we are not getting equal time for sports on the campuses. Very interesting. I mean, I was told they're going to complain about their hostels, their lack of facilities, the plaster is coming off. No, they said, ma'am, our games period is on paper and we are not getting equal time. Can you do something about it? Very low-hanging fruit, but it actually tells how. And many of them, in Kolkata, for example, I said, okay, you're interested in games, fine. How many of you actually have played it? 90% have played games in their school. I find, interestingly, they are no longer inhibited by conventional families. They do their own research, they talk to peers and experts before choosing their vocation. So I found a few years earlier, 10 years earlier, there were girls who would come and tell me, I have fought with my parents to enter this, and I have, but my colleagues or even the college is not giving me ship time, on-board time. But now when I asked them, they said, no, we didn't have to fight with our parents. We did our research. They're very happy. They said, if this is what you want to do, please go ahead and do it. So that's a change that I'm seeing. Maybe there is more survey that can be done to see whether this stands and this substantiates. I would like to just take a few minutes to give a few recent feedbacks that I've received and perhaps some parts that Maritime SheEO can look at in the future. And these are previously, the feedback from the industry used to be largely on improvement, the need for improvement in communication skills and attitudes. Right now, number one, there is feedback from the industry that the girls join the companies, even the top companies, especially if they're joining very advanced technology companies, the attrition rate is very high. They leave in 6 months, and their employers are in the lurch. I think this is something to look at to see why are the girls why are they leaving? For example, one person told me that they tried to retain the girl, but the parents came and said, no, I want her back in Kerala. And if this is a situation in Kerala, I don't know what's the situation in other states. Number two, and this is very disturbing, the HR people on ship companies are very hesitant to put girls on board because they're fighting with each other. They have spats, is what I hear. So in fact, in the Chennai Maritime Conference, there was a proposal saying SCI has done it once, but then we should have on board all female crew, which SCI did once for Women's Day. But I think we need to sensitize our girls to see that they work together. And the third, and there's a lot of chat in the Indian social media groups about the attire of girls. Now, this has become extremely, it's a little controversial. It says, it goes down to the nuances of what should be the behavior and attire of the female on board when she is at work, when she's in the cabin, and when she's not in work but on the deck or somewhere. Now, these are nuances that as a university we are trying to address to see maybe there needs to be more sensitization for both boys and girls. And here I will just say that I remember when I started working, my first boss, he was an ex-Army Short Service Commission officer. And I remember him telling Malini, remember, you are an officer first and a lady second. Very clear instructions. And I just didn't get the essence of it, so I must have looked at him quizzically, and he said, okay, let me explain. He says, if you're invited for an official lunch, you shall not take the plate first. You're an officer, and you shall follow the pecking order. But if you're invited home for dinner, you're a lady first, and you shall go first. So that's the clarity we need to have as women. That's helped me for the 40 years in service. And I think that's very essential to know. Regarding the attire, regarding the behavior, I think there's a dress sense for every occasion. While on board and working in a closed environment, the girls need to be careful and need to know that they are working in a very closed environment, so there's chance of being misinterpreted is rather high. Here, I think in future Maritime SheEO conferences or even events, we can look at two things. One is a course on cross-cultural management, I think that's very essential for people who are working in the shipping industry, where where the crew or even the onshore employees or staff come from different countries, different backgrounds. Even if they're working within India, and India is not just one country, it's kind of so many cultures, so cross-cultural management. And the second thing is perhaps a course on gender sensitization for men in maritime and logistics. I know Sanjam has been instrumental in driving the gender sensitization course to be included in the curriculum of the maritime training institutions. But when you give it as a course in the college, I think the students are fresh, raw, naive. They do not know the context in which they will be working. So maybe a refresher course later would be a very good idea. And a separate course for the boys, because we've been discussing since last evening that I think the growth pattern of girls, even in India, is so different from the boys now, that the boys have to be or come on par and learn to accept the girls who are just going, they're just growing too fast. And lastly, before I end, I think we need to support each other, encourage each other, and Maritime SheEO Conference is one of the forums where we learn how to do this, be enlightened on what are the tools, techniques, and communication that we use for this. And there's a story I'd like to end with. So I was collector of Nagpur district many years ago, and there was this lady, and she was probably older than me. She came and she said, and as a collector, you receive grievances from different sections of society and different kinds of problems. So I said, what's your problem? She said, I have a husband who's a philanderer, and she was living in Nagpur, and the husband was from some other state. She said, can you use your good offices to get my husband arrested in that state? So that was a shocker. And here I was, a young officer. I said, oh, okay. And then I spoke to her and got the details of what he does. And I told her that, I think this was 20 years ago, 25 years ago. I said, okay, I think I can help you, but I would like you to think of the consequences of this. You get him arrested, and what do you gain? Please look at your own gain. And then I gave her 3 options. I said, and the last option was, I'll get you a district legal advice. So to go about it. Okay, that was the simplest one, but the more sustainable one. And then I told her, please go home, think about it, and come back. So I didn't expect her back. I thought that's the end of the story. She will go. She came back 10 days later, and I said, okay, you still want your husband arrested? So she said, no, ma'am. I came here, and just talking to you, I found the strength to ask myself what I need to do. And I think unknowingly, I gave her that strength. So I think that's a support, encouragement, and strength that we all need to give each other. And sometimes you do it in a very professional way, and sometimes you do it quite unknowingly by just giving a year. I think all she needed was a year. I think that's what most women need, men also nowadays. So I don't want to distinguish here. And with this, I wish the conference all the best, and may it continue to flourish in the years to come. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I think women are really motivated now after your speech. Now we'll proceed with a report launch. As a follow-up of the survey on gender equality in Indian maritime industry conducted in 2019, we take a look at the changes in the industry 5 years on. The report shows tangible changes within maritime organizations by highlighting progress in diversity, leadership, and workplace conditions. It highlights the experience of women in maritime roles from seafaring to onshore positions, aligning with Dutch strategy, as this report was funded by the Consulate General of the Kingdom of Netherlands, Mumbai. It serves as a reference point for both India and the Netherlands, offering insights that can guide the maritime industry in enhancing gender inclusivity and addressing sector-specific challenges. Inviting on stage Sanjam Sahi Gupta, founder of Maritime SheEO, and Mr. Thierry van Helden, Deputy Consul General of the Kingdom of Netherlands, Mumbai.
morning, everyone. My name is Thierry van Helden. I'm the Deputy Consul General of the Kingdom of the Netherlands here in Mumbai, and it's a great honor for me to speak to you today on the launch of the survey on gender equality in the Indian maritime industry. Also very much thankful to Sanjam Gupta, who conducted this wonderful study and research, and the outcomes of that she will go into later. And also everyone here in the room, distinguished guests, industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The Netherlands is keen to reduce inequality and to achieve gender and LGBTQIA+ equality all over the world. We believe that everyone, regardless of gender, should have equal opportunities to succeed in their chosen fields. This commitment extends to all sectors, including the maritime industry, where historically women have been underrepresented. The Dutch government's support for gender equality is grounded in the principles of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly goal number 5, gender equality. As of this, the Netherlands has also adopted a feminist foreign policy. That means that equal rights and equality become the main focus of all aspects of Dutch foreign policy. So that means, in this case also, that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been devoting a great deal of attention to ensuring meaningful participation by women and all other minorities, like LGBTIQ+, and to the effects that policy has on women in granting awards, diplomacy, and during negotiations, EU and other international institutions, for example. The Dutch Maritime Cluster employs over 305,000 people, representing 3% of the workforce, with 77% male and 23% female workers. So the government promotes training for young talent and offers diverse career development opportunities, which enhances job flexibility with roles both at sea and onshore, potentially improving work-life balance and attracting more female workers, because we do need, also in the Netherlands, like in other countries, more equality in the maritime sector. We are committed to working with international partners to ensure that all women have equal access to opportunities, resources, and support. So the Dutch government is proud to have supported this survey as part of our ongoing efforts to promote gender equality globally. We firmly believe that inclusion of women in all aspects of the maritime sector will contribute to a more dynamic, innovative, and sustainable industry. Our involvement in this survey, therefore, is part of our broader effort to promote equal opportunities for women and minorities such as LGBTIQA+, both in our own country and in global context, including in India. As we all know, the maritime sector is one of the most important industries globally, and it plays a crucial role in international trade, economic development, and the global supply chain. It's also one of the most important sectors in the Netherlands, like it is in Norway as well. And I think, especially with Norway, we have a lot in common, not just in maritime, but also in diversity, equity, and inclusion. I can say that both are countries front runners in the world and champions in these areas. However, the maritime sector has traditionally been dominated by men, with women often facing significant barriers to entering and advancing within the industry. As global trade continues to expand, it is imperative that we create more inclusive, diverse, and equitable working environments, ensuring that everyone, regardless of gender, has the opportunity to contribute and thrive. And to take it even further, it's not just regardless of gender, but also regardless of caste, regardless of sexuality, of orientation, and also of culture. The aim of this survey was to provide a snapshot of the current state of gender equality in India's maritime industry and offers critical insights that can guide future action. It does examine various factors, including representation, career progression, workplace culture, and the challenges faced by women in the industry. We are especially proud that this survey was carried out in collaboration with Indian stakeholders, ensuring that the findings are both relevant and actionable for the local context. So if we look a little bit at the key findings of this survey, since the first Maritime SheEO survey in 2019, supported by the Consul General of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, female participation in the sector has significantly increased and continues on an upward trajectory. So I think that is already a great achievement, but we're not there yet. The findings from the survey are insightful and revealing. While there has been some progress in recent years, there are still significant challenges facing women in the maritime sector in India. These include barriers to career advancement, workplace inclusivity. I think we've just heard all about that. Importance of flexible work options for retention, impact of remote work on work-life balance, prevalence of harassment and safety concerns, representation in leadership roles, and I think that is also one of the most important aspects. Ultimately, the report shows tangible changes within maritime organizations by highlighting progress in diversity, leadership, and workplace conditions. It highlights experiences of women in maritime roles, from seafaring to onshore positions, aligning with the Dutch strategy. It serves as a reference point for both India and the Netherlands, offering insights that can guide the maritime industry in enhancing gender inclusivity and addressing sector-specific challenges. I firmly believe that leadership support, mentorship programs, and career development opportunities are crucial for fostering an empowering environment. So how to move forward? What opportunities are there for change? While the survey reveals challenges, it also highlights some key opportunities for change. We believe that with concerted effort, we can break down the barriers that limit women's participation in the maritime sector. This includes addressing workplace culture, increasing opportunities for women to take on leadership roles, and ensuring better access to training and career advancement opportunities. With this survey, we aim to encourage Indian policymakers, industry leaders, and other stakeholders to use the findings of this survey as a blueprint for action, creating policies, programs, and initiatives that actively promote gender equality and support women in the maritime industry. In closing, I would like to reaffirm the Dutch government's commitment to supporting gender equality, not just in the maritime sector, but across all industries worldwide. And as I said before, it's not just gender equality, it's equality in all aspects, promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion all around the world. This survey is just one step in a much larger global effort. We hope that the findings will serve as a catalyst for further action and inspire others to join us in creating a more equitable, inclusive future for women in maritime. We look forward to continuing our collaboration with India and other international partners to build a stronger, more diverse maritime industry where everyone has the opportunity to succeed. Thank you once again for your time and attention, and I look forward to the positive changes this survey will help bring about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank the Consulate of Netherlands for giving us the support in carrying out not this research, but also the research that we carried out in 2020 on the business case for diversity. As mentioned in this report, we have seen a significant increase in the number of women leaders, which is a very good sign, but as mentioned earlier, we still have a long way to go. I would request all stakeholders to look at the report, look at the findings of the report. It would be very encouraging to see how women have progressed since the last 5 years. We'd now like to officially reveal the report.
Thank you very much. Now we would like to invite our keynote speaker, Captain Dr. Daniel Joseph. As we celebrate the achievements in our industry and look forward to a brighter, more inclusive future, we are honored to have with us distinguished leaders whose work has shaped and inspired our community. I'm thrilled to invite Captain Dr. Daniel Joseph, the Deputy Director General of Shipping. The Directorate General of Shipping has championed initiatives that align with global best practices while addressing our unique regional challenges. Please join me in welcoming him on the stage. Sir, please come.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, respected seniors, colleagues, and friends of maritime community. Today, I am honored to speak on the important topic of the Directorate General of Shipping's initiative, Sagar Mein Samman, which translates to honor at the sea. This is an initiative and it is a heartfelt response to growing need to honor, protect, and enhance the well-being of our women seafarers, the backbone of global trade and economy. I'll give a quick background on the initiatives by the Directorate. 25th September 2019, MS Notice 7 of 2019 was issued, which gave the guidelines for measures for promoting women seafarers and providing conducive work atmosphere on board ships. Going forward, Directorate issued DGS Order number 1 of 2023, dated 3rd January 2023. This was to emphasize the importance of gender sensitization, training for cadets undergoing pre-sea and post-sea competency courses, which was referenced from the Resolution 14 of STCW, which promotes equal access for men and women in the maritime industry. Going forward, also, IMU has addressed the gender sensitization through IMU Circular 2311. Also, National Commission for Women, NCW, has developed materials for gender sensitization, including booklets, modules targeting students, adolescents to promote gender equity and prevent gender-based violence. The Sagar Mein Samman initiative was launched during the Global Maritime India Summit 2023, which was held in Mumbai between 17th to 19th October 2023. Post GIMS 2023, there have been initiatives, steps taken to independently discuss with stakeholders, consultation for developing a comprehensive policy framework. Also, Maritime India Deliverable 2030, para 10.15 talks about launch of women seafarer, programs, lack of awareness among shipping lines, and cultural bias, and to overcome this, to create awareness campaigns, publicize success stories of women seafarers, and inform them of the available opportunities. Basically, the Sagar Mein Samman initiative serves three primary objectives: recognition and respect, well-being and mental health, safety and security. Safety and security to ensure safe and working conditions on board. By focusing on these three pillars, the initiative seeks to create an environment where women seafarers feel supported, respected, and valued, thus enabling them to perform at their best. Going forward, I would like to give a figure that we have registered figure of 10,574 women seafarers with their endorsed number in the directorate, which was a low figure in hundreds during 2014. There is a 514% increase in the growth of women seafarers in the last decade, in the last 10 years. Though it is not enough, so going forward, the impact and vision of Sagar Mein Samman has to be initiated. So of late, on 8th November 2024, the Directorate initiated the Women Task Force, creation of the Women Task Force, where on 8/11/2024, a large number of women seafarers and also women in maritime had participated and volunteered to be part of the task force. So what will this task force do? So basically, this task force in Women in Maritime will create a comprehensive policy document which will be supported by the Maritime Union of India. They have volunteered to be part of this cause. This initiative will be under the various maritime women associations such as BIMA, Vista, ISW, Maritime SheEO, etc. They are all working on silos. Everybody is working for the women's in maritime cause, but they are working in silos. Hence, the aim is to bring all women in one platform under the task force and devise and develop a comprehensive policy document. This policy and the broad outlines of the action framework will be evolved with consultation with leading seafarers recruiting companies like which we have already had discussion, Fleet Management, MSC, Anglo-Eastern, Synergy, cruise companies such as Royal Caribbean, Carnival Cruises, and Maersk, etc. This will be also supported by lead providing progressive institution like T.S. Rahman, Masa Maritime Academy, etc. Also, there will be nodal representative from IMU who had already participated, officials from Amet University, and other industry experts and contributors to women in maritime. I will just give a brief about the policy document. The complete policy document would be a zero tolerance policy document for women in maritime. Will have diversity, equity, and inclusion framework for all concerns in maritime sector, model code of conduct for seafarers, gender perspective strategies, infrastructure requirements, and gender perspective. If you can see the medical rules presently, it is surprising the woman needs, the sanitary needs and other requirements are not prescribed in the rules. There has to be a comprehensive review of the rules, medical rules, to include these aspects. The institutional mechanism for promotional and sustained campaign on social media, other engagements and programs and drives to attract women in maritime sector. Strategies to mobilize MTIs for board women admissions, for admissions for women, and also standards for prescription for medical care, leave, women-friendly infrastructure requirements on shore and on onboard ships. Going forward, additionally, they have to, also the task force need to identify barriers which are there for entry, retention, as Madam Malini Shanker was telling, retention and advancement of women in both seafaring and shore-based roles and proposed solution. Basically to raise awareness about the contribution of women in maritime through advocacy, partnership and outreach activity. And also prepare status report of women in maritime, India and global-wise, year-wise action plan in multiple engagement, budget, funding, and collated, which are collated from the industry partnership, sovereign funding for promoting the cause of women in maritime. And lastly, strategies to promote women in cruise and other industry thereof. Finally, in conclusion, I will conclude with the words that Sagar Mein Samman is much more than just a directorate initiative. It is a movement towards honoring those women who work tirelessly at sea. It stands as a testament to our commitment to protect, respect, and empower our women seafarers. I urge all of us in the maritime community to support and promote the Sagar Mein Samman initiative, ensuring that respect and dignity for our women seafarers to become the cornerstone of our industry. Thank you. Together, let's make honor at sea not just a goal, but a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we would like to play a video by our diversity partner, Subsea 7. With extensive experience in people management and organizational development, Alison McDougall has been pivotal in shaping Subsea 7's approach to talent and project support, fostering an inclusive, skilled workforce that excels in the complex and dynamic field of subsea engineering. Subsea 7 has been our diversity partner since last year. Alison was devastated that she couldn't join us in person, but she sent a video that will truly get you glued. This video has a presentation on what Subsea 7 is up to and has a special music video at the end that I personally found really fun. Let's play this video by our diversity partner, Subsea 7.
Hello, my name is Alison McDougall, and I'm the HR Director for Project and Operations within Subsea 7. Following our attendance at the conference in 2023, we're thrilled to once again be taking part. Please accept my apologies that we cannot be there with you in person. I do, however, look forward to tuning in to various presentations virtually and hearing about the success of the event. For those of you who I did not meet last year, please let me introduce Subsea 7 to you. We're a global organisation with almost 6,000 crew across a fleet of nearly 40 vessels operating globally. The composition of our crew is different to many of you in the room today, as only 35% of them are mariners. The rest of our crew are what we call project crew, who execute our energy projects in roles such as technicians, divers, ROV pilots, engineers and surveyors. That said, our overarching commitment to our people is to ensure that we have a culture in which we can all work and thrive in. That's our BBnj promise. At Subsea 7, we appreciate and are proud of our diverse team, and that's why we are very happy to be the diversity partner once again, to continue the conversation by promoting awareness of the benefits of diversity in the maritime industry and beyond. Last year, I presented the start of our Subsea 7 diversity journey, looking at the gender imbalance across our fleet and some of the actions taken to address this imbalance. I would like to share our journey so far and our updated actions and stats since then. As you can see, we have a multi-generational crew, each with varying, unique and diverse qualities, which contributes to an increased diversity of thought. Like many others, we acknowledge the clear benefits associated with diverse teams and the value this brings to our organisation. We know that having a diverse team makes us better and smarter. It fosters our creativity, improves our decision making, and introduces us to new ways of thinking. Our inclusivity helps to foster a more engaged and positive culture, one in which we must ensure that all our people feel both physically and psychologically safe. It is crucial we maintain an environment where everyone feels included, comfortable they will not be judged, and are open to speak up when needed. I would now like to share a video with you that we created specifically to celebrate our mariners for International Day of the Seafarer earlier this year. Our crew contributed to this video, discussing what makes them feel safe at work and a valued member of the team.
Teamwork and the ability to communicate openly.
Authenticity.
Open early engagement.
Listening.
Working as a team. One ship, one team. Following our safe systems of work.
Trusting the people I work with.
Feel empowered to speak up.
Situation awareness. To check in with your colleagues after an operation has happened.
Our project delivery relies on our seafarers. They're the men and women who are at the very sharp end of our operations. 24/7, 365 days of the year, in all weathers, all over the world.
Our seafarers are the backbone of our company. They go about delivering our business.
Hardworking, in awe,
Inspiring,
amazing.
Thank you to all of our offshore community for your contribution and continued collaboration.
Thank you.
While we acknowledge we have a culturally diverse crew, we accept that we still have a long way to go with our gender diversity ambitions. When addressing this imbalance, we identified 5 key areas on which to focus our efforts. In line with our business strategy to make possible the global delivery of offshore energy, we committed to supporting our industry and society as a whole to help promote gender balance across the industry. The video we've just watched helps to promote an inclusive environment for all, which is important to retain our talented colleagues. It is also a priority for us to support our underrepresented groups in leadership positions. And finally, the way we recruited had to be approached differently. We had to change the way we were advertising vacancies, as well as change the way we were interviewing. And we went as far as anonymising all CVs prior to selection. We also had to place a lot of effort on bespoke talent attraction. When we began our journey in 2022, we had a total of 97 women working across our fleet, which since then has increased by 107%. This increase includes females at all levels of the business, in both project and marine roles, across various positions. Some at more junior levels, such as cadets and dynamic positioning trainees, but also at more senior levels through our conversion programs. We have also increased our females in leadership positions by 5%. Although we are working in small numbers, this is a significant increase which we are all very proud of. We have placed a lot of emphasis on culture to ensure retention, as we have had to work extremely hard to increase by even these small numbers. And I repeat what I said last year, that we strongly believe we can all help each other. I'm more than happy to share what we've learned on our journey, and equally more than happy to learn from others. Of the actions we have taken, I'd like to share some that we're most proud of. To address our culture and working environment offshore, we hosted a large-scale upstandard training event for our offshore management team. Over 100 individuals participated and discussed how they can be active allies for their teams. This training has been bespoke to Subsea 7 and is internally named 7 Ally and is now being rolled out across our global fleet. In addition, we have degenderised our job titles and reviewed and updated our policies to ensure they are all inclusive. For example, our family leave policy. We've been working closely with our UK training provider to improve the balance of cadets joining our cadet scheme, which is now reaching 40% female intake in 2024. This was achieved by creating enhanced recruitment collateral and the introduction of a face-to-face onboarding process, which also includes a vessel visit. Female candidates joining our ROV pilot programme has increased by 50%, while applications to the programme increased by 60%. This reflects our improvements to attraction and breaking down barriers to entry. We are pleased to be making steady progress in our ambitions. However, we acknowledge that there is still a long way to go. Just imagine what we can achieve when we join together, learn from one another, and champion change across the industry. Finally, I would like to leave you with a video created by the crew on board one of our vessels, the 7 Borealis, which displays a diverse culture working across various positions on board and perfectly captures the Subsea 7 spirit. Thank you and have a great conference.
Out on the ocean where the waves meet the sky, we sail the 7 Borealis with dreams that never die. Through storm and through calm, we brave every tide. With Subsea 7's colors, we wear them with pride. We are the seafarers, strong and free. On the 7 Borealis, we roll the deep blue sea. With hearts of courage and spirits high, together we'll conquer
a very fun music video. I'm sure you all enjoyed. I can see the smiles on all the faces now. We would like to thank our education partner, Gujarat Maritime University. And now we would like to take a very short tea break. We are running a little behind schedule. Our tea break partner is Indian Maritime University and the Marshall Islands Registry. Also, the bowl for dropping your business cards are there at the reception. Please drop your cards there, and we will have a raffle prize in the evening sponsored by AMET University and JWR. And enjoy the fun booths by Transworld Group and GAC. Please have your teas and coffees and be back by 11, please. Thank you. We will start our panel discussion on visible leadership towards inclusion at 11 a.m. Thank you.
बाद में गलती हो जाएगी फिर नहीं चार्ज तीन चलेगा
क्लियर कॉम दो क्लियर कॉम हाँ
Hello, hello, mic testing. May I request everybody to settle down, please? Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down, take your seats. We would like to start the next session. We are already running behind schedule. Can we have some volunteers getting people inside so that we can start? Sanjam, can I reach out to you, please?
Exactly.
No, no, she's here.
She's here?
No, she's sitting there. So shall I invite Our next session is on visible leadership towards inclusion. I would like to invite the panelists onto the stage. Ms. Nafisa Mulaboy, Managing Director at A.S. Mulaboy and Company, an incredible woman who is a true iron lady and has grown from her company globally. Yes, kindly be seated based on the photographs. Oh, you need to show the video first? Okay, okay. May I invite Professor Max Mejia, Junior President at World Maritime University. Professor Mejia is a globally recognized expert in maritime safety, policy, and management with extensive research and leadership experience in the field. Annette Holt, Country Manager India, Kongsberg Maritime. Her leadership style, characterized by inclusivity and forward thinking, has fostered a culture of innovation and continuous improvement within the organization. I would just request all of you to come closer to the stage so that when we start, then we can do it a little more quickly. Professor Dr. Tanuja Kaushik serves as the Dean Academic Affairs at Gujarat Maritime University, bringing over 22 years of distinguished academic and administrative experience. Guy Platten, Secretary General at the International Chamber of Shipping. He has extensive experience in the maritime industry, both at sea and in leadership roles ashore. Now I invite Gillian Carson-Jackson, Managing Director at JCJ Consulting, with over 30 years of global experience. She is a passionate advocate for diversity and inclusion in the maritime industry. Gillian.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much everyone for coming back after that very short break. I'm going to do a short introduction because we actually are also going to have Karen Avino on our stage, but with a video, and we'll do that before we take our seats. So for all my panel members, thank you very much. After the video, I'll invite you to come on stage. Now, the focus of our session is visible leadership, and how can this foster inclusion? But really, what is visible leadership? If we look at the definition of visible leadership, which may also be referred as visible felt leadership, it is really just what it says. It's the power of a visible and an engaged leader. This transformative approach, and we've heard a lot about transformation and transformative approaches today already. This transformative approach in leadership focuses on the power of presence, the impact of the visible, present leader that they can have on their teams. In an industry that is traditionally characterized by a command and control structure, hierarchical and directive, this concept of felt leadership or visible leadership, about being engaged, being involved, and really being out there, being present. So in the context of Maritime SheEO, we know the power of being visible. We are all here, we are all visible. The women who have paved the way, those women who were first, the women who continue to make the visible difference as we move for increased diversity, equity, and inclusion of gender, but also across all aspects of the LGBTQA+ area. Visible leadership is not about just being seen and being heard, it's about being present, being engaged, and being active. For many of us in the industry, it is a visible leader that helped us get to the position where we are now. It is the need to see it, to believe that we can actually be it. So in order to get us started, I want to invite some wonderful words from a panelist who isn't able to be here, but is definitely here in spirit, and that's for Karen Avellino. So over to the video and over to Karen.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Karen Avellino, the Executive Director and Senior Vice President of Philippine Transmarine Carriers Incorporated. And our company is one of the biggest crew management company in the Philippines. First and foremost, thank you, Maritime SheEO, for inviting me to be a part of this panel. It's always an honor to be a part of this passionate and dedicated group of individuals who are committed to transforming the maritime industry. Perhaps it would be fitting to give you an idea of what motivated me to become a leader. I've had several bosses, but the persons who inspired me were two of my lady bosses. I simply became amazed on how they were able to assume leadership, how they think, how they make decisions. They both had different leadership styles. One was so nice, and the other had a character similar to Meryl Streep's The Devil Wears Prada. But both were motivating and inspiring. Both practiced visible leadership. In an era where diversity and inclusion are not just buzzwords, but essential components for success, we must recognize the vital role of visible leadership. And as we navigate the complexities of the maritime industry, it is imperative that we foster an environment where every voice is heard and valued. Inclusion isn't merely about representation. It's about creating a culture that empowers individuals to contribute their unique perspective and talents. Visible leadership plays a pivotal role in this process. When leaders actively demonstrate their commitment to inclusion, they set a powerful example for others to follow. The visibility can take many forms, whether it's through transparent communication, equitable decision-making, or championing initiatives that promote diversity. Leaders who make inclusion a priority inspire their teams and create a ripple effect throughout the organization. The benefits of fostering an inclusive environment are profound. Diverse teams bring a wealth of ideas and innovative solutions to the table. They enhance problem-solving capabilities and drive business success. Moreover, inclusive workplaces are known to attract and retain top talents, creating a competitive edge in the industry. By embracing visible leadership, we can cultivate a culture where everyone feels empowered to contribute, ultimately enriching our maritime community. Today, as we delve into discussions and share insights, I encourage each of you to reflect on your own leadership styles and the impact you have in promoting inclusion. Let's challenge ourselves to be visible champions of diversity, not just in our words, but through our actions. Together, we can create a maritime industry that truly reflects the richness of our communities. Thank you for your attention and your commitment to fostering inclusion in our field. And I look forward to these engaging conversations and the collective steps which we will take towards visible leadership in our industry. Let's embark on this journey together. Let me pass you on now to Jillian Jackson. Good morning, everyone. I'm Karen Abelino.
Thank you. Now, could all the panelists please take their seats under their lovely photographs? So, Navisa on the far left, far right, Max, Annette, Tanuja, and then Guy. Thank you. And what a wonderful way to start this panel. Now, I'm also going to try and start this panel by keeping on time, so give me a second while I set my timer. And it is going, so the time is going. Now, we're going to have an opportunity to have a discussion up here. There are microphones. I don't think is there one for everybody? Oh, look at that. Oh, wonderful. So you can grab your microphones so you don't lose time getting your microphones later. Guy, yes, thank you. So we'll get ourselves started, and I would like to ensure that we do have this as a conversation. And for those who are online as well, if you have comments or questions, please put them into the chat area of the online platform. And also feel free to continue this conversation after we're finished, and I will invite that again at the end. So just a few ground rules for the panelists, so you guys don't have to listen to this. For the panelists, please keep your answers as concise as possible so that we all have a chance to speak. And we will get started by hearing from the panels. And I would like to ask you all to introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about what inspired you to be a role, like to be a maritime leader. So what's your role in maritime and what inspired you to be a leader? And I'm going to start with Annette.
Okay, thank you, Jillian. So first, I'm Annette. I'm heading a Norwegian company. It's 50% owned by the Norwegian government, and we deliver high technology to the shipbuilding industry. And in India, we mostly deliver equipment to the Indian Navy and Coast Guard and research institutions. So what inspired me to be a leader? And I think I've been working many years, and in a long career you have a lot, or you meet a lot of people that inspire you. So for me, it's more about the people you meet. It's about your leaders, your peers, your subordinates. And what gives me energy and inspires me is when people are authentic, and they dare to be personal, and they also dare to show vulnerability. And I think a person that wishes you well and owns your success. So I think that's my take.
That's an excellent introduction. I like that comment about authentic and authenticity, bringing your whole self to work. Now, I would like actually now to go to Tanuja. Now, Tanuja is new in the maritime industry, so your move here is very exciting. So what has inspired you? What's your role in maritime now, and what inspired you to be a leader?
Yeah. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Tanuja Kaushik. I'm a professor of management and Dean Academic Affairs at Gujarat Maritime University. As Gillian said, I recently moved to maritime sector, but with me, I bring extensive experience in academic leadership. My role involves not just teaching and mentoring, but now also ensuring that I'm able to shape the educational program in the need of maritime industry. As far as my inspiration as a leader is concerned, my inspiration comes from my mother, who is a retired teacher, whose dedication towards her students, encouraged me to understand that the true leadership lies in service and visible commitment to others' growth. Thank you.
Thank you, and it's wonderful. Yes, the people who influence us, and your mother, it's wonderful to hear that, and that concept of mentoring. And mentoring doesn't necessarily need to be that formal mentoring, but also that family mentoring by seeing someone in that role. Thank you so much. I'd like to go to Guy next.
Thank you very much. I'm Guy Platten, and I'm Secretary General of the International Chamber of Shipping. I was just reflecting perhaps that I haven't aged quite as well as my photograph, looking at it now, but there you go. What inspires me, or what motivates me to be a leader, I think, is hopefully to make a difference and to try and be a force for change where possible. And I've been inspired by so many different mentors along the way that have encouraged me down this path, not least of which is my aunt, actually, who's probably was one of the strongest women I knew and held no prisoners, to put it that way. So, and she always encouraged me as well to sort of follow this path. So I think, in a nutshell, that's where I am.
Thank you. That's a good nutshell. And I must say, actually, I've known Guy for many years, and I do remember when he looked exactly like that photograph. I'd like to go to Nafisa next, please.
Hi, I'm Mrs. Moluboy, and I'm the Managing Director of the Moluboy Group of Companies. We are a 119-year-old company established in 1905. Unlike my esteemed panelists who are there because of their qualification and because of their degrees, I am where I am by default, by virtue of being married to my husband who owned the company. So I got the title of Managing Director purely by default. However, I have retained it by sheer dint of merit. So that's my take and my introduction. Thank you.
Thank you. That's wonderful and amazing. Congratulations on the company as well. But the honesty of indicating how you got your role is wonderful, but also the fact that you've worked very hard to be a leader and to maintain that role. Thank you so much. And I'd like to now go to Max, and just tell us a little bit about yourself in maritime and that concept of leadership.
Thank you, Jill. My name is Max Mejia, and I'm president of the World Maritime University, which is based in Malmö, Sweden. And my inspiration to be a leader really goes back about more than 30 years ago when I was a very junior officer in the Navy, in the Philippine Navy. And I was assigned as an aide-de-camp to the Commandant of the Philippine Coast Guard. And in spite of the almost 30 years in seniority between us, he really took the time to mentor not only senior officers, but even junior officers such as myself. Working very closely with him in his office, he gave me the opportunity to witness decision-making and policy-making at the highest levels. And he really gave me the opportunity to take in greater responsibilities in the organization. And basically he was telling me, look, observe, learn. And this is what I want to do as well in my role as a leader, to help mentor colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that's got some wonderful phrases in there that those introductory sessions have given me so many keywords already. The authentic, the mentoring really comes through. The concept of family, making a difference, being competent, having that merit-based approach. And I love that. Look, observe, and learn. As a leader, those are all very, very good values, and credit to you as well. Thank you so much for those introductory sessions. Now, to get going into the actual meat of the topic, I'd like to hear from each of the panelists on what you think about when you hear this term visible leadership. So what does visible leadership actually mean to you? And I'm just going to start right off with Guy.
Thank you, Gillian. Actually, I was just reflecting, this is the first conference I've been to where we've talked about visible leadership. And it's a long time overdue, at least I've talked about it. To me, visible leadership is doing what you say you're going to do and having a set of values which you follow and never deviate from. And very important, I think, especially in a senior leadership, is you set an example to all the team you work with. And when you promise something, you deliver on that promise. I think it's so important to me with visible leadership. And that way, hopefully, you can inspire and motivate people and actually become more productive as a result. But I know my team know I've got a set of values and they know that I try and follow them. So it's about treating everyone equally, treating everyone with respect, and treating everyone how you would like to be treated. And I think those are all the aspects of visible leadership which are really, really fundamental to the way that I operate.
Thank you so much. And I love that thought about leading by example, inspiring, and values. Now, I'm going to go all the way to the other end and go to Nafisa next for this one. What do you, when you hear the word visible leadership, what does it mean to you?
To me, visible leadership is a term coined by the millennium generation. Has anybody ever heard of invisible leadership? Leadership always meant engaging with your team, leading by example, communicating, fighting for what is right, taking the longer path no matter how difficult. I remember my grandmother in those days, she was one of the first women who learned how to write her name in English. And the leadership that she showed as the matriarch of the family, I still try and emulate and try and reach her standards. So to me, whether visible or invisible, the term leadership means to lead with courage, confidence, conviction, and most importantly, strength. Thank you.
Courage and confidence and conviction. It's very interesting because when you do the research as well, there are, and I've had a couple invisible leaders. But the concept of leadership, though, that you provide us with is that it's not just a position, but it is a way of being. And the concept is that we are all leaders in that essence. Thank you so much, Nafisa. I'm going to go to Annette next.
Yeah. So when I think about visible leadership, I think about people that commit to change. And I think we need leaders who are present, accessible, and actively engaged with their teams and inspire trust. And I have an example from our office. We have a department leader, Pradeep Pillai, We were to hire a service engineer, and we had an open position, and the best candidate was a female. And then we debated, should we do it, should we not? Related to the harsh environment on the yards, out on the ships. So it was a question, should we put this female out in this harsh environment? And then Pradeep, he said, I have a girl, and I want her to have equal opportunities and the right to choose whatever she would like to become. So he said, I would take the risk to hire her. We hired her, and I think it was a great example. We have now also hired more female engineers. She's the first mechanical service engineer in the APAC region in our company. So I think he dared to do the first move, and he was committed to change. And I think that's about visible leadership.
Thank you, and congratulations to him as well in taking the step to do that. When you started telling your story and you were saying that, that the most qualified was a woman, and then we started questioning, my initial thought was my back, I don't know about everybody else out there, but my back's sort of going up a bit. Why would you even question it? But it is true the way you explain that, and thank goodness the leader took that, had the courage to make that step and make that change. I'm going to go to Max next.
Thank you. Visible leadership, I think of being there and being felt most of the time. And I don't mean in the sense of being, the big brother, big sister sort of presence, but really accessibility and not mere physical visibility, but in a psychological sense as well. Because otherwise you may physically be present, but if you're aloof, you're inaccessible, then you're not able to engage with colleagues, and you become like a mere mental construct. The leader is there, but he or she is a phantom. And without interaction and engagement, of course, you have a disconnected and unappreciated set of colleagues. So I think it's very important to be there, not only physically, but even your presence felt as being accessible, not only with the open office, but the office actually welcome you in and being greeted with a smile that, yes, I appreciate you being here. You're not wasting my time.
I think that's wonderful, and you're not wasting our time, that's for sure. The concept of accessibility, so a leader is a leader in name, but also has to be there to be visible, to be accessible, and to be engaged. I'd like now to go to Tanuja.
Yeah. So to me, visible leadership means being present, approachable, and committed to whatever you do. It's not all about reaching goals and achieving targets. It's more about how we act day to day. It's about showing inclusion, courage, and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you. And to summarize that session, that's so many different excellent questions and answers that we have in there. We question ourselves as leaders. Are we accessible? Are we actually visible? Are we engaged? Do we have that courage, confidence, and commitment for change that we need? Now, we have a few questions that I'd like to move on to, and we're doing very well. Thank you very much for my panel. I think I must have given them their instructions very well. It's good to have that. I'd like to get into this concept. All of those answers sort of lead me to this idea of visible leadership in the maritime industry. Now, to start us off, thinking about what inspired you as a leader, which we went to first, and what your thoughts are on visible leadership, which was our second question, I'd like to combine those together and think, what do you think is the role for visible leadership in the maritime industry? And I'm going to start off with Max on this one, but others are welcome to join in if you want. But over to you, Max.
Thanks. I think the role of visible leadership in maritime can best be served by the visible leader encouraging and promoting buy-in and ownership of policies and ideas. Yes, of course, the leader needs to be there. Someone needs to have the mandate to make the final decision and be accountable for the impact and the effects of any decision that is made. But any decision or policy can only be enriched by ideas that are shared by everyone on staff. Especially in maritime today, facing all of these challenges that we witness around the world, geopolitical strife and conflict, climate change, the green transition, all of these require innovative and novel ideas. And if you don't have an accessible leadership approach, then you don't get the many ideas that can be shared with you by your colleagues in order to enrich again and help you in making the right decision.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to jump in on that one about what it means to be a visible leader in the maritime industry? No? I think that's some really good comments. I was going to actually look at Guy, because you've had a lot of experience as a leader in various areas in the industry. What else do you think might be linking it together? What's the role for visible leadership in an industry such as the maritime industry?
I think you need to listen to your colleagues. I think you've also got to have the courage to admit when you're wrong about things, and not feel you're always in the right. So I think that's really, really important. I mean, it's about some thought leadership as well, about giving people a sense of direction, travel and hope as well. I think that's really important when you lead an organization, which is the biggest privilege going, I think. But you need to be respectful of that and humble about it as well. So to me, it is, and sometimes I think leadership is also about loneliness, because I think there's times where we have to make decisions which are hard, but we still need to lead and inspire our team. So I always say to people we're inspired to be leaders. You have to be humble. You also have to be able to deal with isolation and loneliness as well, because sometimes that's needed. And I think putting others before yourself is really important, to make sure your team is looked after before you look after yourself as well. So there's so many different facets that you could go on forever about this.
That's fantastic, that concept almost of servant leadership and putting others before yourself. It reminds me of, so David Marquette has put a really good video and book out there called Turn That Ship Around, about the maritime industry and putting in a very visible leadership and inclusive leadership style in a command and control environment such as the US submarines. So it's a really interesting concept. Thank you for that. And Nafisa, did you have something you wanted to say?
I want to just share a quote by our ex-president Abdul Kalam Azad, which really inspired me. I still haven't reached, I haven't achieved emulating every word of what he said, but I'd love to share this with you. It's not verbatim, and it's not restricted only the maritime industry, but it's applicable across the board. And he says, what is leadership? It's about the change of the traditional role of leadership, from commander to coach, from director to delegator, from manager to mentor, from one who demands respect to one who facilitates self-respect. This has always been my guiding principle in my style of leadership, and it has really inspired me. I hope you find it as inspiring, and it resonates with you too. I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It is very, very inspiring. And that one from the concept of manager to mentor, and someone who demands respect to someone who encourages or facilitates self-respect. And I think that self-respect, we want to underline that aspect. We cannot be a visible leader or a leader of any type if we don't have self-respect. Thank you. I'd like to move on to another question now, because there's so many great ideas coming out. It says, well, why don't we take a look at this concept of the continuing movement to support women in the maritime industry. Now, I think, Annette, your story really resonated with me. So as we're looking at women in maritime in the industry, We still have far to go. We do have now a new female in a very technical role. It's just lovely to see. But what role do you think leadership has to play in this concept of promoting, I'm not going to say equality, I want to say equity, because sometimes equality isn't enough. We need to look beyond that to equity. So what is the role of leadership in promoting equity within the industry? So I'd like to start with you, Annette.
Yeah, I think that leadership plays a crucial role in promoting equity, as you say. And I think it's several things we could do. And I think the first one is to set clear goals and inclusive policies. We need to make sure that it fosters inclusivity. And I know that some companies, they are saying that we don't want to work with other companies that does not have a diverse workforce. It's like sustainability. You don't want to work with a company that don't have these sustainability measures. It could be the same with diversity. And also to foster a culture that values diversity. I think that's important. And one example is that the Indian Navy, when I came to India 1 year ago, I learned that one of the newest warships that the Indian Navy have built, it has been fitted with cabins exclusively for female officers. So I think that's fantastic. And I think KPIs, what you measure is what you get. And if you also connect them to increments and bonus schemes, it's even more effectful when you feel it on your pocket. And when we started to measure diversity 5 years back in our Indian entity, we have increased 33% the last 5 years. So now we have like 18% females. So that also shows that putting measures and KPIs, it works. We also actively champion opportunities for females. We had one of our female leaders. She was deputed to Singapore 2 months for cross-cultural training. Mentorship programs, addressing gender biases. We have a zero tolerance for harassment, especially against females. And leadership training, and that's on a group level. We have a new leadership training program. It's called Leadership for the Future, and there we have diversity as one of the themes. So I think that's also because we need to engage the men. It's not just the females that could do the change. We need to engage the men because they're often in the positions where the decisions are made. And then we need to make sure that we have recruitment and advance practices, that they are fair and transparent. So I think by leading with commitment and accountability sets powerful examples and creates an inclusive environment.
I think those are some really great comments on there. I might actually come back to the KPIs a bit later. The idea of KPIs or quotas, I know, can be very fraught and very emotional for many people, but that idea of having clear goals, I like the link of, would you work with a company that has a poor safety record? So why would you work with a company? Of course you wouldn't work with a company with a poor safety record, you'd look to see that. But then to actually make that step and work with a company that has a strong diversity record, I think that's a really, really key point on that. Does anybody want to step on that before I move on to the next question? Any itching comments? Yes, I think Guy. Go for it.
Just taken by that, so some of the things you said, Annette, really, really interesting. As well about not tolerating various behaviours. That's really important. And I think not just from within your own team, but also for external partners as well. I think that's vital that you have a set of standards and that everyone knows that these things will play out. So we try and live that, certainly at ICS. I'm very proud now that, in fact, we've got over 50% of the team at ICS now are female. That's good. Not as many as in the senior positions as I would like, but that will come in time, I'm sure. I'm proud that my daughter's a ship's captain, and actually I was meeting someone today at the coffee break, and she follows my daughter on Instagram, and also now my granddaughter, who's probably got more sea time than most 18-month-olds, so, which is really good. But I think, yeah, it's making sure you're consistent, you know, and once people, I think, see that you've got these values, they do respect them. But I think certainly making sure that the tolerance level is zero for inappropriate behaviour.
That zero tolerance, it's really interesting because it's also very, very difficult sometimes to measure and to identify the different levels of tolerance. So somebody might find something offensive that someone else doesn't. And I think that gets really, really difficult when it comes into that concept of zero, you know, there's a zero tolerance. So where does that fit? Actually, I'd like to go back to the KPIs in a way, because it's something that has been in my career. So I started in the maritime industry in 1983. And when I started in the industry, I was told that just 2% of seafarers were female. And I thought, oh, that's horrible. I'm young, I'm energetic, I'm going to help change that. I'm going to go to sea. And then in 2021, the ICS report came in, and it was 1.2% of seafarers were female. I've been here 40 years, and it's gone backwards. How could we do that? But by moving that needle, how do we move that needle the other way? And what's the role of leadership in moving that needle the other way? I'm actually going to start with Guy on this one, because you just mentioned about your own family experiences as well with your daughter and the aspect of leadership. What's the role of leadership now, visible leadership, inclusive leadership, and helping to move that needle?
I think I've been really impressed. That Subsea 7 video was excellent, and I think the fact they're making real concerted efforts to get more female participation at cadet level, because you've got to bring people in at the bottom to eventually have the maritime leaders of the future. So I think, and I've seen good examples, Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines does the same thing, and other really good examples of trying to actually get that diversity bedded in very early on, and that's going to play out going forward. So to me, you're right, the percentage figures are dismal still, but I do sense now, and actually Sanjam's report today, there is definitely moving forward. I think things are getting better, but we certainly can't be complacent, and there's so much more to do. I think my daughter went to sea because, like many families, you often see, what do you do, Dad? And then just following that, the same thing. She wanted to be a vet, didn't quite get the grades, so she went to sea. So, but we need to somehow reach out to a much wider diaspora to encourage females to come and join this great industry.
Thank you. I love that one. Actually, I will say, in the audience, how many people went to sea because their fathers went to sea? Come on, come on, come on, get your hands up there. I'm sure there's some other people out there. Because it is a family trait, isn't it? We often go and we look what our family's doing, and we have that, comes back to that first comment that we had. The family has such an impact on how we see ourselves. So that leadership role, that visible leadership role, may not necessarily be a leader in the concept of a CEO or a managing director, but within the family environment. I'd actually like to go to Max and get your thoughts on this as well, because from an educational point of view with the World Maritime University, what are your thoughts for how we can help move that needle? And knowing in 40 years we went backwards, how can we move forwards?
I think going back to your experience where, like you said, the needle hasn't really moved, and I think we need to do really much more in terms of convincing girls and young women that the seafarer career, maritime education and training are not only viable, but they're very attractive options, and that out of this career you get some very unique technical qualifications that are very much in demand, not only for women, but overall. So kudos to Dr. Malini and the Indian Maritime University about how they've been able to raise the number of enrollment of women. But I think also I'd like to go back to fast forward to the end of the sort of career where it's also very important to see women in leadership positions in maritime education and training and other organizations. And I'd like to put forward the example today in the United States, where you have both the Chief of Naval Operations and the Commandant of the US Coast Guard being women, and the Superintendent of the United States Merchant Marine Academy and the Superintendent of the United States Naval Academy, all women. And of course, I know this will take time, but I'm hoping that situations such as this will have a significant impact on recruiting women into maritime and naval services.
And I think we should have a round of applause for that, because it is phenomenal that that happened. And that is a true example of this idea of visible leadership and the impact it can have, because people will look at that. Young girls will look at that and they will see someone in a role and they will actually believe that they can see themselves in that role later on. Just sort of sticking, I guess, from the educational point of view, really, and Tanuja, I'd like to ask you this question. You are leaders, so as leaders yourself, what are some of the 4 key activities that you do to be a visible leader?
Yeah, before answering that, I would like to come to the previous question. I think we need more female models, role models, so that we can have more participation of female in maritime industry. And we at Gujarat Maritime University, we started in 2019. We are more into commercial programs, where since 2019 till date, we have 5 batches passing out. And I'm very proud to say that 50% of our students are female students. We are into maritime law and maritime management, and it really feels great. Now, coming to your question, what are the key activities to be a visible leader? I will say 3 activities which I prioritize. Number 1, regularly interacting with students, colleagues, and industry experts to gain insight, to build trust, and to understand their needs. Number 2, leading by example. You need to be consistent with your words and action. And number 3, being open to different activities, commitment, and being open to diversity and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Some really, really good examples there of what it means to be a visible leader. I just want to take time for one more question, because I think it's really pertinent with our discussion that we've got. And from your opening, Nafisa, I really got the feeling that there were some challenges that you probably faced in your role. So what are some of the challenges that you faced in your leadership journey, and how did you overcome these challenges?
When I joined the company, as I said, by default, my husband, it was in the family for, at that time, 96 years, and my husband had fallen sick, and we had 2 options. He was the only son. Either we could close the company, or I could take it over and run the company, and which is what I did. This was about 23, 24 years ago. Believe me, 23, 24 years, there were no women around at all. I remember going for conferences, and the chairman of the conference would say, "My dear gentlemen," and then I would cough, and then he would say, "And of course, madam." So that's something that I've grown used to. But this much I will say, and I really, really appreciated the Indian maritime industry, and in fact, I would say even the international, because we represent so many OEMs across the world. The initial question, when they met me initially, the eyebrow would go up, and like, "Oh, Mrs. Moluboy, really?" And after about maybe an hour or half an hour of just chatting and breaking ice, my gender never was ever an issue. I have worked for 23 years. We've taken when I took over the company, had a turnover about 3-4 crores or 7 crores of rupees. In the next 3 years, we are going to list and become a public listed company. So the growth, by the grace of God, has been phenomenal. And never once did my gender come in the way. To take it further, I had no son. I only had 2 daughters. And I then insisted that they join me in the business. And they work with me, though they claim they work for me. And neither of them also faced any challenges. My older daughter, Ghazala, heads our GCC, the branches in the GCC country. And those are all male-dominated Arab countries. She goes as a young girl, markets our products. We've done extremely well there. And she's never faced any obstacle or real hindrance, gender-based. So I'm extremely grateful to this wonderful industry for welcoming not one, but 3 women from our family into their fold with open hearts and really with no hang-ups. We are so grateful, and I hope that my granddaughters, because in the last 11 months, I've become grandmother to 3 grandchildren. My one daughter had twins, both girls, and one is a son. So I hope the twins, when they grow up and we list and we continue for another 119 years, they too will come and join the industry, and it'll be women all over.
What a wonderful thought. Thank you so much for that and for all of your wonderful insights. Now, it is time for us to close out this session. The time does fly by so quickly, but I want to give you each a chance to give me one quick, either a word or a sentence, something that summarizes the value that you have seen in visible leadership. And I'm going to start with you, Tanuja. Very quickly.
Well, in one sentence, visible leadership enabled me to foster trust, inclusion, and resilience, paving the way for others to feel empowered to lead.
The trust to empower to lead. Thank you. I'm going to go to Max next.
With visible leadership, you will be able to attract a wider and broader range of ideas that will not only enrich decision and policy making, but help break down obstacles to effective implementation.
Fantastic. Nafisa.
Visible leadership in literally one sentence, making a difference.
Making a difference. Love that. Annette.
Yeah, it brings me back to where you started, Gillian. It's the need to see it, believe it, in order to be it. And I think it's about walk the talk, not to talk the walk. Be authentic, and then people will follow you.
Wonderful. And Guy.
It's hard to build on what's been said just then, but I would say what I have taken from today is some inspiration from the opening speeches and from this panel as well. I really do think we're on the cusp of change. I see so many high-level female CEOs now in our industry, and it's just really heartening to know that I think things are only going to accelerate from here. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all on my panel. And I do want to leave all of you in the audience and also everyone online, and I'm hoping that there'll be some great comments online. I'll be looking at those later. What is one thing that you do or you are going to do to be a visible leader? So maybe during the next breaks, you can meet up with somebody, have a bit of a chat, and use this as an opening question. What are you going to do as a visible leader? And I look forward to talking to you as well, perhaps during the breaks. So thank you very much, and join me in thanking my wonderful speakers for a very engaging session.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. Please be on the stage. I invite Sanjam to give a token of appreciation from Maritime SheEO, and also for a group photograph, please. Thank you once again to all the panelists. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Birgit M. Leodin, the visionary founder of the Ocean Opportunity Lab, commonly known as the Tool. With a profound commitment to driving innovation and sustainability within the maritime sector, Birgit has dedicated her career to empowering individuals and organizations to create impactful solutions for our oceans. Her extensive experience spans various roles in maritime industry, where she has championed initiatives to promote diversity, sustainability, and technological advancement. I invite Birgit M. Leodin to the stage to talk on mapping and fueling the world of female founders in ocean and new energy. Birgit.
Hi again, everyone. Getting ready to shake you up a bit. Just getting the clicker over here. So yes, we need much more visible role models and inspiration to bring more women into our industries. And then we know that in established companies, that can take time because we have legacy, we have people in their roles for many years, we have traditions. Where we have the opportunity to really redesign and start from scratch is the companies that are today being built by women. So that's my focus here today. I'm introducing our initiatives for female founders in ocean and energy. So, our focus in Tool is that the secret of change is to focus your energy not on fighting the old, but building the new. So I'll take you through a practical journey of what that means for us. So welcome to Tool and an ocean of opportunities. Over the past few years, we have built the first interactive Web3 gateway to the world of ocean and new energy innovators. Today, we are covering more than 25,000 companies around the world, and we have chosen to build diversity into the technology from day one. So we don't build something just for women, we build something for everyone, but we design it for diversity. That's the essence. It's in the DNA. So in Tool, we enable collaboration and practical resource exchange, like an Airbnb for connecting innovators and change makers of our industries with resources that they need and resources that they can be for others. Connecting the global village of change makers. So in 2023, we launched the first global list of 100 female founders. And for those that were here 2 years ago, we actually pre-announced it for the first time here in Mumbai at Maritime SheEO. Then at Europe's largest equality conference, we had the official launch with the former Norwegian Prime Minister and the President of World Economic Forum as a few of some very prestigious VIP guests of honors. And that was in 2023, 100 female founders we had mapped from across 23 countries. Then, look a little bit further. 2024, this autumn, we have launched the list of 500 female founders from 100 countries. We have a good representation across continents, even though we want to see even more from Global South and outside of Europe and North America moving ahead. We have among top 10 countries, India as the only Asian country on the list. So congratulations to everyone here. And we have worked really, really hard to really start mapping this invisible and very often unconnected world of female founders. Because we see that the female founders becoming employers, leaders, owners, and then later on investors, they play an instrumental role in creating much more rapid change when they succeed. So then, of course, from our end, it's essential to see that we can build this collective support ecosystem to make sure that more female founders get funding, resources, industry customers, partners, etc., so that we will help nurture, fuel the new generation of more and more women-founded companies succeeding on the global arena. And here is the key overview of Asia. We have 18 countries in Asia, 43 founders on the list. And if you are curious to see exactly which female founders from which countries that made the 500 list, you can go and check it out on ToolSpawn. But then, that's where we are today. We are not stopping there. So, before Christmas, we are officially launching Tool Founders and Owners Collective. And again, pre-launching it here in Mumbai, and next week pre-launching it in New York for New York Maritime Week. We have created the first collective of female owners and founders that we are building up as global ambassadors and influencers of our industries, bringing them out to the world, enabling all of us, all of you, to follow their courageous journeys of making waves, creating change within our industries, and now united beyond borders, where they will share about their professional journey, key challenges, barriers, opportunities, but also open up and share behind the scenes their personal journeys, which I think is really, really important, and ref what the previous panel mentioned about authenticity, openness. So Sanjam is on board as the first Indian part of this collective. And we have 3 female ship owners on board with this. So we have 3 women that are building clean ship companies today within Arctic exploration cruise, micro-container, and tourist boats. So, 2025, UN Ocean Conference in Nice. First week of June, we have partnered up with our international investor partners from all over the world, and we are launching the next level up during the UN Ocean Conference as part of 1,000 Ocean Startups Conference and Expo. By then, we are targeting 1,000 female founders from 120 countries. I need the help from all of you to find the Indian and the Asian and the international founders that aren't already on our map. So please join us and help making that happen. We are also featuring our first global industry survey on female entrepreneurship in ocean and energy, because for some stupid reason, it's never been done before. So, and then 2027, this is where you can vision into the future. We have partnered up with Sophie and Selar. They have their keel-laying ceremony next week in Dubai for this ship that is being built as the first out of a targeted fleet of 8 ships. And in 2027, we are setting sails for making history with the first Arctic female founders expedition on board a ship that is fueled by nature. Wind, sun, batteries. This project is women at the helm in practice. It has a female founder, female ship owner, and it has a 50-50 target on the gender mix at all levels on board. And that's the way we should have shipping companies for the future. So here, new tech for low impact. This is just the clean, cool stuff. Zero waste policy, organic heating system, autonomous water production, clean electricity, et cetera, et cetera. We are then equipped for adventure and for real expeditions. The target for the female founders and owners collective is to smash the optimal glass ceiling of our industry. Ever since I started working in this industry, I have wondered, when will we see the first female-started clean shipping company truly scale and industrialize? And I want to be part of it, and I think that many of you can also be part of that. So let's make it happen. Our key focus on the Female Founders Collective is to promote the exciting opportunities in our industries, to enable more visibility and scaling resources for founders, connect founders and industry partners, inspire other women to join our industries, join innovators, or build their own companies, support our industry in attracting talents, and then scale amazing solutions that are needed by the world. So, our key value statement in tool is from Japan. Individually, we are one drop, but together, we are an ocean. And Sanjam and SheEO is on board. I hope all of you in the audience will also join us for this journey. So, thank you very much, and welcome on board.
Thank you, Birgit. Next, we have a session on navigating the future, technology and innovation in maritime. I would like to thank our technology partner, ODeX and DBS, speaking of technology. The next panel discussion we have is about navigating the future, technology and innovation in maritime, where we will discuss the transformative impact of digital advancements shaping the maritime industry. From enhanced operational efficiencies to sustainable practices, technology is rapidly redefining maritime as we know it. This session will explore key innovations that are paving the way for a smarter, greener, and more resilient future on our seas. This session partner for this lovely panel is the PDP Group, who has been doing incredible things with tech. We are joined by a distinguished lineup of experts to lead us through this journey. Let me welcome Uday Ganivada, Country Manager for India at DNV, a leader in maritime classification and digital solutions. Mr. Uday Ganivada, may I invite you on the stage? Akanksha Batura Pai, Executive Director at Sinoda Shipping Agency, brings deep insight into the strategic innovation in shipping. Ms. Akanksha. Udara Kumaratunga, Deputy General Manager, Commercial and Marketing at South Asia Gateway Terminals Private Limited. Mr. Udara. Oh, I'm sorry if it's a lady. I am really sorry, ma'am. And guiding our conversation as moderator, please welcome Meera Kumar, CEO at Diabos, a visionary in maritime logistics technology. Please give a warm welcome to the panelists with a round of applause. Thank you. Once again, apology, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sanjam and SheEO, for having us here, and a special thank you for not putting the tech panel right at the very end. Much appreciated. Also before lunch, not after. Also appreciated. What a difficult task to go after you, Birgit. That was so passionate, and thank you for putting up a very good start to our panel, because a lot of what you did was enabled by tech. According to me, there are three major revolutions that has shaped humanity. One, the Industrial Revolution. Second, the Internet Revolution. And the third, which we're just entering into now, the AI Revolution. Have you noticed that every revolution really has leveled the playing field and fostered DEI? If you look at women before and after the Industrial Revolution, women before and after the Internet Revolution, and what will be the inclusion diversity ratios after the AI entrenchment. Really speaking, every such period is a moment of opportunity. And that's one thing that this panel would like to start with. So the way we've structured this very eclectic panel, we have people from various aspects of maritime here today. We have Uday, who's been in all over the world in the area of surveys and shipbuilding. We have Akanksha. If you could put up your hand. Uday didn't need to put up his hand. Akanksha, if you could put up your hand. We have Akanksha from Sinoda, who has successfully scaled up family business in agency and logistics. And we have Udara from Sri Lanka, who has a new entrant into maritime, loving the space in terminal business. Let me quickly introduce myself, and then we'll get started. My name is Meera Kumar. I have been just 30 years in maritime. Entered purely by accident, had the absolute privilege of taking part in port agency, liner shipping, stevedoring, freight forwarding, a little bit of customs business, and then after being the Jack or Jill of all trades, was welcomed into technology. So I've just completed 10 years in the tech space for maritime. Super exciting, I must tell you, and anyone else who wants to brave the ride, please meet me later. I currently head a company called Diabos. We're a cloud platform connecting ship owners around the world. This is a part of the J.M. Bakshi group of companies. At Diabos, we have a 27% ratio on diversity. At J.M. Bakshi, we are getting even braver. The most recent one, I believe, the Tuticorin Container Terminal is 40% female, with 15 operators, industrial crane operators. So that's how much DEI means to me personally and to my company. The format for this session, we are planning to ask each panelist to please introduce themselves and then answer questions so that we are fast on the trigger and we try and keep up to the time frame. So great, I'm going to start with the youngest at the forum. Udara, my first question goes out to you. How do you think digitization empowers diversity, especially in operational roles, like in terminals? Please tell us about Sri Lanka and also whatever you can see around the world. Over to you.
Thank you, Meera. Hello, everyone. I'm Udara Kumaratunga. I'm the Deputy General Manager of Commercial and Marketing at South Asia Gateway Terminals, SAGT, a single terminal operator in the Port of Colombo. So as Meera mentioned, technology and automation has brought about a lot of opportunity in the industry. If we look at how the industry has evolved in terms of its operations over the last 4 to 5 years, the pandemic was a blessing. It really accelerated our efforts in terms of automation as well as digitization. And as she mentioned today, if we look at the port and terminal sector, we have women who sit miles away from terminal premises operating key cranes just by a joystick. So it's taken away the barrier of physique that we used to associate with operating these cranes. It's also taken away the barrier of the port environment not being conducive for a woman to work in. So technology in that aspect has brought about a lot of opportunity for women to be upfront and operating terminals and ports around the world. Similarly, at SAGT during the pandemic, we digitized our import clearance process, where we allowed someone to go online and simply print out an EDA or electronic delivery advice. And what we realized was a lot of our customers were now deploying women in their back offices to process the EDAs, which previously required an individual to run around, engage with different stakeholders, long working hours. This was no longer a barrier. So today we have females working in these operations and assisting the logistics and transport industry. So it didn't just give us opportunity in our own industry, but it's also given us opportunity to bring about diversity throughout the supply chain. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. I would really love if you take an extra 30 seconds and tell the audience about your journey and what the relatively less time you've spent in shipping and still are up here as an expert on the subject. That's also important.
So as Meera mentioned, I joined the industry about 4 years ago. I originally started off my career in leisure and property. When I joined into a relatively senior role commensurate to my previous position. The opportunity that I had through technology was to use that as aid to bring my expertise from my previous roles into me bridging that gap of not having industry expertise for the position that I was in. So it really did bring about that opportunity for me to adapt a lot of information over time. I mean, technology, I have information at my fingertips, but I was also able to be part of the import delivery process, the automation process, which allowed me to engage with experts and get knowledge as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. Akanksha, I'm going to direct the next question to you. The question is, even in developed nations like Singapore, where you've lived and you work, are there problems, especially maybe in the SME sector, with respect to designing and implementing digital initiatives? Over to you. Please do introduce yourself as well.
Thank you, Meera. So that's a loaded question, and I'm quite passionate about it, so I'm going to try my best to answer it. But before that, allow me to introduce myself. You've already done a very nice job of doing that, but I'll just add on a little bit. So I'm from Singapore. I work for 3 SMEs that are founded by my father. So I'm second-gen leader. And unfortunately, unlike Ms. Nafisa, I can't yet say that I have proven myself. So I'm still working on that. But what an honor it is to be in this conference today. So thank you to the organizers for having me as well. So let me get down to the question. The question was, do we experience any problems in Singapore with implementation of digitized initiatives for SMEs, the small and medium enterprise sector? Yes, very much so, yes. So SMEs generally, wherever they are in the world, are very resource constrained. We have a financial constraint, we have talent constraints, cash flow issues. These are common problems for SMEs. But allow me to try and answer how we at Singapore try to work together with our regulator, with the government, to come up with risk mitigating issues, or how do we help these situations out. And to help you out, and to help me out with the answer, I have structured it into 3 parts. Okay, and there are 3 C's, because in ODE of Maritime SheEO, there are 3 C's. So the first C is commitment to digitalization. All right, so digitalization or digitization doesn't just happen by itself. You really do need a lot of regulatory support and industry support. So we have a Singapore Shipping Association in Singapore, for which there are about 500 members, and many of them are SMEs. I sit on the council over there, and we have a digitization committee, all right? What they do is they take a lot of consultative work from SMEs, and then they work with partners like PwC, these large consulting houses, to come up with perhaps like a digitization roadmap workshop. In fact, it just ended on Tuesday, the first run of it, and it really helps companies to come up with unique frameworks for themselves that fit into their operational networks and whatnot. This is just one of the initiatives, but I'm just trying to give you an idea of how we do it. The second one is collective collaboration. So we prioritize having a very strong public-private partnership in Singapore. And the SSA, which is the Singapore Shipping Association, works very closely, as I said, with the regulator, which is Maritime and Port Authority, MPA. And what that does is when we do consultative work with the SMEs, it helps to formulate good strategies, good regulation that is not lost on the ground. It matches with ground realities. So a lot of times, our regulator will come up with industry-wide digitization efforts, but they have to match with what is the capability. In Singapore, for instance, and not just in maritime, we have 70% of the workforce that is employed by SMEs. So you cannot leave them behind, you have to keep them with you, and you have to be consultative. So that's the collaboration. The second part of the collaboration I just want to highlight is we have a very lovely ecosystem we have developed called Pier 71. It is basically a maritime accelerator and ecosystem that brings together, Bridget is nodding, I think some of her founders are from there actually. I'm a mentor over there, I'm fortunate to serve over there as a mentor. And it really brings together the industry incumbents. It brings together diverse people from different industries, disciplines, to come together to come solve a problem for maritime. Sometimes we don't have the solutions, but we need to borrow things from aviation, from healthcare, from oil and gas. That's what it does, and it also brings in some investors as well, so that helps. So that's a part of the collaboration item. And the third one, which we are all here for actually, is capacity building, the third C. So I do have a role that I very much cherish and I'm very thankful for. I'm the IMO Goodwill Maritime Ambassador representing Singapore. So in that capacity, I do a lot of ambassadorship and awareness for not just students, but even mid-career professionals. Yeah, so that really helps to bring in people from outside of the industry as well. But the other thing I want to add on for what Udara's also mentioned is when you digitize jobs, you can redesign them.
right? Not just upskilling, reskilling, you redesign jobs and you make the industry more accessible for people that traditionally have the odds stacked against them. This could be differently abled people or women. And of course, we know with more diversity, more inclusion, we have a higher level of innovation in our industry. So if I heard this morning, Your Excellency, Ms. Nagelgaard and Dr. Malini, you shared some very nice statistics. So allow me to share a little bit more. These are worldwide global statistics. But 70% of high school valedictorians are female, okay? But we only have 2 to 3% of women seafarers. And that number on shore is not much higher than that. I don't have the exact numbers, but it's not much higher than that. Now, 75% of expecting moms say that they will go back to work, but only 40% go back. All right? I'm just giving you some statistics to make sense of this. And the penalties for taking time out of work for women are very high. When compared to women who have not taken a break in a 15-year period, 2 women who have taken a 1-year break, they have experienced a 40% lower salary. All right? So you put these 3 statistics together. That means valedictorians, women are capable. Clearly, Dr. Malini, you have also alluded to that many times. Then we've got people being penalized because they generally have more caretaking roles. But what digitization can do is that it can job redesign and allow for women to not leave the industry. Yeah? Keep them on in differently designed jobs. So to me, these are the 3 C's that can help mitigate some problems. And in Singapore, we are trying to do that. So we've got our commitment to digitize, collective collaboration, and capacity building. So a little lengthy, but I hope you liked it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Your response had, there are claps from the audience. Your response had the statistics and had the 3 C's and also gave us insight in terms of regulatory frameworks and public-private partnerships. Thank you. I must, though, with your permission, crack a little joke. You talked about women having babies and falling back. I have noticed this as well. And I've started giving advice now to very young women, saying, if you're planning a baby, and please don't go put it in your resume that you had a baby and that's why you weren't working for 3 years. Instead, just register a company. Say you were running a startup. It is a startup after all. And what I've noticed is it's perfectly acceptable for men to say, oh, you know, I was a startup owner for 3 years and come back to work at a bonus. So ladies, keep it in mind. Too late for me. My daughter's 26, but the rest of you. With that, I'd like to go and let you also know chivalry is not dead. Uday consented to be the last. Thank you so much, Uday. Uday, I'd request you to please first introduce yourself and tell us, with your global experience in an otherwise very niche sector, surveys and new building with DNV, what is your experience in terms of various parts around the world? How is your sector adapting to digitization? And what is it that you would like to share?
Yeah, thank you, Meera. So I represent a company called DNV. We are a classification society. In DNV, in India, just to talk about the number of people that we are over 900 people, and 29% of our workforce are female employees. And having said that, gender diversity is important. At the same time, we also focus on the diversity with respect to the race, background, and social experience as well. So in DNV Maritime in India, so 10% of our employees are expats currently that we have in India. And these are people who have worked in like China, Korea, having over 30 years experience. So these are, you know, who are to transfer experience and who have seen the problems in the past at different places and exchanging this with our colleagues here in India. So we focus also on the diversity of other aspects as well. And then coming to the question about the technology, I would like to give 3 examples, maybe what we are doing in DNV in Maritime. First is the smart survey booking. So this is a tool where the ships are actually trading all over the world. And from the AIS, we know where the ships are going and when the survey windows are opening up. So the tool predicts and tells that these are the locations that you could actually carry out your survey. Because previously it used to be in the past, the ship owners used to contact different stations based on the suitability and availability of the surveyors. But now this tool gives a prediction, okay, you have a window period open and these are the possible locations where you can plan your surveys. So this gives, reduced costs and drives in efficiency for planning their surveys. Then the second example is we have something called as a DATE, direct access to technical experts. So when our customers ask queries, so they directly reaches to our experts and then they respond. So this is like an AI tool which is actually capturing all this data. And when a similar query is again asked by a different customer, then it tries to match like, okay, whether it's 50% or 70% that has been matched and gives an auto response. And then it's also vetted by our experts and sees and they respond to that again. So this has been quite popular and very well used by all our customers, and this is the power of technology. And sometimes if it is urgent, like if you have like a damage survey or something, you have port state control issues, if you put it as an urgent, then you get a response in 4 hours time. So I would say that's the power of technology. The third example is, I give you one offshore example where if you have an FPSO, the requirement says that you need to do an inverter survey every 3 years. But from experience, we have seen that FPSOs are stationary, they remain at the same location over a period of time, and we haven't found any major indications where inverter surveys by divers are required. So this is where, again, technology plays a role. We are open to solutions when customers come back and say that, from past history that there have been no findings when they come up with alternate solutions. So using technology to find alternate solutions and collaborate with our customers to find solutions is what I would say which helps the technology here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. When I hear DNV, I hear a very reputable, very senior, very staid organization. And here we have them reinventing themselves with an acronym like DATE. So I wanted to tell you, ladies, if you want to date, he's the guy.
I'm open.
So must remember, technology and digitization allows you to stay young and crack a joke every so often. For the next bit, I'm going to just throw one open question out. The topic said impact of AI, digitization, and technical initiatives. And impact on any society really is a combination of impact on the individuals within. So I'd love it if you could get up close and personal. Share with us with my open question, which is, what is your personal relationship with technology and digitization? Do you have a message for the audience? Let me start again with you, Udara.
Thank you, Meera. So as I mentioned previously, I come from I joined the industry only 4 years ago, and I came from a completely unrelated industry. Technology was really my best friend because it helped me to adapt, and it also helped me to learn the industry fast enough so that I could add value back into the industry. I was able to, as I mentioned, I was able to be part of this cross-functional team as I started. In my first week in itself, I was able to be part of this cross-functional team. And there, although I didn't know anything about what I was doing, I was able to bring perspective. I was able to ask the questions about how it was going to get digitized because, like she mentioned, we were redesigning a process that was done for years. And when you redesign something new, you can bring about new perspective. So technology really helped me to kind of understand that operational area. It also helped me to add value into the industry as well. So my advice or my little note would be to really push yourselves outside of your boundaries from what you know. Use what you know, add technology to it to bring about a different perspective. Because at the end of the day, you can add value, and that value can be enhanced by if you just use technology, because you have information at your fingertips, you can make something different, convenience, and yeah, so that's the opportunity.
That's fabulous. Thank you so much. For all the young ladies and men out here, 4 years into the industry and using technology as the great leveler to grow faster. Thank you. Akanksha, would you please?
All right, so I think I have cemented myself as someone who likes data, so let me start with that. So, you know, according to the World Economic Forum, they do this survey every year or every 2 years. They say that 65% of school students right now will end up with jobs that do not exist yet. So for instance, 10, 15 years ago, there was no generative AI, but now there are jobs in it, right? But does anyone want to hazard a guess when was the first paper for AI written? Anyone, just shout out, please. Early 90s, okay, anyone else? 70s, is that what you said? All right. Okay, I'm not gonna hold it up very much longer. 1950, Alan Turing wrote a paper, 1950. So it goes to show that many of us honestly overestimate the value of digitization, of innovation in the short term, but we underestimate what it can do in the long term. And that is why investing in digitization for the long term is important. But as the famous strategist Peter Drucker, he says, culture eats strategy for breakfast, all right? So that means that a company's culture is far more important than any strategy your team can come up with. So we have to make a culture that is going to support innovation, digitization in the long term. And for this, we need a potent mix of people, profit, purpose, and mindset. Sorry, I know you were expecting another P, but maybe perspective. But mindset, all right? And there's an important tenet in design thinking, and if I could have all of you take back one thing from my sharing here today, it would be that. Fall in love with the problem, not with the solution. When you fall in love with the problem, you are tenacious, you are going to want to solve it in whatever way, shape, form. But if you fall in love with the solution, you're just going to try and sell it. You will become stagnant, and that is about it. And lastly, in the words of, purportedly words of Henry Ford, the legendary car maker, he has said that, you know, if I had asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. All right? So that was a man, thank you, that was a man who fell in love with the problem and not with the solution. So if I could have you take back something, that would be my sharing. Thank you.
Fabulous, fabulous. Thank you so much. You know, you reminded me of something that my boss continuously tells me, which is in digitization, if you aren't building something that will make you obsolete in 2 years, you aren't doing anything at all. So, yeah, thank you for that. Uday, over to you.
Yeah, so my personal experience would be like in DNV when we started doing remote surveys and all in 2018. I was a firm believer of, you know, that this would not happen. Because we were doing a lot of surveys physically and all, I thought, no, this we are starting and it's not going to happen. But I've been proven wrong. And now I'm actually, you know, for it, and I'm challenging internally a lot why this can't be done remotely, why we can't do this using technology. So, of course, Akanksha had talked about decarbonization and digitalization. So last few years in the maritime industry, we are talking about decarbonization and digitalization. I would say now the cybersecurity and AI, artificial intelligence, has been added to it. And if somebody says that this is not going to happen, I would compare it with the dot-com bubble we had in 2000 when people said the internet is not going to happen. So I'm quite sure that AI and the cybersecurity is going to be relevant, and it's going to be on the agenda going forward for all the people over here.
Thank you so much. We are now open for questions and hope that you have some for us. Please feel free to ask questions about the people concerned. If it's about the date, you can take it outside. Anybody? Okay, so if not, we had given ourselves liberty to ask each other questions because we're also meeting for the first time, ladies and gentlemen. I would love to ask you there about the DNV survey ecosystem thing. How did you get past the mindset issue or the change issue? Because we again feel that survey is a field where there are specialists over many years who hand the baton down from generation to generation. How did you get past? It's one thing, and you shared very honestly, that your journey from disbelief to belief, but how did you transfer that over to other stakeholders? Over to you.
Yeah, I think when it started in the initial phase, there's a lot of reluctance from the various stakeholders. There is no doubt COVID had actually accelerated usage of the remote surveys and using of the technology. So as long as a person physically present or an equivalent solution by using technology, be it like video conferencing or predicting based on the predictive maintenance, an equivalent solution is being available. So we have been both internally for our own surveyors as well as to our customers as well. When the equivalent solution is available, so then with the power of technology, we do accept to credit the surveys or to accept those solutions.
Thank you so much. Anybody here would like to ask, or should I summarize? Okay. I just want to leave you with a thought. We talk about AI and we talk about technology and we talk about DEI. Is it not giving us women an unfair hand? Because end of day, we all credit technology with the ability to multitask and do 200 things at one time, which pretty much is what our grandmothers and great-grandmothers did all along. So I do definitely feel passionate about what this great revolution, whether it's AI we're talking about or deep learning we're talking about. Are there risks? Plenty. Will there be discomfort? Plenty. But there has been risk and discomfort for the marginalized all along. And this now gives opportunity as well for those who learn early, those who adapt early, to grab opportunities, create legends, and move forward. It's been an absolute honor to have this lovely, lovely panel. Yes, Akansha,
you said
please.
something that I want to just add to, and if I could share. What you are not changing, you are choosing. So what you have mentioned is absolutely true. We have to make that change to ensure that people join as well. So thanks to you, you summarized it quite well. I'm sorry I spoke after you, but
I'm so glad. I'm so glad. So thank you so much to my beautiful, lovely panel. And I hope that we've entertained, if not educated you, because that was the aim. And we have one personal request, each one of us. We would love to interact a little bit more with the audience, hear your journeys with technology and digitization. On behalf of all of us, please do reach out to us later after the panel and during the day. Thank you so very much.
Request the panelists to stay back for a group photo. And Sanjam, if we can hand over the token of appreciation to all of them. Thank you to all the panelists. Sanjam wanted to say something to the gathering. Sanjam?
So I was looking at the audience and I am so impressed at the number of gentlemen in the room, because people think that a diversity conference is a women's conference, and that's not true. And I'd like to give a big hand to all the male allies out there. And can I take the opportunity to start taking a name of somebody who's really been a male ally to Maritime SheEO? I know a lot of you have been, but I'll take one name for now. So can we have a round of applause for Dinesh Jairam? Where are you, Dinesh? Stand up. Let's give you a big round of applause. Thank you, and thank you to everybody who's here.
The next panel discussion is on legal frameworks and advocacy for an inclusive maritime industry. Our legal partner is Campbell Johnston Clark. Legal frameworks and advocacy for an inclusive maritime industry will examine the critical role of legal structures in fostering an equitable environment within maritime. As we navigate increasingly complex global waters, advocacy and sound legal frameworks ensure that inclusion and fairness remain at the forefront of the industry. Leading this discussion, we have Jacqueline Zalpa as our moderator, whose expertise in maritime law and advocacy will guide the conversation. May I request you to come to the dais, please? Jacqueline? Yes, please. Thank you. Joining her is Dimitris from PNI, bringing insights on how protection and indemnity clubs are shaping a more inclusive future in maritime. Dimitris? We are privileged to have Amitabha Majumdar, known as Raja, from Bose and Mitra, with extensive experience in maritime litigation and advisory. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists with a round of applause.
We'd like to introduce Shiv Iyer on stage as well, managing partner at Renata Partners.
I'm sorry, a little bit of glitch in the script. Sorry about that.
Okay, are we on? Yes. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you, Sanjam, for the privilege. My name is Jacqueline Zalapa. I'm a partner in the London offices of an international shipping law firm, Campbell Johnston Clark. And I'm joined here today by the three gentlemen to my right, your left, and we're going to be talking about some male perspectives on how to shape a fairer and more inclusive maritime industry, specifically by utilising the support and the allyship of our male colleagues. In 2015, the UN General Assembly set a goal to achieve gender equality by 2030. And this was as part of its 17 Sustainable Developmental Goals. It won't surprise any of you in the room to know that we are nowhere close to achieving this because the rate of progress is very slow. That is to say, it is moving at glacial speeds. And to give you an indication of when we can expect to be at the gender equality fork in the roads, research undertaken by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has found that gender equality will not become a reality, and I want you all to hear this, it will not become a reality at the earliest until 2108. At the earliest. So what's that? 85 years from now. I think we can try and do better than that. Okay, before we jump into the first issue, if I can ask each panel member to introduce themselves, starting with Dimitri.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dimitris Serenakis. I'm the Managing Director for the Shanghai office of the American P&I Club, I'm also the Regional Claims Director for the club for Asia. I think most of you know what a P&I club does. All I want to add for the purpose of this conversation is that 3/5 of my team are women. 2 of them hold senior positions in them. 2/3 of my bosses are women. And we are proud to have the first and currently only female CEO in the P&I industry.
Thank you, Dim. Shiv?
Hi, I am Shiv Iyer. I have a boutique maritime firm, which is basically I've always been having women who have been with me, supporting me, being the wings for me, and I'm here because of them, including my wife, my team, most of them, and most who have worked with me know the fact, and I'm really thankful to all of them, and I'm also thankful that I could support them through the career extra. Thank you.
Raja?
So I'm Amitava Majumdar, but better known in the shipping industry as Raja. I'm the managing partner of Bose & Mitra & Co., which is a boutique shipping and commodities law firm in India. We have a large staff strength, and we started with very few, but we've had large staff strength, and we have more or less equal numbers of male and female employees, and we like to have a mix. But I will talk more about the difficulties in the legal fraternity and the difficulties that we find retaining extremely clever, dynamic women who could continue and become possibly senior partners, managing partners of Indian law firms, as have been in some law firms as well, but in the shipping industry, and I'll deal with that.
Thank you, Raja. Let's jump straight in, shall we? The first topic for discussion will be familiar to some people in the room that were in Cyprus recently. Last month at a WISTA conference in Cyprus that coincided with the 50th anniversary of WISTA the UK, the CEO of Columbia Group, one of the world's largest ship management companies, said, and I quote, "Previously, the debate was about discrimination, sexual discrimination, gender discrimination, how do we attract more women into the industry? I think that debate itself has moved on." End of quote. This resulted in swift criticism directed at the CEO, who's a former colleague of mine, including a one-page article in TradeWinds that I won't read to you, although I encourage you to read it. But the title of the article was, "Thank you for mansplaining gender equality. Next time, read the room." Now, I'm not going to ask the panellists that are joining me today if they agree with Mark O'Neill on whether the debate has moved on and we should leave it in the past. Your presence here today tells each of us that you very much realise the debate has not moved on. What I think this conference, as am I, is interested in understanding is to hear your candid views on what you think is driving that perspective. And secondly, how do we start to dismantle some of these distorted views, whether we use legal frameworks, advocacy, or otherwise? If we could start with you, please, Shiv.
If you ask me, I personally feel that the message which has gone across is that we need to take women, be a part of them, is taken like a social cause, rather than being on merits, like on business, how they are. I think statistically also it has been proven that where there is equal number of men, women, or more number of women or more number of men, where women contribute, there are on merits, the business have improved a lot. Statistically, that's what I have seen at least, including, I am an example for that, is that my own firm today is Excel purely because I have a team which has females being with me for 7 to 8 years, and they are the ones who are driving me through, and I'm in a position to be here today is thanks to them. And I think the reason why people are not in a position to see the difficulties is because unless you have them in your team and mentor them, you will not feel what they're feeling. That's what I personally feel. You need to understand where they're coming from. Slowly, then these comments will start stopping. That's what I personally feel. You need to get involved in it. You need to understand or mentor juniors who are new and make the other team members understand as to what is the problems that they have.
So essentially listening and providing an opportunity.
Obviously. That's...
Dim, just to repeat the question, what do you think is driving that perspective? And obviously, many men do not share that perspective, clearly. But the reality is, the flip side of the coin is that many men do. So again, how do we go about dismantling that perspective, and what do you think is driving it, rather than just treating the symptoms? Sure. If we can start at the causation point, what's causing it?
Thank you. There's a famous expression I think many people have heard from Bill Clinton's campaign manager, and he said, "It's the economy, stupid." And the idea was to focus the campaign on a key issue. So, to paraphrase, is the society stupid? Industry does not exist in isolation. It takes its cue from the society within it operates. So, if men exist who make remarks like the one you read earlier in a room full of women of all places, then it's societal change that needs to take place first and foremost, so that industry then becomes collared with that change. So fundamentally, we're looking at deep-rooted change that needs to take place. And of course, there are within industry specific changes that need to be made, and I'm sure we will discuss those today, but it's a fundamental societal issue of gender and sexual discrimination that persists, that permits some men to still make those statements to this day, and of course arrest any possible progress.
Yeah, I tend to agree, Dim. I agree it's a good point that this is really a macro issue, isn't it? As opposed to looking at it at the micro level within shipping.
I think we need to do both, but I think we need to recognize, if we're going to change industry, that it is a bigger issue. We heard from some of our Northern European colleagues earlier about how much more inclusive their industries are, but that's because their societies are more inclusive. It wasn't the industry that caused their societies to change, it was their societies that caused the industries to change.
Thanks, Tim. Raja, do you have anything to add that hasn't been mentioned?
Yeah, I'm just taking from Tim. I completely agree. Especially in India, I think you have to look at India in a little different way, because we have what we call the urban and the rural, and we have diversity within different states. And what we find, and what is most important, is the societal change. Because what we find is there are very, very clever women who join us after having done their graduation in law, done their masters in law, coming back from regional cities, but only to find that after 3 or 4 years, their parents call up saying, "You must come back and get married." Or call up phones and say, "Look, this is not right," or "This is not right." I think I was brought up in England, so I'm used to the society in England where if you are an adult, you are an adult, and parents don't interfere in your working life. And one of the first changes that needs to be done is that parents need to be more supportive, because Indian culture is a very parent-supportive culture. So if parents don't support their daughters to get into the field and support them to be working as well, then the industry can also assist. But before the industry can assist, we find that there is a lot of regional pressure which comes in for them not to be able to continue. And therefore, it has to be a society-driven change as well as industry, at least so far as the Indian parlance is concerned.
Thank you, Raja. If we jump into our second issue, gentlemen, it goes without saying that women are underrepresented in our industry. And what I mean by that is it's self-evident in the senior leadership positions, whether it's seafarers or the commercial sphere, legal or insurance. What I'm interested to understand is, why do you think women in senior leadership positions are underrepresented? Yes, we'll start there. I won't go on, I'll save the second part for a moment. But yes, what do you think is the reason that women are unrepresented in the senior leadership position? I stress, in the senior leadership position. Dim.
Thank you. I think part of the problem is that if you look at the shipping and legal industries, there's a confluence of probably most two conservative industries known to humankind. The industries have and continue to some degree continue to be dominated by men. Unfortunately, particularly by people like me, so middle-aged white men. But when those positions and networks are dominated by people like me, it is very difficult to create the opportunities for women to rise to those positions. And then when there is no visibility or as much visibility for women in those positions, it becomes difficult for women in the early stages of the career to see someone and aspire to climb the ladder in those industries, and then that creates a vicious circle of not enough people at the top, not enough people coming in the early stages to kind of start climbing up. So I think the biggest change, the biggest problem is a rather staid, old-fashioned, male-driven, male-heavy senior leadership that up until now has been largely unable or unwilling to see that things need to change in order to bring in more women into those positions so that they can then implement changes and changes that they feel are necessary for the industry to change.
If I can just touch briefly on part of what you said, Dim, where you have, and I'll use your words, a large amount of the senior leadership positions occupied by very charming white middle-aged male. And part that is one of the causes for women being underrepresented in senior leadership positions. Raja, why do you think that is? Just because you have a certain profile setting, and I thank you, Dim, for being so candid with your input. But Raja, why, by virtue of having what Dim just explained to us, sitting largely within that profile, why does that in and of itself make it difficult for women to get into the senior leadership positions?
So in August 2020, there's two surveys which were done in India. One was done by the Gender Diversity Survey by Anglo-Eastern and Vista. And in 2019, it was done by Sitara Shipping, along with DG Shipping and UN Global, Compact and Sandvik. And the reasons that they came up with were, the largest reason, which is 18% of the reason, was unable to balance work and family responsibilities in the Indian parlance. Then it was 16% was lack of physical strength, 12% was missing of professional education merit, 10% of lack of leadership skills, and so on. But so far as the Indian parlance, it appears, and I would probably agree, is that they find it's a balance between work and family. Because, and of course, what was said is that you need the people to be there within the organization for long enough to go up to be management. And that is lacking because within 3 years or 4 years, they leave. And therefore, their male counterparts who continue obviously keep going up the ladder. And when they return, they have to restart where they left off. So the male counterpart's already gone up. And there are so many numbers that can go up.
Thank you, Raja. What I would add is, if I understood you correctly, because of a temporary absence that some women take to leave their career, which I'm assuming you're referring to having a family, possibly.
Getting married, yes.
Correct. What I would note from my own personal experience to every male and female in the room, particularly for women and for their significant others that wish to support their partner in progressing their career, in my own experience, the most important decision you will make will be who you choose as your spouse. Because we need equality at home with the children and the housework if we're going to be in a position to procure it in the commercial sphere. Okay, let's jump into the next topic. Each of you are in senior leadership positions in your career. All lawyers, Raja and Shiva in private practice like myself. Dim was in private practice for many years, and he's moved into the insurance sector, but have been occupying your positions for a number of decades. Have you observed any barriers, systemic or otherwise, that have prevented women from progressing their careers yourselves, as opposed to generally or societally? If you have observed any barriers yourselves in your experience, and if so, what have they been and how can they be addressed? Or how did you address them in the particular case? Shiv, I'll start with you.
Personally, because my wife is a director in IBM, and I have always been supportive about it. Through her second pregnancy, there were issues. So I have known the difficulty of both parents working, kids, etc. We balance it out. That's how we do it. And the more you grow in your profession, there is more responsibility towards your profession as well as home. Unless we share it, it's difficult to put it at that angle. With respect to my work team or my associates, my colleagues, I have always believed there is obviously problems which come, but they have also fought it through. I have also been supportive in the work from home. If they can't do it, I encourage all that as much as I can, because that helps them to an extent to even pacify the family to some extent, pacify or be in the workforce and be there at every moment. I encouraged my wife for the same thing. When she couldn't, she initially, her team also supported by saying, okay, she could work 4 hours. She had a very difficult, second pregnancy was very difficult. But this is what, unless we accept this fact and we think about it that we need to support them and we are a part of that, it will not change. And these are the hurdles which come. And the only way the hurdles can shift is unless you own up to the responsibility, work-wise and otherwise, personally.
Thank you, Shiv. Dim?
Thank you. I think just 3 quick points. I think a huge barrier is lack of family-friendly policies. In particular, a policy that ensures that when a woman returns, for example, from maternity leave, she returns to the position and the rank that she held when she left. I think it's far too often an example, including at sea and at shore, where women take their maternity leave, whether it's statutory leave or extra leave, depending on the good graces of the company, and then they return only to find that they've been dropped a few rungs down the ladder, and that's unacceptable. That's one. The other problem is that there is a lot of embedded unconscious bias within policies and procedures of companies, purely because historically, as I've said earlier, we have been a male-dominated environment. That means that these policies and procedures have developed, definitely not evolved, with these biases inbuilt in them, and they need to be reviewed and dismantled and changed. And I think thirdly, and probably equally importantly, there are not enough policies and procedures generally that would enable women to raise their voice if they see or suffer some sort of discrimination or worse. So we need to create an environment where if something, touch wood, does occur, then women have the ability and the comfort to voice themselves loud and clear.
Thank you, Dim. We're running short of time, but to wrap up, let's go with this topic. Male allies in a male-dominated industry are clearly needed to help effect change because the statistics demonstrate that it's men effectively that are sitting up here on the stage who will be making the decision about whether or not to promote women and help them progress in their careers. By way of example, the IMO Secretary General, Arsenio Dominguez, has recently made a pledge to refuse to speak on all male panels and has called for others to do the same. Based on your experience, gentlemen, what steps do you suggest that each of you could take today and encourage the other men joining us today to help speed up the rate of change? Because surely we can do better than 2108. My daughters will be in their 90s. I will be 6 feet under. Indeed, we probably all will. But what would you suggest that men in senior leadership positions and yourselves could do to help us reach our goal a little bit earlier than 2108? And I'm tight for time. We'll start with Raja. If you could limit it to 30 seconds, please.
Just taking key from the last session, I think this is a problem which we are in love with, and it's a solution which we haven't got, so we're still brainstorming ourselves. But I think support is the most important thing. Guidance, support, how to deal, in Indian parlance, how to deal with the parents, and trying to educate. I've had situations where I have to call the parents and try to educate them, talk to them and say that, look, this is the best for the future. This is going to give them more stability. What's the point of educating someone all the way to an LLM in Swansea, but then get them married on the next year? Right. So, support.
Thank you, Raja. Are you prepared to join the IMO Secretary General in his pledge and not speak on all male panels moving forward?
Well, I have
yourself.
Luckily, I have you, so I'm not speaking. Yes, absolutely.
Excellent. Excellent. Shiv.
Sure, I will support 100%. In the sense, I will stand by that, and I will not, in case I get the opportunity, I will.
Thank you. And finally, Dim.
Yeah, sure. Two things very quickly. One is actually the IMO goes further and investigates if conferences are at least 50% female attended before they confirm their attendance, which I think is an amazing thing. So It's not just the panels, it's the actual representation on the ground. And the second and most important thing, we spoke earlier about mentorship, but I think we need to go one step further for the people in my position, which is sponsorship, not mentorship, which is identify women, elevate them, offer them the opportunities to do that. Mentoring them to be better is not enough. Pushing them into the limelight is what's needed.
Dim, thank you very much. Please, can you all join me and thank the gentlemen on the stage that have been candid, I think, and very supportive of the issue. Thank you. Thank you.
So, thanks for a great panel. And we are soon landing into lunch. We will have a short pass the mic question. So, I would like to ask Biju from Navio, what do you love about the maritime industry? And there is a mic on the way. See, is the mic arriving? Is the mic?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Excellent.
If you could just repeat the question, please.
Yeah, if you can share in a short few sentences, what do you love about the maritime industry?
Well, so I've been associated with this industry for more than 3 decades. One thing about this is, like when you look at the 90% of the world trade which happens is because of this industry. And there's a terminology called sea blindness, wherein each one of us are so much connected with this industry but are quite unaware of it. In fact, but for logistics industry, a place like Dubai would have been a desert city. So for me, it's like breathing in and out every day, and it has provided a lot of opportunity for people. And I always say one thing about this industry: you don't need, anything special, or it's not rocket science. It's all about common sense. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will have a few more of these interactions during the rest of the day. Now we assume that you are getting quite hungry. We would like to welcome you all for lunch and meet you back here at 2. Don't forget to drop your cards at the registration desk to get a chance to win a raffle prize by Amit University and JWR. Once again, I would like to thank the sponsors and partners of the event, and, well, couldn't have been done without you. So enjoy lunch, enjoy great conversations. See you.
Stretching far beyond the Arctic Circle. Norway is powered by nature, and so are we. With a society that strongly believes in equality, together with free healthcare and education, everyone has the opportunity to pursue their dreams, making us the happiest people in the world. Our coastline, rivers, and fjords form the backbone of our main industries. That's why we are pioneers within marine technology, aquaculture, and energy. And all our electricity comes from clean hydropower. The future of our planet is uncertain, but we choose to be optimistic. We believe that only together we can succeed. Adapting new technology, we must strive to design greener, better, and smarter. By exploring the exceptional, we are pushing for a new standard.
The Sea Line Group, established in 1985, has emerged as the Sri Lankan gateway for global maritime and logistics services through its 25 subsidiaries. The Maritime Division includes the largest crew recruitment and management company in Sri Lanka, a shipping agency catering to all types of vessels, including passenger and foreign naval ships calling at all Sri Lankan ports, the leading ship engineering company, and a leading maritime supply and services company with ISO certification, making it a one-stop shop for major ship owners and managers worldwide. The logistics division includes a leading freight forwarding arm, a leading transport company with its own fleet of prime movers, exclusive agents for many shipping lines and ocean carriers, a leading cold chain management company, and the #1 laden container yard in Sri Lanka, with modern and efficient container depot services, advanced container handling equipment, and a real-time electronic data interchange system. The Maritime and Logistics Division has the capacity to provide customized total solutions for manufacturing, import, and export giants of the country, enabling the Sea Line Group to be an exclusive shipping and logistics service partner. Sea Line Travels is an IATA certified ticketing and travel agent. Sea Line Travels provides end-to-end travel requirements for seafarers, corporate clients, and fits both in the inbound and outbound space. SINEC, established in 1990, is one of Sri Lanka's largest non-state higher education institutes. SeaMed Healthcare Services Private Limited is a leading diagnostic service provider in Sri Lanka, with 10 laboratories and over 650 service centres island-wide.
If you take a superficial glance at the sea, it all looks the same. On the open sea, you can lose your way. This is why you need to know it well, drop by drop. But when the sea is your genuine passion, you can identify a great route. A route showing you the way. A route taken by our people for years. Every day. A route that spans the oceans, roads, railways of the world, and the sky. A route that starts from our offices, goes through yours to the hands of consumers, connecting people and continents. MSC, moving the world together.
Opportunity to pursue their dreams, making us the happiest people in the world. Our coastline, rivers, and fjords form the backbone of our main industries. That's why we are pioneers within marine technology, aquaculture, and energy. And all our electricity comes from clean hydropower. The future of our planet is uncertain, but we choose to be optimistic. We believe that only together we can succeed. Adapting new technology, we must strive to design greener, better, and smarter. By exploring the exceptional, we are pushing for a new standard.
The Sea Line Group, established in 1985, has emerged as the Sri Lankan gateway for global maritime and logistics services through its 25 subsidiaries. The Maritime division includes the largest crew recruitment and management company in Sri Lanka, a shipping agency catering to all types of vessels, including passenger and foreign naval ships calling at all Sri Lankan ports, the leading ship engineering company, and a leading maritime supply and services company with ISO certification, making it a one-stop shop for major ship owners and managers worldwide. The Logistics division includes a leading freight forwarding arm, a leading transport company with its own fleet of prime movers, exclusive agents for many shipping lines and ocean carriers, a leading cold chain management company, and the #1 laden container yard in Sri Lanka, with modern and efficient container depot services, advanced container handling equipment, and a real-time electronic data interchange system. The Maritime and Logistics division has the capacity to provide customized total solutions for manufacturing, import, and export giants of the country, enabling the Sea Line Group to be an exclusive shipping and logistics service partner. Sea Line Travels is an IATA certified ticketing and travel agent. Sea Line Travels provides end-to-end travel requirements for seafarers, corporate clients, and fits both in the inbound and outbound space. Cinec, established in 1990, is one of Sri Lanka's largest non-state higher education institutes. CMed Healthcare Services Private Limited is a leading diagnostic service provider in Sri Lanka, with 10 laboratories and over 650 service centres island-wide.
Take a superficial glance at the sea. It all looks the same. On the open sea, you can lose your way. This is why you need to know it well, drop by drop. But when the sea is your genuine passion, you can identify a great route. A route showing you the way. A route taken by our people for years. Every day. A route that spans the oceans, roads, railways of the world, and the sky. A route that starts from our offices, goes through your offices, and arrives to the hands of consumers. Connecting people and continents. MSC, moving the world together.
nights without darkness, stretching far beyond the Arctic Circle. Norway is powered by nature, and so are we. With a society that strongly believes in equality, together with free healthcare and education, everyone has the opportunity to pursue their dreams, making us the happiest people in the world. Our coastline, rivers, and fjords form the backbone of our main industries. That's why we are pioneers within marine technology, aquaculture, and energy. And all our electricity comes from clean hydropower. The future of our planet is uncertain, but we choose to be optimistic. We believe that only together we can succeed. Adapting new technology, we must strive to design greener, better, and smarter. By exploring the exceptional, we are pushing for a new standard.
The Sea Line Group, established in 1985, has emerged as the Sri Lankan gateway for global maritime and logistics services through its 25 subsidiaries. The Maritime division includes the largest crew recruitment and management company in Sri Lanka, a shipping agency catering to all types of vessels, including passenger and foreign naval ships calling at all Sri Lankan ports, the leading ship engineering company, and a leading maritime supply and services company with ISO certification, making it a one-stop shop for major ship owners and managers worldwide. The Logistics division includes a leading freight forwarding arm, a leading transport company with its own fleet of prime movers, exclusive agents for many shipping lines and ocean carriers, a leading cold chain management company, and the #1 laden container yard in Sri Lanka, with modern and efficient container depot services, advanced container handling equipment, and a real-time electronic data interchange system. The Maritime and Logistics division has the capacity to provide customized total solutions for manufacturing, import, and export giants of the country, enabling the Sea Line Group to be an exclusive shipping and logistics service partner. Sea Line Travels is an IATA certified ticketing and travel agent. Sea Line Travels provides end-to-end travel requirements for seafarers, corporate clients, and fits both in the inbound and outbound space. CINEC, established in 1990, is one of Sri Lanka's largest non-state higher education institutes. CMed Healthcare Services Private Limited is a leading diagnostic service provider in Sri Lanka, with 10 laboratories and over 650 service centres island-wide.
take a superficial glance at the sea, it all looks the same. On the open sea, you can lose your way. This is why you need to know it well, drop by drop. But when the sea is your genuine passion, you can identify a great route. A route showing you the way. A route taken by our people for years. Every day. A route that spans the oceans, roads, railways of the world, and the sky. A route that starts from our offices, goes through your offices, and arrives to the hands of consumers. Connecting people and continents. MSC, moving the world together.
without darkness, stretching far beyond the Arctic Circle. Norway is powered by nature, and so are we. With a society that strongly believes in equality, together with free healthcare and education, everyone has the opportunity to pursue their dreams, making us the happiest people in the world. Our coastline, rivers, and fjords form the backbone of our main industries. That's why we are pioneers within marine technology, aquaculture, and energy. And all our electricity comes from clean hydropower. The future of our planet is uncertain, but we choose to be optimistic. We believe that only together we can succeed. Adapting new technology, we must strive to design greener.
Dear guests, please find your seats, bring your coffees inside as we are getting ready for the next panel, a fireside chat on women leading the charge in decarbonization. So please bring your friends and get into the main room. So we are counting down to get started again. Please find your seats. And I hear from Sanjam that she has a surprise on stage here. So please hurry. We are counting down, so please find your seats. And if you have some unfinished coffee, please feel free to bring it inside. Yeah. So I think I will try the classic maritime trick. This is a fire drill. Please enter immediately. Hack it with some humor. Ooh. Oh, and I get a word from my right side here that there are actually 2 surprises. So we are, I think, should we count down? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and over to you, Sanjam.
All right, everybody, welcome back after lunch. I would like to make 2 special announcements about some special guests we have here with us today, and I'd like you to give a big round of applause to them. First, I'd like to introduce you to Japan's first female master, Naomi, who's here all the way from Tokyo to join us for this conference. Let's hear it for her.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. Mike. Okay, hello, everybody. My name is Naomi Matsushita. I'm a captain of Mitsui OSK line, and I've been working on board till last year, and now I'm working for shoreside in charge of seafarer strategy in Global Maritime Resource Division in MOL headquarters in Tokyo. I'm very happy to see everybody. We started employing women seafarers since 2005, but unfortunately we only keep very few numbers of women seafarers. But this year we have a revolution. We started taking that more women seafarers in worldwide, especially for India. This is a very big, important part of not only the seafarer resources, but also seafarer strategy for women. And they are very experienced people in India, and we have very good expectation. MOL, we are just starting to hiring women, and then we're going to increase step by step. So we would like to learn a lot of things from the initiatives like this SheEO Conference, also other companies, because we have so many exciting challenges. Like we are taking the support for mental care on board, also that we do some career path support for the sustainability for job for the women, and then we will do some improvement for the onboard environment. So this has to be, we have to be done in the future. I'm looking very forward to working with you. Thank you very much for giving me this time, and I really appreciate it. And I saw the title today, and I like the phrase that I'm on board for maritime diversity. So I could say MOL is now on board for maritime diversity. Thank you very much. Please. Thank you.
I think we need a round of applause for her. All right, now we have 2 young ladies from a very small town in Himachal Pradesh. There are 2 female cadets here today, and they have decided to take up seafaring as a career despite being from a very small town. They are very courageous and brave, and I think we should have them on stage and give them a round of applause, please. Please come. They are the future of the maritime industry, people. Let's give them a loud round of applause.
Thank you so much, Sanjam. This is great inspiration for all of us. So, now that we're all seated, we are ready, set, go for the fireside chat on women leading the charge in decarbonization. In this session, we will explore the vital role that women play in driving sustainable practices within the maritime industry,
particularly focused on decarbonization efforts. Please welcome Khushbu Singh, Managing Director of Knots Shipping. Khushbu will take it from here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed the session so far. My name is Khushbu Singh, and I'm the Director of Knots Ship Management. We are proud to support this conference as a seafarer wellness partner because we truly believe that seafarers are the backbone of our industry. Their hard work and dedication keep global trade moving, and as we look forward, the future, ensuring their well-being remains the top priority. As we discuss decarbonization, it's important to remember that these initiatives are just about reducing emission. They are about creating a sustainable, safe, and a fair environment for the very people who power our ship. The maritime industry is navigating a critical path toward decarbonization, driven by innovation, regulation, and the growing sense of a responsibility. Decarbonization is gaining momentum with breakthrough in cleaner fuels, electrification, and energy efficient ship. Yet the road ahead presents even greater opportunities, especially in the development of scalable alternative fuels and renewable energy solutions. This transition requires a fresh perspective, and that's where diversity plays a vital role. This transition, diverse terms brings diverse ideas that help us address the complex challenges of transforming our industry, whether engineers, innovators, policymakers, or leaders. There is a space for everyone. Diversity is just a fairness. It enriches our solution and strength in the maritime sector by reflecting the full scope of a human potential. By welcoming more diverse talent, especially women, we can tackle the challenge of decarbonization more effectively. Diversity is not a moral imperative. It's a strategic advantage and will guide us toward the greener future. We need to have more conversation on this. This is why I am glad to fireside chat happening. I am deeply honored to call on stage Shipra Saxena. Shipra is the Assistant General Manager, Corporate Responsibility at Transworld Group, and responsible for managing group CSR and ESG strategy and program implementation. Isabella is the co-founder of Clean Marine Shipping and has a 25+ years of shipping and trading expertise, specializing in metal, fuels, and renewable energy. With a strong focus on the bunker industry, she has held various leadership roles and worked closely with pool ship owners from the past 7 years to facilitate the transition to a new regulation and decarbonization in shipping industry. These two inspiring women leaders in decarbonization will be interviewed by young Chief Officer Santi Krishna Radhakrishnan from Spain. As they explore how decarbonization impacts life at sea and the existing opportunity for a woman to pursue meaningful career in this field. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Kushbu Singh, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shanti Krishna. I am sailing with Seaspan Ship Management as a Chief Officer. I started my sea career in 2008 as a deck cadet. When I look back, I can say that there is a massive change in the maritime industry. When I joined Sea in 2008, things were completely different. I would say I'm a fighter because I had to fight to survive. But today I can see a massive change and supporting the women who is joining the maritime industry. I would like to use this opportunity to thank the DG Shipping, Maritime SheEOs, and all the shipping companies who supports the female officers joining the maritime industry. Thank you. Thank you, Maritime SheEOs and Seaspan, for giving me an opportunity to participate in the Maritime SheEO Conference 2024. Thank you so much. For those who are watching us online, you can comment your views in the comment section. As the maritime sector is the hottest part of the global maritime industry to do the decarbonization, let us hear from our panelists what we have done so far and what are our future plans to decarbonize the maritime industry. Okay, so let's begin. To begin with, Isabella, we would like to hear from you about your career journey and how you got involved in the decarbonization in maritime sector.
Thank you so much. And first of all, it's a privilege to be here. Thank you, Sanjam and Birgit, for this opportunity. I've been watching online the conference for the last few years, so being here in physical is such an honor, so thank you. Well, I am originally Romanian. I moved to United Kingdom in 2000. So when I was a child, I grew up during the communist regime, and I wanted to be a doctor. Until the revolution happened, and some information came, and I read this article. I remember I was 13 years old. It was an article about import and export. I have to say that literally, reading that article, everything changed. My life, my career took a different path because I said, this is what I want to do. I mean, we didn't know what trading was, but I knew that is what I want to do. And I was very fortunate to have my mom and my brothers who really helped me to guide me to what kind of school I have to go and to study so I could follow my dreams. I had my first job with Trafigura in Romania. I started an operator in the metals. Then I moved to United Kingdom where I worked in corporate world, eventually moving into oil, shipping. And then in 2007, I left corporate world. I started my own consultancy business, and then I discovered climate change, sustainability, and I discovered hydrogen fuel cell. So this was, I fell in love again with another passion, which has led me to create my startup, which actually is together with two of my mentors. One was my boss, my manager from my first broking job in London, and the second was my mentor in the fuel cell. So this is my journey, and this is how I managed to start this startup with mentorship and with the people I love. So thank you.
Thank you, Isabella. Very inspiring story. Now we would like to hear from Shipra about your career journey and how you got involved in the decarbonization in maritime sector.
Sure. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here, and we've been associated with Maritime SheEO for the past few years. So we truly, truly feel very strongly about the work that we all do together. For me, I have always been a social impact professional where I was working on creating community impact, working with people, bringing about change in people's life through social impact and social development. And then came a time where I was on my break when I was in the phase where we had our first child and I wanted to spend some time. So I'm a classic example of returnship to work. And when I was interviewed by Transport Group, where I work currently, so I was asked, what were you doing when you were on a break? So unlike the startup, I said I was working on my skills, because motherhood taught me a lot of skills that were really and are very helpful in my current profile and the current work that I do. So at Transworld, I was working and I am still working in social impact space, but there was a time when we were discussing a lot of work was happening in sustainability space and decarbonization space. We are a ship owning organization, but we realized that how do we really look much deeper and see the kind of impact we are creating or we should be creating through the business. And that's when I think, again, leadership placed a lot of trust in me. I do not have any technical background in sustainability, but it was at that time a lot of trust was placed, and I started looking into environment, social governance and sustainability space at Transworld Group, and now we are, for the past 4 or 5 years, working very deeply, looking into our decarb strategy, working towards net zero aspirations.
Thank you, Shipra. Very inspiring journey, your life career journey. Next, I would like to ask you, Isabella, can you explain the role of clean marine shipping in advancing hydrogen fuel cell technology and how this is contributing to maritime decarbonization?
Yes, I'm very happy to talk about my startup. So we are a tech startup integrating the hydrogen fuel cell into the maritime, with the goal of reducing the gas emission and towards net zero transition of the shipping. We have two main components. One is the fuel cell. We use a particular type of fuel cell, which is the alkaline fuel cell. The reason we're using this fuel cell is because, first of all, it is modular, which means it can be applied everywhere from the port, barge, ship. Second, is very efficient, has a percentage of 85%, and the costs are very low. The second part is the waste-to-energy system. So our main source, it is the waste. So we are looking at taking the organic waste that is produced by the ship, by the port, by the communities. We take it, and using the processes within the system, we create electricity. The milestone of our technology right now is the fact that we are, the science team, it's almost completing the 1 square meter electrode, which is one of the largest. And this is why it's so suitable for the ship applications. In the long term, we are looking at so let's say in the next 5 years, we'd like to achieve the following milestone. One is a liquid system, waste energy liquid, then 5 megawatts shore power, which will be as a training facility, and then will be a full system of 40 to 100 megawatts, which will be like an operator full system. Just to give an idea, the 1 meter square electrode actually is capable of creating 7 kilowatts power per hour. So really, having a 40 to 100 megawatts on a ship, that will exactly what the ship will need. So this is what we are looking to do. We have been working on different projects, and hopefully the implementation will happen soon. So maybe next year I'm coming again and we show a pilot here in India. Who knows? I would love to. I know that India has a really big community of hydrogen.
So as you said, in next 5 years, we can expect the hydrogen as fuel. And,
hydrogen fuel cell on the ship.
Yes, and also the bunkering operations and the safety aspect.
Well, this is, at the moment, there are no regulations or no safety. So during these pilot procedures, we'll be looking at the safety and essentially the seafarer training. And actually, I was talking to, last night, Gillian, and friend of ours exactly about the training of and the operations of the seafarers, because every ship always has to have in consideration the safety of the seafarer. And within our procedures and technology, we're looking always to have the training done concurrent. The technology will always be evolving, because what is very important also to say, this alkaline fuel cell we are using, the base, it is actually the technology that was used to land on the moon. We took it and we refined it, and so the technology will always be evolving and developing, and we are working with a mind that will be working with engineers on board of the ship and involve everyone from the naval infrastructure to the masters and chief engineer. So yes, we need all the stakeholders involved in the shipping supply chain to work with us, or to work together. And this is what actually I really like. I've been in the shipping industry for almost three decades, and I have a good understanding. I have been all supply chain, from managing a terminal to being an operator to a trader, and I always rely on specialist advice. So especially working with people like you, for example, you know. Yes. So yeah, that is collaboration between all of us, how to design everything with the safety in mind of the people. Yeah. The seafarers are the number one commodity we have, the most important.
Thank you, Isabella, for the valuable inputs. The maritime industry has been traditionally male-dominated, but we are seeing a shift. I would say I'm one example of that shift. So, Isabella, how can we further encourage women to take leading roles in maritime decarbonization efforts?
Sorry, can you say again?
Yes, how can we further encourage women to take leading roles in maritime decarbonization?
Well, so I am for me, I'm a true example of coming from a society. So first, I want to go back a little bit to the previous panelists. Very, very good discussions. And I'm coming from an environment where being a girl, I could get any job or I could study anything. There was no difference between me or my brothers to choose a job I wanted to do. I didn't understand the disparity between a female and a male until I came to UK in 2000. Actually, I was shocked. I can tell you, my mom in Romania, I had very strong role models. My mom, which was the financial director of the city, and my grandmother, who was a mayor in the 60s for 28 years. Coming to England and understanding how limited it was shocking. And I started looking around and I understand there was a really huge problem, not only in society, but in the shipping, in the trading. So I always believed that I can do it. It started with me and working hard and having that mindset of working, coming with solutions. And then I managed to succeed. I became a manager. With the help of my management, I managed to create a team. 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, a team of gender equality. We have 14, 7 men and 7 girls, but I managed to do that. I had 2 amazing men allies who supported me and trusted me to create the team I wanted to do. For me, it's mentorship. And Dimitri said in the previous conversation, mentorship and sponsorship, right? So I totally agree. This is what every one of us, not only the companies, but we as people, we need to look around and to do that. I am truly a believer in, now I'm stealing his phrase, sponsorship.
Thank you for the inspiring words. Shipra, I would like to ask you, how is Transworld Group addressing sustainability, and what are some key decarbonization strategies you are implementing in your shipping and logistic operations?
I think it's a great question, and it's an ongoing journey, and we are working towards it. And I think when we started, it all started with, we really wanted to create a positive environmental impact, at the same time build a more resilient business. And I think the first step that we took was, and very important step was, to do our own housekeeping, look at our own inventory, where we are, where we stand. And once we did that for a couple of years, we put very specific targets and goals to be carbon neutral organization by 2043. So that is one target that we are working towards, which is carbon neutrality. But as I said, it's an ongoing journey, an evolving journey. We also realize carbon neutrality is important, but I think the real solution lies in decarbonization and being net zero. So midway, we also are now looking at creating a roadmap where we are looking at science-based targets initiatives to be more empirically oriented, to realign our target and our goals to IMO targets, country-specific targets, so that we all work towards common goals. And I would say that, this whole process and a lot of solutions are coming up, but most of the solutions are not there yet, which can be really implemented at scale. So while we are looking at solutions and exploring, we thought it's important to also just catch on to the low-hanging fruits. So some initiatives like, say, I would say, a lot of awareness and education within the organization and amongst our stakeholders. Vendor selection, partner selection with partners that are working on sustainability issues was very, very important for us. Then some things that we took were, it was basically EPL, solutions like EPL, then efficiency in propulsion systems. So small things have created some impact. But yes, we are also looking at now alternate fuels, which again, has to be viewed in terms of access, the kind of scale that it's needed, and also the cost perspective. So that is something we are now working towards. And sustainability at Transworld is not only like a sustainability department's responsibility. It is very much part of the business strategy. It is part of all our functional things that we do. So it is a conversation that happens at every table, every dialogue that happens within the organization, whether it is directly related to sustainability, or it's a business decision, or it is a compliance decision. So I think what we've done is, internally we've created a core group, which comes, and I have my colleagues sitting here in the room, who are, we are cheerleaders for each other, who talk the same talk. We discuss this, so there is a clear direction that all of us are working towards. One thing that we've done is, meanwhile, we have started to offset some of our emissions. So in that process, we really just didn't want to offset. We wanted to also do something in addition to offsetting part of our emissions. So we started looking at nature-based solutions. And we also now, when we offset X amount of emissions or X percentage of, we also plant additional trees. So it kind of balances it out as well.
Okay, thank you, Shipra. And can you also tell us how companies can propel more women to decarbonization to leadership?
I think we've heard such great, look at, the panel here, Isabel as an example, and Birgit in the morning spoke about so many solutions, women founders, so many solutions are coming up. So I think companies collectively need to collaborate rather than reinventing solutions. There's a lot of work going on. So it's important to share best practices, learn from what's happening around us, and then come with common strategies or collaborate with each other. One thing that I would say, and I think it's been repeated since morning, is training, mentorship, and also sponsorship. So that is something that we really, really need to look at. And I think 5 years down the line of Maritime SheEO, Sanjam, I think it's also time to have maybe a core group or a task force of women working in decarb and for decarb. So maybe something we should look at as well.
Thank you, Shipra. I would like to ask Isabella, what is your key message to young women aspiring to enter or advance in the maritime sustainability and decarbonization sector?
My advice would be to believe in yourself. If you want to start in the shipping industry, Work in different departments. Find the things that you're most passionate about, because the shipping industry is a 24/7 type of work. It's not a 9 to 5. So we really need to find our passion. And find a mentor. I'm a true believer in a mentorship. I wouldn't be here if I wouldn't have my mentors. As I said, my partners in my startup are my mentors. My manager from 25 years ago. So find the mentor that you aspire to. Find those qualities that we think we're missing in. See the person that embodies those qualities, and ask them to be your mentor. And lastly, find, like, for me also, I was inspired by Agent Scully. I'm one of the Scully effect. I don't know if you, who knows the movies, that series, but I know that so many girls that went into the STEMs, they are the effect of Scully from the famous series, yeah? So find that person that you love, what they are doing, and do that. So
Thank you, Isabella. Would like to hear the same thing from you as well, Shipra.
Yes, I'll just add on to what Isabella just said, that identify your passion, find a mentor, and I think sustainability in maritime is an amalgamation of many things. So you find your spot, and I think we've just started the journey when it comes to sustainability in maritime, and the scope is very, very wide. Whether it's onshore jobs, offshore jobs, there is so much potential to innovate, to look at things differently, identify many existing problems and work towards your solutions. And I think it's a long journey, and each one of you will find your spot where you can contribute, you can create an impact, and just excel in that. So, yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, both of the panelists, for the valuable inputs, and thanks, audience. And
thank you, Shanti Krishna, and thank you, Isabella. Thank you, everyone.
Come. Give me all of them. Here. So thank you all for a great fireside chat with a very constructive end. We are now ready for the second pass, the mic. So where is the mic? Anybody has the mic? Guys? Mic? The mic? Okay, meanwhile, while the mic is being picked up, I would love to hear what Captain Mohan Naik love about the maritime industry. So please prepare and raise your hand so that the mic guy can find you. Yes, great. And it's coming.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, a very fantastic conference so far, and waiting for the next sessions and the evening forum. Maritime industry, as everyone knows, it is hugely encompassing, global trade centric, and I've been associated with it since 1975, 76, and ashore now for 30 years. So maritime industry has always fascinated me. And now what development has taken place in the last 25 years, exponentially, is now really challenging. with AI, VR, AR things coming, all the 3Ds, decarbonization, digitalization, diversity coming in. This is really fascinating, and it's the best time to be in the maritime industry. And I'm sure all of us with conferences like this is going to make maritime industry a much more challenging space, which of course we will overcome all the challenges. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, and couldn't agree more. So we are now ready to welcome Natalie to the stage. Natalie de Jager is the head of strategy at FPS Mobility and Transport in Belgium. She spent 11 years as naval architect at the Belgian Flag State Department, where she gained extensive expertise in maritime regulations and operations. Now, in her capacity as head of strategic department, she leverages this experience to lead key initiatives and promote innovation within the organization. So, welcome.
Thank you. Yes, hello everyone. First of all, we want to thank the persons working at Maritime SheEO for such a great conference and for inviting us that we have the opportunity to speak here. I'm Natalie de Jager, as already introduced, and I'm working at the Strategic Department and Directorate General of Shipping in Belgium. We are based in Brussels, for a lot of European citizens, known as the capital for a lot of European legislation. Our Directorate General has two main responsibilities. The first is to actively participate in the development of legislation, and the second one is, once the legislation is into place, to see if the implementation is well done and to oversee if everyone is following the rules. Oh. Yes. Many of you probably know that the International Maritime Organization is based in London, where we spend a lot of our time because all of the international legislation is put into force over there. So it's almost our second home, and we put a lot of importance because shipping is an international business, and therefore it's important that all over the world everyone can put their voices and that we can take into account everyone's needs. Also there, we are committed to having 50% of female representation because we believe in practicing what we preach. It's important also for us that we give the good example over there. Oh, go back. Yes. The reason actually why we are here is because in the beginning of this year, on the 8th of March, we had a European conference due to the European presidency, and Sanjam was present over there, and therefore we had the opportunity today to say what happened over there that day. Actually, in Europe, each country holds the presidency of the Council for 6 months, and it's on a rotational basis. And in the first half of this year, it was our time to have that presidency. And in agreement with the minister, we decided to focus our conference on the well-being of seafarers. It was important because it's a hot topic all over the world that the well-being of seafarers need to step up a bit. And we had on our, as you can see, we had 5 ministers present in our conference, so we really were happy with this. The date of the conference, maybe some of you already noticed, was on March 8th. That was carefully chosen because that is International Women's Day. During the conference, we also ensured equal gender representations, and Wista was also present over there. I don't know. It's the previous slide, I think. Yes. Also, a lot of people from Wista were present at the conference. We had actually 4 panels. It was a bit the same as today. The first panel was about sector attractiveness, the second one, lack of trained seafarers, the third one, well-being and health at sea. And then the fourth one was on women in maritime, moderated by Ms. LP Petraki, the head of WISTA. This topic was chosen because previous conferences already highlighted that in the future we will have a lack on seafarers. But if you are not including women and actively try to involve them in the sector and also the LGBTQI plus community, we're missing out on more than 50% of potential future recruits. And that's why we put it as one of the main topics on the agenda in our conference. Yes. During the conference, we also honored 3 awards. The first one was for Best Improvement of Diversity and Inclusion. The second one was the Best Initiative Against Harassment. And the third one was the Best New Initiative for all over the world. So you can see the one who won that last one was the I Exist 2 initiative, and they are there for the LGBTQI plus inclusion and all the work that they have done over there. Also in 2025 there is a conference in Malta. Okay, the takeouts from our conference was put in a summary board. You can find it as well on our website. I will not take every point from that, but I took for us the 2 most important points. So because of more than 85% of all goods are transported by sea, seafarers are therefore the backbone of the global economy and development. Several speakers at the conference therefore called once again for seafarers to be recognized as key workers. Another focus was that more inclusivity should be introduced within the maritime sector, because the maritime sector, as already said a few times today, still consists of mostly men. I heard today a number of 1.2% women only. It's not a lot, so we can do better, I believe in that. So a better integration of underrepresented groups such as women and also the LGBTQI plus people is necessary. We need to create a safe place for them, and so that just as like we go to our office, also they need to find a safe place on board, and so we can attract more people, and that's what we want to achieve. Because we want the outcomes of the conference to be well spread, we're happy that we can do it today by presenting it, but we also made a logbook with all messages and ministers that were present at the conference, and we handed over it at the Secretary General from the IMO. Another thing that we did is we submitted all the outcomes in a paper, and we also handed it over to the IMO so the whole world could see what was discussed over there and what were the most important outcomes. So because we don't want it to be a dead letter, we want to do something with all the output from the conference. We as Belgium, we also put a really high priority on the well-being of seafarers, also for the future and the current legislation. We try to incorporate everywhere that women, LGBTQI, other genders, other religions, that they are incorporated in the legislation. There should never be harder than necessary for women or for LGBTQI plus members to join a ship. I believe that the right person needs to be on the right place and independently from what race or what religion or what gender they have. We also try to focus that on the legislation SCCW. This is currently under review. Also there we focus that there is just no difference for anyone. Also the decriminalization is for Belgium a high priority, and we are working on a shore leave, that people who are on board, that they have less administrative burden and that they can have more shore leave. So we want to be a partner for the sector and listen to the input from everyone. So we believe that we can influence the legislation and that everyone has the right chances, we believe that we can influence the legislation so that everyone has the same chances and the same rights. So if anyone has ideas, they are free to come to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nathalie. I think Sanjam also has a small gift for you. So, and photo. And while they do the photos, I will just quickly start introducing. Yes. Oh. See. Then we are transitioning over to an area that is extremely close to my heart. It's the panel on supporting well-being from sea to shore. This panel delves into the critical topic of mental and physical wellness for maritime professionals, both on land and at sea. And I think that we are now in a time and era where mental health is our next big global pandemic. So it's something we really need to invest in. So, presented by our mental wellness partner, Anglo-Eastern, this session will explore how policies, personal experiences, and support systems can shape a healthier maritime environment. Joining us today are Aishwarya Pilankar, who will discuss Anglo-Eastern's approaches to health and well-being in maritime, Captain Tushar Pradhan from MUI, speaking to the unique well-being challenges faced by seafarers, Tuo Mata from the Philippines, sharing the seafarers' perspective on what they need for their wellness at sea, and Priyanka from Anglo-Eastern, who will provide insights on the company's policies and initiatives supporting crew well-being. This discussion will be moderated by Manisha Thakur. Manisha is the Vice President of Trialent's Global Solutions India, bringing over 25 years of experience in logistics, maritime, and supply chain management. So, please welcome our panelists and moderator on stage.
Good afternoon to one and all over here, and thank you, Birgit, for inviting us and welcoming us on the dais. A warm namaskar to each and everyone out here, and thank you, Maritime SheEO, for giving us the opportunity and having us here to talk on this crucial topic of mental health and well-being from sea to shore. As rightly said by Birgit, that we are going to have the next pandemic of the mental well-being. So many a times, we ourselves fall to take care of ourselves because of the continuously evolving world, and we are all busy in our things and day-to-day activities. So today, it's really wonderful that all of us here have gathered from various parts of the world, and each coming with a different, vibrant energy, and the synergy that we see in the hall is really commendable. So thank you, Sanjam, for creating this wonderful platform and curating a dialogue as far as the maritime industry is concerned. So friends, today as we know that seafarers are the backbone of the global trade. Seafarers are the hidden hands behind the global connectivity that goes, and seafarers are the one who is powering the people at shore. So today we have a wonderful panelist with us who is coming from diverse backgrounds, diverse perspectives they will be sharing. And this kind of topics are really eye-openers, for an industry like maritime. But before we dive into today's session, let me just give you a bit about myself. In spite of being a professional in the maritime and the logistics industry, I come from a background, post-graduated from the foods and nutrition from the Sardar Patel University, Vidyanagar. I have great appreciation on this topic to take care of mental and health well-being under strenuous and high-pressure jobs. So maritime industry, let us not forget, or let us remind that maritime industry is one of the industry that is ever challenging and moving around the globe. So thank you very much for having us here. And yes, I have a great panel with me, and it's really good to be associated on the stage. And firstly, a warm welcome to each one of you. And Captain Pradhan is our guru. And this kind of platform is really benefited. So as we focus on our today's topic, how to overcome the mental health being of the seafarers. Because seafarers are the ones who often face lapses of isolations, high-pressure jobs, challenging environments. And from today's panel, we are going to hear that how we can overcome or how we can help the seafarers by improving their health and mental well-being. And mental well-being is not only good for individuals themselves, but overall as an industry as a whole. So I'm very proud to, come to our first youngest panelist, the second officer, Mata, working with Seaspan Management. And her journey has been incredible from cadet to second officer. So a huge round of applause for the seafarer who is there with us and who is really going to share the experience about the maritime. So, can you just share a bit about yourself?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Second Officer Shemaya Mata from the Philippines, proudly representing. I worked from Seaspan since 2016. Actually, I started my career from cadetship up until now as second officer. So I am grateful for this opportunity from Seaspan and for the Maritime SheEO that I'm here on the stage. In Mumbai, in India, it's my first time, and it's very warm welcome to have this opportunity that I am now here in front of you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mata, and we really have, we have a wonderful question for you that considering your experience and your journey in seafaring, you have been at sea for a significant part of your career, facing unique challenges on board, right? So from your perspective, what are the most effective ways to support mental health and well-being at sea? Over to you.
Thank you for the question. Actually, life at sea is not that easy. One word I can describe. It's an adventure of ups and downs with the daily routines, with maintenance, with operational jobs. it can sometimes be challenging, it can sometimes be frustrating at times, and it may also lead to pushing you to your limits. But then, after overcoming and being able to manage all this circumstance or challenges, the feeling is so rewarding. Now, with dealing with mental health and well-being, my first go-to is regular communication with my family, friends, and loved ones. Nothing feels better than being the feeling or having the feeling of being heard of people whom you know, people who know you, and people you trust. And also, they are the ones who reduce your feeling of isolation on board, your loneliness at sea, and also they are the ones who motivate you and pushes you as to why you're on board, why do you have to work hard, why you have to give your best, and they inspire you for surviving in a daily life at sea. Then next will be regular exercise, of course. Having a few stretches, yoga, workout reduces the tension of your muscle that helps you to nourish your mind, to refresh your mind actually with the tensions of having the work, the job, and the tasks at sea. Next is, I am very grateful for my company, C-SPAN, for providing us a professional mental health resource in partnership with 3Cube that gives us the 24/7 access of mental health being for if in any case we can contact and we can ask for inquiries in case that we need any help. And also my company provides or initiated the program of a buddy system wherein they are pairing up female seafarers regarding the ranks actually into teaming up all together in certain vessels. So this motivates and this gives us confidence on board that we are not alone. We have colleagues who understands us and who faces the same challenges and may also sometimes guides us as to what to do and how to deal with challenges on board as female seafarers. Next is that we have female representatives in each country. For example, I am from Philippines. We have somebody to contact if in any case that we have any issues on board. From India, from Ukraine, and from several countries. And then, lastly, would be nothing supersedes prayers if you have any problem, if you could all agree to that. And then, that's the ways that I have been keeping for dealing with my mental health and keeping my well-being. And now, to improve, of course, hearing from a seafarer, I could say that to improve, it would be best to have a established communication, like internet connection on board, so we can have a regular communication with our loved ones, families that will help us to motivate and be inspired in working on a daily basis on board. Then next will be regular rest hour management, proper rest hour management, of course, because a fatigued seafarer will never be efficient and will never be able to help its colleague once it is tiresome, and it may also lead to stress and anxiety, and worse would be depression. So proper rest hour management. And then next would be timely crew change, of course. Nobody can work properly if a person is burned out. So a properly crew change would help any seafarer to be inspired to be happy to work and be efficient to work once on board. And that are the ways that I could say and the suggestions from my side as a seafarer for improving the mental health and well-being at sea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mata. This was really wonderful, and it was a fabulous experience that you have shared with us and the people about staying away from home. You know, that's the biggest challenge. Because of this reason, many people are not able to choose seafaring as their careers. Staying away from home, staying away from loved ones is not easy. And taking care of health, the points well that she mentioned is like yoga, conducting yoga programs or meditating, you know, under the open sky. You know, I mean, these are the environments where seafarers are facing challenges. But yes, many a times because of the isolations, long periods of isolations, you know, they are not able to perform. But yes, if mentally we are strong, I can and I will. You know, with this word, just two small words are making a lot of change. I can and I will. So thank you for all the insights that you have shared, and we wish you all the best for your future seafaring journey, and make us proud by sailing more and more to all the 7 seas.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. Highly appreciate it.
So moving forward to our taking our panel discussion ahead, my next question would be to Aishwarya. So firstly, let us know a little bit about yourself, please.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Aishwarya Pilankar. I've been into this industry for nearly 25 years, corely doing chartering of vessels and recruitment and operations, some policy makings in my office. So that's what my profile has been, and since 25 years, this is what I do. While doing that, I am very much passionate about the topic that we have today, specifically about inclusivity of women into maritime industry. And mental health is one of those parts that we really need to focus on. But each time I talk about mental health, everybody gets really very serious. I just hope everybody just gives one smile and be happy, because we are all happy people out here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Aishwarya, for the kind introduction. And of course, vessel chartering is an integral part of the maritime industry and vessel owners and everything. So, well, Aishwarya, your company, right, that is, you're the director at the Nautical Marine Management Service. Your company has work-life balance initiatives for your employees, right? So, in your experience, what strategies have been most effective in promoting healthy work-life balance, right? The strategies what your company has made, and what do you think the needs to be done differently for people who are more resilient in the maritime industry?
Thank you so much. Once again, I'll take this opportunity to thank Sanjam, her team, Maritime SheEO, for having this kind of a conference, which really helps get some answers, not just have some questions out here. To now respond to the question that she has asked us, so I don't think my company is something really different to what others are right now, but to be very frank, but I think what we have done here is educating families. In the sense, when we have our people in our office, we have our team knowing their families, individuals in their families who are very close to them, who also support them, because this industry is a 24/7 job. We have long hours of working, and you know, as per the ILO survey, 25% of the basic death occurs, business death occurs due to long working hours. And the NSO says workers in Indian city work more than 60 hours weekly. Not a good number to know. So educating their families to understand that there are going to be long working hours and how they are going to support them. Not always are you going to have long working hours, but how they are going to support them. And same goes with the maritime, seafarers on board. The working hours are sometimes when you are going on and off, you really don't get on off time for sometimes 2 days also. Although we say all MLC things coming up, but still I know the actual things that are working on board. Then family including in outings. We try and get those families in outings and events that we have in our organizations, which help them, which helps us to connect to the people. All around the families and the events helps them to reduce their stress. And I think the same has to be done, even if we are doing it virtually. Sometimes it's just a virtual get-together that we do, but we have connectivity of the family and the seafarer along with their families. So it can help maybe, get to know each other and then connecting to that things. Then supporting career re-entry. The re-entry is the most difficult job. I think for women it is more difficult as of now yet, although we keep on saying that so many things have changed. But career re-entry programs, they have been proven valuable. Encouraging such programs in maritime careers would also enable seafarers to re-entry into smoothly without having any career pressure, like, they are going to go down to their careers. If that is available, then the leave for females specifically, the maternity leave becomes a little easier to do. Then she has an option to coming back in that. Flexible working hours, if we have a flexible working hours in our office. Similarly, we can have a flexible working hour on board also. She would agree, not less but more on that. What else? Again, comprehensive health coverage. Our health coverage extends to employees, families, and employees can focus on their work without really thinking about their health and their family health because the coverage is there. And I think the same thing will go, very smoothly with the career of a seafarer also. Encouraging rotation roles of the growth. In our organization, rotation roles are encouraged for professional growth, allowing employees to gain new skills and perspectives. So it's not just one role that an employee has been given to play on. They are changed from one role to other role, so they have the complete perspective of the entire associations or the organization that we are in, and it just helps them to understand what they want to do, maybe their passion. They do not want to be in that particular part, and then we find that they are good in something else. So these things really help. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aishwarya, for your insights. And yes, as you rightly said, that flexi working hours, that most companies, I think, have started adopting this, and especially for women, those who are, and especially even for the seafarers, there are flexi working hours, and accordingly it is being taken care. So thank you so much, and taking our panel discussion a little faster. My next question too is Captain Tushar Pradhan, sir, the General Secretary of the Maritime Union of India. So although you're the well-known personality, but please share 2 lines about yourself.
Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for being patient and listening very, very carefully. Thank you, Sanjam Madam, for the invite and for the SheEO. And thank you, Manisha, for having me on the panelist. And we have a lovely set out here. Madam Aishwarya, we have Mata for the first time, and Priyanka, with whom I have been associated with. Just a short introduction of myself. I'm the General Secretary for the Maritime Union of India for the officers. I've been in this job now for just over 2 years. I've been, you can say, old sea dog, a proper sailor. I spent 45 years at sea, never felt like coming back, and I still miss the sea and the rough times that I faced there. But someday you have to call it off. Fortunately, I got this nice position. I'm wearing the second hat, The first hat was at sea. The second hat is a different, tough role, which I never imagined what a union leader has to do. And now with this, after COVID, after we have faced all this lot of issues about well-being, we are talking a lot about mental well-being, and we are basically concentrating only on the seafarers. But I feel the seafarers' family needs to be included into this. We have to be inclusive because they are the ones that I see now are facing the rot. You will not believe that every week I'm getting at least 2 incidences, fatal incidences. And the seafarers are taking the drastic final step, and they are no more. It is not about injuries. The injuries are not many, but this is due to the psychological or emotional reasons that they are falling a prey and taking that extreme step. They are young sea ladies, they are wives with young children, just newly born, and now they have nobody to support them. This is where we are falling behind. We have to concentrate also for the well-being of not only the seafarer but their families, and that has to be a big initiative that requires to be taken by the entire industry. All the stakeholders have to come together. It is just not the managers or the owners or the unions. We all have to do our part into it. We need these to be addressed at the IMO and the ILO. I do represent the ITF at IMO and also to ILO. I'll be shortly going to ILO next week. But this is where I think most of us, we have to take in the EU team we have. Yes, Belgium, we know, was the president for the first 6 months, because in May when I went for the NCR, your team was there. And you all should also take this into account. Now, what is the well-being? It is about the feeling good for your own self. If you feel you're okay, you're okay. But there are is and isn't there, do's and don'ts over there. One has to feel for himself that how is he feeling today. Every day is not going to be the same, every hour is not going to be the same. It is for us to think for ourselves. We have to take the safety into account. We have to think about our family also. And then make sure that we do not do something stupid that will reflect and damage the whole family. So we have to look after ourselves. Nutrition is one major part, because as you all know on board, however the best of food that is served to you, the nutrition value is not much. Firstly, we are eating all the frozen stuff which is defrosted and then served to you with a lot of spices. It tastes good, but it isn't doing good to your gut. And if your gut is not in order, your mental health is not in order. And there is a difference between what is mental health and what is mental illness. So in the mental health, it is psychological, social and emotional factors. So think, feel and act. These are the 3 things which I've just learned yesterday from Madam Dr. Deepti Mankat, who was her partner, who came and gave a nice lecture on mental well-being for us. And this is what I actually, so what I learn, I pick it up from there. I don't leave it on the table. So, and there are challenges faced by a lot of seafarers. So let's see, if you have any more questions for me, I can continue.
Yes, how can the industry create more supportive environments, particularly for women? And additionally, are there any spaces, for women seafarers to rejuvenate from sea to shore?
The world is wide open, the sky is endless. There are always places where you can fit yourself. It is for you to decide where you want to go in. You don't have to stick to one place. You may like it, you may not like it. Never get complacent in life. That is what I've learned. Keep moving, keep learning. So that is what is the major thing that you have to keep in mind. Roles, you have to create roles for yourself. You have to observe who are the role models. And we have to glorify them. We have to project these role models. because they are the ones who are going to inspire the next generations and the present. Nothing is difficult. We have the second officer Mata who said, there are tough times on board, there are very much tough times on board. But there are good days also. Make those colleagues as your best friends. They are your family. Yes, parents are always there, but the persons that you're living around with, working around with, becomes your family. And if you embrace them, life becomes very simple and very easier. In the role, I've been as a master for 27 years. I've served on every type of vessel. I was a master on a passenger vessel. It wasn't easy for the first time, but I had a lovely Norwegian master who put his arm around my shoulder and said, when you take over from me, keep one thing in mind, never react to crocodile tears. Get to the root of the problem and do justice. And do the justice at that moment. Don't keep thinking over it, because then it's too late. So, I would like to tell the industry, we all have been listening to a lot of talks, and I don't want to keep on repeating the same thing, that we should have training, we should have an holistic approach. All those things are there in place. Most of our companies are doing everything. They are doing their best. They have the best of practices, best policies. But what we need to do is, we need to empower more women. We have to give them the leadership roles, and we have to see that the numbers grow faster. If we don't have more numbers coming in, we are not going to have that IMO equation coming in, gender equality. We don't want to give much of equity, because when you give equity, you are doing injustice to the other gender. You are also making them feel a little low. Don't make them feel, don't show your pittiness on them. They are strong enough, women are strong enough. They have been battling the battles from the day one they were born. Life is not easy for women. The way they are looked upon in there are different cultures, different societies, they treat them differently. But shipping, I feel, only has one culture, and that is, the culture is safety, and we carry the maximum trade. Almost 90% of the world's trade is carried by the shipping industry. So let's be strong. I don't want to elaborate more. I have a lot of points here, but I always mention that I don't speak what I write or read. I speak from my heart. And I would like to say that be brave. Do not take any harassment. Sash, if you say, oh, I will excuse him for the first time, I will overlook him for the second time, you are doing that mistake. Deal with it. You have a lot of seniors, you have a lot of support. There are a lot of helpline numbers available, a lot of organizations as 24/7, free helpline who can give you that support. There are a lot of psychologists, there are a lot of doctors who are there to help you out. Take their help. Don't feel lonely, and utilize all the well-being that is given up to you. Thank you very much. My time is up. I've been shown this. Thanks for everything. Thanks for
Thank you, Captain Pradhan, for the wonderful insights. And very quickly, I just come to Priyanka Gupta. Your company is known as a strong crew welfare policies, right? So what specific mental health or well-being initiatives have you implemented, for the crew members of the company?
So first of all, thank you very much for having me here, and thanks Ms. Sanjam and the team for organizing such great event, such important event. And I feel really privileged to be part of this esteemed panel, and after hearing Captain Pradhan, I feel that, okay, what all I need to do. So here, at Anglo Eastern, we again, as Captain Pradhan said, that, the companies are following a lot of holistic approach. Yes, we cater to a lot of holistic, we focus on holistic well-being. We have developed a program which is a pioneering program, which is We Care, which is very proactive, data-driven program, which focuses on bringing the information to the seafarer right on the palm. We have developed the app, which is the We Care app, which is taking care of all the information that seafarer needs, when he goes on board, when he is going, when he is signing off, what kind of information that he needs. We have this continuous development system, feedback rating system, through which we continuously take their feedback on even small things and how that the environment on board is affecting them, how the relationships that we have from shore. So all these factors, as well as the frameworks, the regulatory frameworks, are the seafarers able to, completely have the voice in those regulatory frameworks, because still we are having those problems. So we at Anglo-Eastern, this program that we have is focusing well on all these aspects. We have all the kind of surveys about the sleep, about the food. We also have the feedback on how the services from operational, from the technical are being provided to them. Are they benefiting, and how is the life peaceful for the seafarer? For the mental well-being specific programs, we have one program called Anglo-Eastern Reach program, which is a specific, very unique kind of program that we run. Is again through app as well as through our systems, where the seafarers can directly reach the medical psychologist. It's a completely confidential, privacy-driven program where they can take the counseling, take the feedback, take the guidance from the psychologist, and can affect this. Also, we have the mental health first aid course, so we have finished almost on 50 vessels. So it is not about you learning about that, it is about the people around you, if they can identify the signs. It is about to destigmatize the concept of mental well-being. That it's kind of a disease which just has to be diagnosed and treated. Okay, so all these kind of programs, we have developed a unique program on mental health, which we are going to soon roll out. On culture, we are going to soon roll out for the seafarers. We have Mind the Bind webinars, which occur every 20 days, which talk about specific topics, and we see a lot of seafarers partnering, talking, sharing their thoughts on these platforms. When I talk about Anglo-Eastern Reach program, we have been able to save about 95 seafarers' lives in 2023. This year, till now, 66 lives we have been able to save. We have focused on delayed reliefs, which is again one of the factors that really is, mental health, can cause mental health issues or can cause anxiety. So again, talking about mental well-being, it's kind of a taboo that we need to break, right? So we have the delayed relief is brought down to most at 98.2%, retention rates increased to 94%. This really talks about, the initiatives that we are taking care, how we are doing our, the programs.
All right.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Priyanka, for your insights. And since the time is up, if anyone has any questions from the audience, can catch us, can we take one question? Okay, you can catch us later after the session, and those who are watching us online, please send us your likes and your comments. Definitely we'll look into your comments at later, but we will come back to you. So thank you very much for the wonderful insights, and I thank my panelists, all the panel members. You all have exhibited and demonstrated not only inspiration, but the commitment that you have towards the maritime industry. So let us all keep going and make a maritime industry not just a place of great professional opportunities, but that cares and nurtures at every level. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, I hope you've been having a lovely time so far. My name is Tanaz Cardoz and I think we've probably communicated through emails. I'm really excited to introduce the next panel because it's a personal favorite and this is something that I really insisted that it be in this year's conference. So the next conference panel session is called Personal Branding, Leveraging Strengths for Growth. In today's competitive landscape, personal branding is crucial for career advancement, especially in the maritime industry. This session will guide you on how to effectively harness your strengths and present yourself to maximize growth opportunities. We have a wonderful lineup of speakers who will share their insights and strategies for building a powerful personal brand. And I'm sure you know most of them, if not all already. I would like to call on stage first Chris Hall, the Managing Director at SCB Management Consulting Services. All right, next I'd like to call Nicole Vance Bronson, the Project Manager at Marin. Next, Avishkar Srivastava, the Chief Innovative Officer at PDP Group. And then we have Captain Dinesh Jairam, the General Manager of Fleet Personnel at C-SPAN Crew Management. And then last but not least, we already know Birgit. She is going to join us at the moderator. And of course, we have Ambika Singh, the DGM Corporate Communications and Training at Wadhwan Ports. So welcome everyone on stage.
To have this opportunity to chat. So we already brought up really the kind of next level of personal branding moving ahead with our initiative involving Sanjam and a number of other owners and founders. But then to bring it back to the more like practical hands-on level, we're gonna explore some like of the personal experiences and advice and hacks on personal branding for anyone working in our industry. So I have been, from my end, building global movements in our industry, specifically by using personal brand as a factor for nearly 2 decades. But it doesn't need to be like the big initiatives. This is also about the perception of, you know, you into your everyday work life or you as a change maker in smaller or bigger initiatives. So, we have a great team, I think a quite diverse team here of very great stories and careers for maritime. And as we start, I mean, personal brand doesn't mean that you have to work on these big global initiatives. Every one of us has a personal brand, whether we just started our career or whether we reached a senior level. What's really essential is that our wrapping matches the content on the inside, who we are as humans. So your personal brand should be aligned with your authentic self, your values and your purpose. In a time where we experience a lot of superficial personal branding all over social media, dramatically increasing stress, reducing well-being, and putting on this unhealthy perfectionism among especially the younger generation, I'm very curious to hear from our panel how we can create branding for good while balancing the needs of both individual professionals and the corporate employers. So I'll start off with asking all of our panelists about what they consider the 3 most important things to be aware of when we talk about personal brand as a factor for career advancement. And I'd like to start with you, Chris.
Thank you. I think it's easy to break down the idea of personal branding into 3 things, not necessarily just one. First thing is to think of yourself as a brand, right? That kind of goes without saying. So the first point is you, right? This was, I mean, in the old days, we just called this reputation. And we still have reputation, and whether you cultivate it as a brand or not, you will have a reputation the longer you work or the longer you exist, really, right? So the you brand part is really taking an intentional and conscious approach to how you act and how you are perceived. So that's the first point. The second point is you, comma, awesome you, right? So this is broken down into a simple way to remember. You, awesome you. What makes you awesome? What makes you special? What makes you unique? This is the part of a brand, right? If you're Coca-Cola, you have a brand, you've got the red and white packaging, you've got a certain flavor, and it's similar with us as brands. What is it that we are good at it and that we want to put out into the world? And then third, if we've done those first two things and we don't add value to others or to our organization, then it kind of doesn't matter, right? Coca-Cola doesn't put their billboards all over Mumbai and have no product, right? So what's the product? What is it that we're able to do for others, whether that's a greater purpose, like this conference, or whether it's just doing really good job at your company. So I think I'll leave it at that for now. There's just these three basic things to help conceptualize what this is and some guidelines into kind of how to develop it.
Thank you, Chris. And I think we will continue with you, Nicole. What would you add as the most important things seen from your side, using the personal brand as a factor for advancing your career?
Okay. Well, first of all, to continue with Coca-Cola, you have to be visible. And it's mentioned a couple of times here. You have to be visible, but also be positive. Nobody wants something of somebody who is just complaining. You have to be positive. And as a third one, be supportive. Just make contact and just look where you can be supportive to another. And if you can help somebody, then you get something back, maybe. But you have to make contact and you have to make to be supportive.
Yeah, and kind of pay it forward, really.
Yeah.
Thank you. And let's see. Dinesh? What would be your 5 cents?
Okay. So I think the first thing for me is to be authentic. So if you're a brand, you should be authentic in what you say, what you do, and how people perceive you, whether it's on social media or elsewhere or in engagements like this at the Maritime SheEO or any other conference. So this is an important thing. The second thing is, and to be consistent with that. Second thing is values, like what Chris said. You know, the shared values, what do you have? Maybe you have company values, like we have safety, collaboration, ownership, then determination, and performance. So these are the values of the company. So similarly, we have to align ourselves with these values, or you add 1 or 2 of your values to succeed as a brand. And finally is the visibility. You know, the whole thing about how you are seen. So it's not what we talk, say for example in this room, that matters as a brand. It's what other people probably who hear about us online or elsewhere talk about you when you're not there in the room. That's where you really build a brand. So these are the few things, my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ambika, what would you like to add?
Thank you, Birgit. So as Captain Dinesh said, authenticity is the main aspect of your personal branding. You need to be authentic to your values. You need to be authentic with your skills. You need to be authentic of how you behave and what you stand for. So that's the main part of your personal branding. And definitely visibility is important, but then I believe in organic growth. You just don't have to be all out there. For the visibility part, you can take it as you wish and as you want to control of it, as per your needs and requirements. And definitely constant learning is the most important thing which will take you forward in your own personal branding.
Thank you. And lastly, Avishkar. A lot is said already.
Yes, so
I believe, as one of the panelists earlier mentioned, that we had an industrial revolution which changed the world, and then there was this internet revolution. Now we are in the era of the AI revolution which is happening, and we all love the generative AI which helps us do works very fast. So in this AI era, it's very important to have the humanness which connects us all. Now when we talk about personal branding, I feel it's an extension of the self. So one of the key aspects to keep in mind would, for me, be to work on our imposter syndrome. Oftentimes we feel we need to be in a certain position in life and then only we should post on social media, or probably once I get that designation, then it would be good to share about it on social media. So I'd feel as individuals, we always have some people in the world who like to connect with us and hear our story. So it's important that we be authentic. We don't set up these artificial rules around us that let's reach a certain stage and then we post. At the same time, yes, as all the panelists here mentioned, consistency is important. So once we make it a point like, yes, let's put ourselves out there, there has to be a method to it. Let's keep it in mind. How many times do we want to post in a month? Let's see whether we are living up to our standard that, yes, we want to be consistent, because there's one thing, getting the motivation that, yes, let's get active on social media. But then suddenly 6-7 months pass by and we are like, okay, we really didn't do much. So yes, consistency and being true to ourselves is, I feel, very important for social media and personal branding. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think you drew a very nice bridge over to my next question there, because of course it's easy to think now that branding is a lot now about the visibility on social media. But I think I'd like to actually check that out. Who in this room has ever met somebody during their education or their work who were acting in one very nice way towards people at the same level or above them, but then treating juniors below them as shit? Raise a hand if you ever experienced that. Yeah. And I mean, then you have a total clash, right? And the humanity of this, I think, is also that part that connects this panel into the previous one on well-being and the mental health, that we all need to be good to each other. So I want to drill further into when professionals develop and maintain their personal brand, and with this context in mind, what is it that we should be aware of? I don't know if you, Avishkar, would just like to follow up directly on that.
So professionals, what should be they aware of in the personal branding space? Yes. I feel as working professionals, if we can share certain work-related incidents that have made an impact in our personal life, it is always good. And yes, it's not just about social media. When we meet people, when we talk with people, if we can share our experiences, because we may feel it's an ordinary experience, but once we share it with others, we may find a lot more people relate to it, and they're like, wow, I'm glad you talked about it or shared that with us. So yes, in terms of the personal branding side of it, very important to share with others what are you facing in your work environment, what are the challenges which you come across, what are the achievements which you are finding, so that people can also understand what goes on in your life, and again brings up opportunities for more conversations, I'd say.
Definitely. Nicole, what would you like to add when it comes to awareness of what you should really think about when you develop and maintain the brand part?
When I look at my colleagues, they are scientists. I'm working at MARIN, it's the Maritime Research Institute of the Netherlands. And scientists are not always very good in maintaining their network or telling what they are about. So what I do is try to learn them how to build a network. So I give courses to my colleagues, and they're very, very simple things. Just when a bunch of scientists are having a conference, they often, when there are colleagues, stick together. But when you stick together with your colleagues, you don't build a network, and you don't make contact. And the human contacts, that is very, very important. So just get the contacts, make the contact, and maintain the contact. And that's only possible when you're genuine interest, when you have genuine interest in people.
Yeah.
So.
I agree. And Ambika, what would you like to add?
As adding to Nicole, so personal branding is not about self-promotion. It's about building relationship, sharing knowledge, and creating a positive impact. So basically, you need to know yourself. You need to be empathetic enough, and that would definitely add to your personal brand.
Thank you. And then I want to go back to you, Capt and Dinesh. I wonder, when we look at going from visibility to impact, personal branding is of course great when you have a clear purpose to link it to, like an area of expertise or critical gap where you wish to contribute to drive change by using your voice and your role, your engagement. But if you work for an established company, there can also be some potential boundaries and pitfalls to be aware of. Can you explain how you consider that both individuals and corporations can find some sort of optimal balance, enabling people to come out and be visible and shine, while also maintaining some of the key needs from the employer?
Thanks. So, Birgit, I think it'll probably be easy for me to answer this from my perspective, that means from the company, what we do now. So, end of the year, our board meets and they look at, they set goals for the whole company, right from the CEO to the last man down. And then that is, that is sent to all the ships and all the employees. And then thereafter, this is in short to get a employee engagement from everybody. But everybody knows what the goal is for the next 12 months and where do we move ahead. And so this is one way that we move ahead as a company. And on a personal level, I think every employee has to engage themselves with the company, and the company has to have these kind of seminars, like forums in different parts of the world where the seafarers are, listen to people, get feedback, feed forward, and that's the way forward. That's what we do. Okay? I hope I answered.
Thank you. And then I want to continue with Chris, because we are now in this time where we know that we have a big talent crunch. We need so many more talents to our industries, and we know also that talents inspire other talents. So when we see profiles of whether it's seafarers or maritime professionals on land, etc., it can be an amazing way to attract more. But what's your considerations on kind of this balance, like creating visibility around our industry through talents, but still playing within kind of the expectations and the framework of corporates that can maybe be a bit more rigid?
Well, you said the word a number of times, it's balance, right? But the balance depends, right? It depends on you and your personality, and it also depends on your company. So this kind of segues actually into your last question about something important, which is about what to be aware of. You have to be self-aware. So you have to be aware of yourself. Are you very outgoing and a little bit outspoken and maybe too outspoken for your company? If you're self-aware in that way, then it's good, because then you can ratchet it down. But it also requires communication with your company, right? You might have to say, this is my idea, this is the way I am. Can I be this way publicly, or should I pull it down a little bit? I think it also requires common sense, which is another facet of self-awareness. And I just want to put a little bit of an Indian twist on this, if I may. We are arguably sitting in the place where meditation was invented. Back to the Vedas, which I think is close to 4,000 years ago, at least in the oral tradition. And meditation is a way for people to become more self-aware, to be better at their awareness, and also to be maybe more aware of others. So I think it ties in neatly to this idea that we have to be balanced in our approach to ourselves, to our employer, and then how we moderate between the two. And it may depend on you and your employer.
Yeah. And then, of course, now is also a time where younger people and talents also maybe need to nudge and soften the corporate people a little bit, because there are new times. And I think our industry has been very much more, a little bit closed, more conservative, more, I remember from way back being in Wilhelmsen, that, you know, employers tended to be scared of young people making a remark in a public setting in case it would be like connected back to the company. So Avishkar, yeah, do you want to chip in with you know, how can we have like these young talents especially kind of bring in this new energy, new perspectives, you know, really make more engagement around our industry?
Yes, so I completely agree with Chris that communication is key, right? When we are communicating, we are making sure there are no hidden assumptions or nothing we are creating in our own mental maps. So as a youngster who wants to perhaps post something or discuss certain things, it's always good perhaps to speak with the HR of the organization with our views. And if there is no issues with that, suppose if you want to post something about a particular project which the company may feel it's not the right time to post, I feel we can respect that. We can be more generic on those things. From the organization perspective, I really feel we can celebrate the individuals behind the organization, because when we hear big companies like Coca-Cola, and in shipping there are many companies, we often just know the brand and perhaps the owner of the company. But companies, like in our company, we started a drive where we were recognizing the certain employees from different departments in our social media posts. And when these youngsters go and show these to their family, like, okay, I got featured in a company post, there is a sense of pride which comes in, which again adds to the longevity of the employee which is there. So yes, I feel we have to look at it as a win-win scenario for both. The employee's branding is adding to the company's brand as well. And for the employee to understand there are certain protocols to follow, because otherwise things can get a bit haywire. So it's good to grow sustainably in a steady manner. That's what I would say for that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And I had a little different scenario in the sense, I also believe that storytelling is very important. Like when I talk to seafarers, I've been with Seaspan for 21 years. We have 180 ships. So we're always meeting a lot of people. Every week there are about 40 new people joining. So, for example, the young people, I'll relate that to a small incident. So you get the drift of what I'm trying to convey. Most of the Gen Z and the younger seafarers, they are kind of glued to their mobile phones. So we had a little incident on one of the ships where the cadet came on the bridge with a mobile phone. So the chief also asked him, how come you bought this? You're not supposed to have a mobile phone on the bridge or the engine room or the deck, as per the company rules. And so he tried to grab the phone from him. And then in the bargain, the phone fell and broke into pieces. So the cadet got very upset. So the cadet went and, on the bookshelf, there is like a rod that prevents the books from falling during bad weather. He picks that and smacks the chief house on his back. Okay? Because he's so upset that his phone is not damaged. Or this guy did this to his phone.
Because that's his whole life, right?
Yeah. Then the chief officer in turn catches him and smacks him on his face. So you see from where to where what happened. I mean, we don't want to analyze anything what happened, but what I'm trying to say is, so when you talk to seafarers and you tell them, please don't carry your phone on the bridge or in the engine room or things like that, they will just listen from the left ear and let it go from the right. But if you can relate that with a real story and tell them what it is, they probably never forget that. So storytelling, I think, is very, very important.
That's a tough lesson, I think. But Ambika, have you seen good ways? I mean, you are on the communication and training side. Have you seen some good experiences on this kind of maintaining this balance, enabling talents to shine, to share, using that also as a good thing for the organization, but also creating this good kind of push-pull?
So definitely, creating a personal brand, you need to be aware the guidelines, the regulations of your organization. Obviously, it's the organization which is giving you that platform on which you are creating your own brand. So you need to be very much aware of all such policies, but going beyond that, you need to find that sweet spot, which is like of interest of your organization as well as of your interest. Just for example, training. So training is something which I am passionate about. So we have this upcoming Vardhavan port, and it is going to generate over 10 lakh plus employment. But the port-related employment would take its own time. But right from the day one, we have started registering people for this training program, and we intend to start various programs starting with the female youth of that region. So training is something which is the need of the hour for my organization, and this is something which I would like to do. So this is the place through which I would create my personal brand, which works well for both of us.
Thank you. And I'd like to continue over to our last focus areas, because it has been brought up before. There are some double standards at times when we look at expectations and unconscious bias towards women, men, what you expect of a certain person. And historically, we've told women to be gentle, careful, patient, caring, not to draw too much attention. Now we see that there is a growing tribe of women and talents becoming visible, building their personal brands in new ways. But I also see that many of them face reactions from colleagues, from employers, or from external industry people, like straight down harassment or bullying. So I wanted to check in with you guys in this time of transition and where we actually need this visibility. It's so much needed. I mean, just imagine what Captain Kate McHugh has done to promote the cruising industry, right? Are there some specific factors and hacks that women should be more aware of than men as they promote themselves and their professional commitments? Who wants to go first? Go ahead, Nicole.
Yes, thank you. What I want to say here, when there is a new position in a company, they often describe what sort of new person they want. And, well, they set it out, and the women who are reading that, they are read for, when there are 10 points, well, I'm not 10 out of 10. And when a man reads it, it's, well, I'm 8 out of 10, so let's try. So I think that's one thing we have to have in mind. If we have to engage more women in the sector, just put the 10 lines a bit different. That's what I want to say.
Thank you. Chris?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's a double standard, and it's completely not fair. And I apologize on behalf of all men for this.
And women.
That aside, what to do about it? There's a word for this I came across in my research. It's called the likability conundrum, which is that if a woman is too strong, takes tough decisions, basically maybe acts like a man in a leadership position, then they suffer for lack of likability. People don't like them.
We're talking about nasty women.
Yeah. You don't need to look any further than the last presidential election to see something of this. But again, what to do about it? There is research to suggest that women are particularly good at networking, maybe better than men in some ways, and that this is one of the things that women can do. But there's two different kinds of networking, or two different ways. One is called bonding capital, building bonding capital, which is networking with people, very similar people. And this is very positive and good, but it doesn't necessarily keep you going up the chain or save you in case of a loss of a job, for instance. And the other kind is called bridging capital, which is to say making bridges with different kind of people, even in different fields perhaps, building a network that's wide and vast. And then there's another element that seems to be pervasive in the research literature on the subject, which is that people can, women can kind of combine maybe the male-like stereotypical leadership traits with a more nurturing style. I'm not saying it's easy or that it's fair, that this is what should be done, but apparently that is one way that people have surmounted this, this challenge.
Thank you, Chris. Avishkar?
Yes, about the presence of double standard, it's definitely there. My way of looking into it is we should celebrate good behavior. So as Maritime SheEO also is calling out the male allies. Now there are two sides to everything. Yes, there are bullying, there is harassment which happens, and as your personal brand goes, you make yourself more open to the public. At the same time, there are groups of people who support and who encourage. And I feel once associations and organizations within start celebrating and encouraging those allies, it's always better to reward good behavior rather than try to punish bad behavior, make them change. Once they start seeing that, yes, it's better and it's a better solution, I feel. Once we start highlighting and celebrating the people who are actually making a difference, the others also start realizing it. So for me, I would say that is a solution moving forward, at least to it's an imperfect solution, but it's a tough problem, so yes.
Great hack, I'd say. Ambika, do you have some good hacks to tackle this?
So obviously, we all have to deal with this unconscious bias and the stereotypes. We all have faced that. But what we need to do is that we need to stand up for ourselves. We also need to break the stereotypes, not just for ourselves, but if in front of us, if anybody is talking about anybody else as well, any other female, do stand up for them. So that will really change the scenario. And going forward, mentoring and networking are the most important aspect. Today, we all are here, and we all thank Maritime SheEO Conference that we all have got connected. And that itself would help us in getting our own mentors, networking. It would go a long way. And I believe that we need to, especially in Indian context, I would say, or across, it's like females have been conditioned to be modest. It's like we don't really, stand up for ourselves. We do good work and then go back in the kitchen. We don't stand up there for the people to really, clap for us. We just feel, okay, I've done my job, then let's go back. We don't feel that there's a need for people to appreciate us, but we should. There is a thing called right pride. We should have the right pride for ourselves. That is very important in today's era. And it also gels with being authentic. And going forward, there is a very iconic line from one of our Bollywood films. Main apni favorite hu. I'm my favorite. And it is such a good line. Be your own cheerleader. Be your own best friend. So that's how we would develop and we would create a better place for the females. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a great input. Capt and Dinesh.
Thank you, very good.
Rounding off, you get the last words.
So, other than what my colleagues have spoken, my learned colleagues, I think women should be more confident, at least when you're on the ships. And I'm not saying be aggressive, but stand up for it on the ship. That's very important. Then talk about wages, because those are the things that generally they don't speak out. And maybe promotions for the people on the ship. Then when you have relationships, be very mindful of not having any transactional relationships. So your relationship should be very different. Either you have a mentor kind of a relationship or a kind of a friendship relationship or something like that. And also try and leverage the EQ, the emotional quotient, which is very important. So as a female seafarer, that's something that's there on your side. So all these things will help you on the ship. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And a big applause to all of you. Thank you so much for joining conversation. And I think Sanjam has something for you.
Thank you. So can I add something? Just a small thing.
Yes, for sure.
Sanjam, you called me out in the crowd, and that was a big surprise. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. I know. So, Jillian asked me outside, did you know? I said, no, I had no idea at all. So it was like a shock, you know. So what happened after that is, there was one of the women seafarers who came up to me, and she said thank you to me. Why? Because she was writing a thesis, and you connected me to her, to help her. Yeah, so she's here actually. Sheila, you want to stand up? You're there? There she is. So she came in, yeah. So she, and then she had another request saying, I'm going to write my PhD, will you help me? I said, for sure. So not only for her, for all the Sheelams who are there in the crowd, all you're listening online, we always there, all of us are there to help you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So Sanjam will hand up some gifts, and I assume there is some photo. Thank you. And always fun to be able to surprise people. Okay. Yes. Ah! We will continue straight over to an intro and a session with Ann Pletsche. So, a break. So,
Yeah, we have a coffee break.
oh, sorry. I'm sorry. We have switched some sequence. So, yes, a coffee break. When shall we be back?
In 15 minutes?
15 minutes. And I will use my very loudest voice calling you back in. So then when I do, please respond and come back. Okay. Start. Okay, so we are getting ready to start on this last session of the afternoon. I assume that people are already now getting eager towards getting food and wine and everything. But before that, we have some more sections left on the program. So, first out, let's see, do I have some? Yes. So, I know that people are super eager to mingle, but it would be lovely to have some more people in the audience again. Okay. Jillian. Jillian, do you want to help pull people politely in? I definitely understand it's been a very long day, packed with really good content, but still. Whew. So let's see how we can spark a lot of energy into the room for these past panel and sessions that we have left. So, while people are finding their seats, I'd like to ask Ann Pletcher to get ready. Oh, good. We are now going to have a session on stage where Anne will deliver the session titled Marine Autonomy and Diversity, Exploring Technology and Working Practices to Enhance Diversity within Maritime. So I think that we will just give people 1 more minute. So I will do another countdown as before. So we say 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, and then Anne, I think we will just start. Thank you, and welcome on the stage.
We're going to have a clicker. Here we go.
Hello.
Right, well, I'll admit this is what I hoped for, that people are still on their tea break, so this is a good sign for me. I get away with it lightly. So, yeah, good afternoon, all the distinguished guests that are here in the room, the Maritime Trailblazers, all our male champions we have here in the room and online, and especially to the cadets and the seafarers that are both in the room and online, of course. And a big hello especially for the seafarers who are able to dial in from their ships off watch, or I hope you're off watch. And gratitude, of course, to shipping companies and charterers that allow the connectivity in the first place. So, the slot here today is looking at what is marine autonomy and what does it have to do with diversity. So, what is marine autonomy? It's a very good question. It's a market that's growing all over the world, and as with any expanding market, this creates opportunities for jobs. It creates opportunities for existing roles, it also creates opportunities for new roles. And perhaps it's because I'm a woman in maritime. One of my first thoughts when I joined this sector was, how can we use this to encourage more women into the industry as a whole? And in a wide range of roles, what can be the opportunities of this? And how do we make it more socially sustainable and diverse for many other minorities? And we've spoken a few today already. So as we see from this slide, there's many different uses for marine autonomy. All these 3 ships here on this slide have actually conducted real operations remotely. There's a passenger ferry there in Sweden. There's a vessel in the UK delivering some electric outboard engines. And then there's some remote survey ships conducting a survey in Australia. So these ships are all supported by seafarers, but they're also supported by software engineers, network engineers, maintenance specialists, and this opens up many different routes for women, and also other minorities as well, of course. And it's not also just about the ships and the systems, there's also the changing port infrastructure that's also needed. So diversity is definitely more than just gender, and we've been speaking a bit about that today. And for me, this is the whole scope, a lot of the scope about diversity. I know seafarers who are colourblind, who are diabetic, who are neurodiverse, wealthy backgrounds, poor backgrounds, straight, gay, transsexual, and that is one of the great levelers I find about this industry, is that you get people from all different backgrounds. But still today we see many seafarers who are restricted in their medical certification. For example, they can have type 1 diabetes. They can face difficulties balancing religion with onboard requirements. For example, in certain parts of the world, you have to wear a parrot mask for H2S gas offshore, and you have to be clean-shaven, and that obviously can be an issue for some religions. Some people that are neurodiverse can have difficulties with sensory overload, for example, so an air conditioner on a bridge might be an issue. And then we've spoken as well today about some of the cultural pressures that can come, especially for some women, or that can face harassment on board due to their gender or their sexuality. So there's many different aspects to diversity. So I was thinking, how can this new marine autonomy thing benefit diversity? So I started looking into it, and there are lots of known barriers for female seafarers, and this was a study that I looked at that was conducted in 2019, which I quite liked because it captured quite a lot of the barriers that I myself have thought about and faced in my career at sea. And I'm definitely not saying that marine autonomy can replace women on traditional crewed ships, or that women should not have children in the first place. I know several mothers who combine seagoing work alongside having a family, and I really would love to see this being a norm and not something that we celebrate and talk about and raise eyebrows for. I also know many fathers that do the same and struggle to do the same. I know single fathers bringing up children when they're seagoing. So this is definitely not just a gender issue. Monica in the keynote earlier mentioned that there's this lower rate of women having children as seafarers, and it's a definite barrier. I know myself, I'm a seafarer that had never had children, partly for this reason. But also for me, I also love being at sea. So I definitely don't think that women should just work in control centres. From here in Mumbai, I head straight to Spain on Sunday to the shipyard to start commissioning my new build ship that I'm going to take over command of next year. So I am very, very much, thank you, I'm very, very much pro-women doing the jobs they want to do. But what I hope marine autonomy can do is facilitate a return to employment quicker for women if they want to have children, or have an alternative to a pure desk job for some seafarers looking to improve their work-life balance. So typically you can go to sea and then think, oh, I want to be home more, I need to maybe go into ship management, crewing, P&I, shoreside roles. I hope this can keep people still seafaring if that's what they want to do. And let me say this, that every woman, for me, deserves the right to have any job in this industry and have the access to do that. So for me, it's the women, for things like pregnancy, caring. We know that it's not just about having children. Women do face a much higher burden of caring traditionally in a family than males, and that's in statistics. And I've been told many times in my career that I shouldn't be at sea because I was a woman. I've had various people tell me that throughout the years. So there is always this barrier that unfortunately many of us have to get over. And finding a berth. I know this can be particularly challenging for Indian women trying to find those seagoing berths for a cadetship when so many companies can lean on we have cadets sharing cabins and we can't have mixed genders sharing cabins. So there's hopefully many barriers that marine autonomy can overcome. So I did a little bit of research into this because I foolishly decided to do another master's degree. And I surveyed over 100 seafarers and maritime professionals, including some, as you can see, here in India. And then I interviewed 7 participants more in depth. And it was more positive than I was expecting, actually. So as you can probably see from this, there was a very, very high rate, over 80% of those surveyed, that thought that marine autonomy using remote control for vessels could be positive for aiding inclusivity for women, which I think is great news. But what we need to see is this positivity turned into action. I don't have time today, obviously, to share how. I know we're tight for time, but I'm happy to connect with anybody to share more of those details about how we can turn this potential into action so we can have more women around the world doing these jobs. I know a company that's opening a remote control center here in India. So there are real opportunities. And there's also opportunities for age and disability too. So we see it's definitely not just about women. I focus obviously on women because this is Maritime SheEO, but there are other factors as well. Idara mentioned some this morning actually for terminal crane operators. And we can see that medical restrictions can shorten seagoing careers. I know I've had injuries in my career that could have threatened my career. We also have a lot of neurodiverse talent and skills and traits that we're currently losing out on in the industry that can be quite unique and a strength to marine autonomy. And post-traumatic stress, we've spoken a little bit about the barriers and the challenges, and that the female seafarers can often face SASH. And post-traumatic stress can come from incidents like piracy or abandonment, as you can see here, or it can come through things like fatalities on board. So remote control of vessels, I think, can give seafarers another option if they want to promote their recovery through this. And then finally, because I know we are very tight for time, Monica in her keynote earlier as well spoke of the enormous challenges but also the enormous opportunities. And it really is my hope that the vessel remote controls of the future, and that we see now, provide these opportunities and the lever to try and bring these UN Sustainable Development Goals, so we're not talking about a year that starts with 21. We should be better than that. So I really do think that we can achieve some of these. This picture here was one that was posted by somebody on LinkedIn earlier this year, and I quite liked it because it shows to me the way that marine autonomy can potentially enable many of us to combine a family life that I certainly haven't been able to do in my career. And a world where women and men have additional options to balance having a family and being a seafarer. And the nice thing is, I've seen it with my own eyes. So this picture on your left here was sea trials for a remotely monitored and remotely supported 78-meter long vessel that was built in Vietnam, and we were doing these trials in Norway. And there are 4 women there in that picture, and the men on the bridge were actually outnumbered by us on the bridge for those sea trials, which was always nice. So we had some jokes about that, obviously. And then on the other side of the screen was the remote control center. As you can see, there's quite a lot of men, and there's only one woman. But that woman was the second mate in the remote control center. So she was the only mariner involved in that operation supporting that remotely controlled ship. And it just happened. It wasn't some PR exercise. It just happened that way. So women, we are claiming our place. So I hope that's just a little glimpse of what the wider opportunities can be for many in what, for me, is truly a wonderful career in maritime. And certainly for all the cadets and the seafarers here, both in the room and online, whether you're on board, whether you're ashore in a control center, or whether you dip in and out, so you have a family, you do some shore control, then you come back and go seagoing for a while, and then you go back again, just know that you have the best career and you inspire me. And I'll leave you with some pretty pictures of some remotely controlled ships. I know, but you can do a photo opportunity now. I don't like photos. Yes.
Let's see. It's okay. I'll just, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Anne. So, we are moving onwards. Again, make sure after, did you all remember to drop your cards at the registration desk
to be part of the raffle after. So let's see now. I think we are at, yes, almost on time. We are now progressing towards the launch of the survey on gender equality in Sri Lankan maritime industry. Earlier this morning, we did a report release on the equality of gender in India. What does this look like in Sri Lanka? Maritime SheEO, with partnership with Salient Group, is conducting a similar report in Sri Lanka to understand what opportunities women currently have in the country and what the country can do more of. We will now get the introduction to this important new initiative by the key partners: Sanjam Sahi Gupta with Maritime SheEO, Natasha Egodag, Chief Purpose Officer, I love that title, at Sealine Group, and Shivani Aryaratna, Acting Counsel General of Sri Lanka. So, calling you all on stage, and this is a fantastic new initiative. They're coming in.
Namaste, Male Vanakkam, Subha Sandhyalak, good evening. It is a privilege to be here today at the Maritime SheEO Conference 2024, where we come together under the theme, Setting Sail for Equality, Empowering Women Leaders. As research partner, Sealine Group aims to bring a meaningful study forward, one that addresses the barriers women face and proposes actionable steps for creating pathways to leadership equality in the Sri Lankan maritime industry. In Sri Lanka, women make up 51.86% of the population. Adult literacy rates in Sri Lanka are nearly the same among women and men, 92 to 93% respectively as of 2022. The labor force participation rate among females is 32%, compared to 72% among males. And women represent only 25% of those employed in senior and middle management in 2022. These statistics underscore an essential role that women play in society and could play in the economy. In industries like maritime, women remain severely underrepresented. This report will examine ways to close this gap, creating a sector where women not only join, but thrive. Our purpose at Sealine, inspiring leadership in everyone we touch to build a sustainable and equitable future for all. This purpose guides us, especially as we consider what it means to support in creating an industry that is inclusive of everyone and where everyone who joins feels like they have the opportunity to grow and succeed. As Nelly Barrero so aptly put it, a sustainable maritime industry is one that draws on diverse talents to full growth, resilience, and impact. This report also emphasizes equitability as essential to building such an industry. As writer Caroline Belden reminds us, equality is leaving the door open for anyone who has the means to approach it. Equity is ensuring that there is a pathway to the door for those who need it. We're not just looking to open doors, but to build pathways through accessible recruitment, equitable career advancement, and supportive work environments, to list a few. Equitability means ensuring that women in maritime have the tools, training, sponsorship, and support necessary to grow and lead. This research will explore current practices in recruitment, workplace culture, safety, and career advancement for women in the Sri Lankan maritime industry. I would like to extend a special thank you to my now friends Sanjam Gupta, Nagelgaard, and Anushka Gupta for their support in this process. We look forward to collaborating with you in the coming months. Finally, thank you. Thank you all for your time, your insights, and the work that you do to make maritime a place of opportunity for everyone. Today has been an inspiring one. Together, let's continue setting sail for equality, building a global maritime industry that values, inspires, includes, and uplifts all. Thank you.
So we're very excited to now unveil the cover photo of the report.
While they're finding the gifts, I would just make a comment. I think it's just all goosebumps and teary eyes because I think this is such a really big milestone. I think it's amazing that Sri Lanka is coming on board with this. And I also am super excited to see when we meet here again next year, which other countries are continuing to follow this growth and these waves that are created around and from the Maritime SheEO. So, and I'm very much looking forward to see the upcoming results. Then Sanjam has some gifts, and congratulations on this amazing initiative. So, the Maritime SheEO community is home to more than 500 women in maritime. Launched in March 2023, the space quickly saw refuge from women in the industry who were looking for support from women who have gone through the same experiences that they have. I've been a member of the community since its inception, and I've seen so many amazing results for it. And I think this truly represents building this global family, a global village, where everybody is contributing, paying it forward. So we will now play a short video just to show you, illustrated, what this is about.
Welcome to the Maritime SheEO community, a global community of over 500 women who across 40 countries, breaking barriers in the maritime industry. Our community spans continents with women from Europe and countries such as India, Sri Lanka, Nigeria, Singapore and Panama and beyond, all united in uplifting each other. Together, our community of incredible women are making waves in maritime. We launched this community with the mission to create a diverse and inclusive space where women can support and uplift each other. Our goal is to break down barriers and open doors for women in maritime.
Being part of the Maritime SheEO community has empowered me to grow and connect with inspiring women across the globe.
This community provides a unique platform for women to thrive in the maritime industry, from networking to professional development.
Together, we are building a supportive environment for the next generation of maritime leaders.
I had the chance to be the facilitator of the Latin America and Caribbean Women in Maritime Biotal in Management workshop. A great opportunity, thanks to Sanjam, we shared in our network. For me, our community is a source of inspiration, encouragement, and development.
We've seen this community to be a safe space for many women. And I am proud of the opportunity, the potential it has to help more young and seasoned professionals.
The mentorship program created by Maritime SheEO for the community was designed to help ensure women have better one-on-one support to help them succeed.
So far, more than 50 mentors and mentees have been connected through this initiative.
Every month, we host insightful workshops with industry experts and quick networking rounds, providing opportunities to learn and connect with peers in the industry. In 2024, the community was powered by Sitara Shipping in India. We're looking for more companies to join us in supporting the growth and empowerment of women in maritime.
Join the Maritime SheEO community today and become part of a global movement of women making waves in maritime. Together we are SheEO.
Isn't this an amazing initiative to be part of, huh? Now we are coming to a session and a conclusion, unless you had something to add, Sanjam? Yes, you do.
Exciting news. There are prizes to be won if you take a photograph at the Transworld booth and upload it. So if you haven't taken your photograph there yet, please head there in the next break. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So, as we approach the conclusion of this year's conference, we are privileged to welcome Professor Ronan Long for a session titled Empowering Women Leaders and the BBnj Agreement, a New Dawn in International Law of the Sea. Professor Long is a leading expert in international law and ocean governance, serving as director of the WMU Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute. Please join me in welcoming Professor Long on the stage. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's a really wonderful privilege to be here today. And I had to travel overnight from Sweden, but I really feel empowered. And so thank you very much, Sanjam, and your colleagues for inviting me for the first time to speak to the conference, this very distinguished initiative. I work at the World Maritime University, which is a very special place in the maritime community. It's a capacity building university in Sweden. And we're very proud that Sanjam is in our executive board and contributes enormously to the work program of our university. Believe it or not, I've spent the last 20-odd years working on another initiative at the United Nations, which is this new international treaty on marine biodiversity. And that has a very significant gender component. So I'd like to speak about that. But firstly, I'd like to speak about a research program on gender empowerment that we've undertaken at the university over the past 5 years. The program was funded by DFO Canada. It has a PhD element and a postdoctoral element. And it was to look at the ocean science community in particular, and it was to deliver an action plan and strategy for the empowerment of women. In addition to that, we were to lobby and advocate for empowerment provisions in the BBnj agreement, this new marine biodiversity agreement. One of the PhD scholars, Dr. Ellen Johansson, was embedded in the International Council for the Exploration of the Seas ICES. It's one of the oldest intergovernmental bodies on ocean science. And for her PhD, she studied empowerment within ICES. And what you can see from some of her findings is exactly the same messaging that we've heard in the room this morning. So for instance, if you look at the pyramid, this is the gender profile of ICES. At the bottom layer of the pyramid, you can see that there is good equality in conference participation. But as you move up through the organization, it is essentially a male-profiled organization. Intergovernmental body with 19 member states, mainly North Atlantic states. In addition to that, the qualitative data, and you can read for yourself, is pretty deploring for an intergovernmental body. And I think the messaging there resonates very much with what I've heard here today. Now, one of the issues that we decided very early on in the program is that we would focus on solutions. One of the solutions we looked to is the issue of quotas in terms of equality standards for women within organizations. And we had a particular interest in Kenya, developing a country with a very avant-garde constitution in relation to equality. And Dr. Renis Ojwala started gender empowerment in the science educational institutes in Kenya. And despite, shall we say, having equality provisions in the law in Kenya, what her findings were very, very similar to what we've heard here today. That policies were outdated, enrollment of female students was lower, women staff were underrepresented and mainly in junior academic positions, and that there was a dominant ethnic groups at play as well. So it wasn't just the gender biases that were at play in the organizations dealing with marine science in Kenya. And of course, the career progression was very different. And I think that was a common theme that I've heard in every single session today. It's a two-track world for women in maritime and indeed for women in ocean science. Now, the good news is we worked very actively at the United Nations to put in very specific gender provisions in the new Marine Biodiversity Agreement. And I'm very happy to say that this is the first law of the sea treaty to use gender-sensitive language. An example of that is it no longer refers to the common heritage of mankind, it refers to the common heritage of humankind. But more specifically, it has requirements, and these are legally binding requirements of gender balance, particularly in these powerful committees such as the Compliance Committee or the Finance Committee. In addition to that, all capacity building undertaken under this convention will have to be gender responsive. We have produced an action plan and strategy, and dare I say it, everything in our strategy is what I've heard this morning. The big issues are the 5 thematic areas, the area of women in power, women in leadership, organizational culture. I think that's a key issue. You know, I heard it this morning, culture eats strategy for breakfast. And the issues there are dealing with issues, for example, of the gender pay gap, monitoring and reporting, and of course, professional development, communication and advocacy. And this is why you have to be congratulated. And I know I'm speaking to an online audience, including many of my colleagues in Sweden. It has to become a global movement, and it's quite fitting that we just had this video previously. And I say that, of course, as a partner and indeed a son, and should I say a father of a very beautiful daughter pursuing a wonderful career in medicine. what are the actions? And I think gender has to pervade all initiatives in the workplace. And in terms of the specific actions, I think individual actions should be focused around advocacy, awareness raising, participation. We're seeing it here in the room today, as well as supporting pathways to empower women and to remove barriers to gender equality. Secondly, industry institutional actions. Data, I just cannot overemphasize the importance of knowing the numbers. If you can't measure it, you can't act upon it. In addition to that, industry has to implement gender-responsive policies, and you have to focus on measurable outcomes. Perhaps most crucial of all is at the international level. We need particular initiatives by governments and intergovernmental bodies. And I've cited an example for you in the context of the BBnj agreement. But certainly I know within this room there are delegates attending intergovernmental bodies, and these provisions can be replicated in all international treaties dealing with maritime and ocean affairs. And some good news, as a result of a number of initiatives, including our program at the university, the World Ocean Assessment, it's an assessment which is undertaken by 600 scientists. It's published every 5 years, and for the first time, it's published by Cambridge University Press and the United Nations. For the first time ever, the next rendition of the report will have a specific chapter on gender, and that chapter is being led by our colleagues at the university, Dr. Maria Amalia Rodriguez-Chavez, as well as the 2 PhD scholars that have recently granted from our program. What would I say in conclusion? I think it's life-affirming what I've heard here today, and we're living in very auspicious times. I think the leitmotif for the conference, sailing to equality, I think we can all agree this is going to be a lifelong voyage. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much for your speech. Sanjam is coming to give you a speaker gift. While we're waiting for that, we've had virtual participants with us from all over the world today. From Madagascar, different parts of the African coast, Latin America, all over the world. And I think that's such a great way of enabling people, regardless if they are here or there on a ship, in their office or at home, regardless of time zones, to be able to actually take part of this experience and this conference with us. And we are now welcoming on stage for the last panel of today. We are going to explore measuring diversity and closing the pay gap. We are turning our attention to an essential and very timely topic. This panel will explore the current landscape of diversity within the maritime, the persistent pay gap that exists, and the strategies that organizations can implement to foster inclusivity and equity. Captain Karan Kushar, Managing Director of Maersk Fleet Management and Technology India, will be the moderator, so you can come on stage, guiding the conversation with his vast experience in the industry. Other panelists will be Fredrik Bjerke Abdelmagwid, Deputy Consul General at the Royal Norwegian Consulate in Mumbai, Chris Ann Carrasco, GM and Human Resources at MSC Agency India, Heather Brooks, Director HRBP at Seaspan Ship Management, Caroline Gonsalves, Country Head Ocean at Continental Carriers, and Ruchita Chopra, Country HR Head at PSA India. Please join me in welcoming all of them on stage, and nice to see you again.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and warm welcome to our esteemed panelists. I think what a great energy it is in this room today. Can we have a huge round of applause for Maritime SheEO, all the wonderful speakers that have been on stage today and who are going to be on the stage for the rest of the evening. So, we have a very important topic, very pertinent topic, measuring diversity and closing the pay gap. How far have we really come in the maritime industry? You also could think, how far have we really come in society? For those who know me personally, this topic, this agenda, this cause is something that is personally very dear to me. And yesterday, when I was reflecting on this, and also I was watching a movie at home with my kids, it was Harry Potter. And now I start seeing the gender equality everywhere. And even in Harry Potter at Hogwarts, the students male-dominated, the faculty male-dominated, the management male-dominated. They didn't talk about the pay gaps there, but it certainly was, eye-opening. And I think the more we see it around us, the more it's visible, and I think that's really important. I think it was also acknowledged by the previous speaker that, the race is long. It'll probably outlive us. But it gives me a lot of fulfillment, a lot of satisfaction to be a part of this journey, to do my little bit. It helps me sleep at night that I'm doing something to take us forward. That being said, also what's been highlighted throughout the day is the amazing strides that we have been making in the maritime industry, from governments, from shipping companies, organizations, people like Sanjam and Maritime SheEO who are driving this cause forward. It's really amazing the direction in which we are going. But there's still important questions to be answered, challenges to be overcome. And today, that's what we're going to do, and we're going to explore how diversity can be measured meaningfully, what benchmarks truly drive progress, and how transparency and accountability are critical in bridging the pay gap. So we have an amazing group of panelists. We have representation from the business side, from the HR functions who are, in a way, guiding the diversity agenda. We also have representation from the governmental functions, which are the overall administrators. So let's dive in and hear from our panelists. And I would request maybe just to set the baseline in, if all of you, and we can start with you, Ruchita, if you could just give a brief introduction to yourself, and very briefly, maybe also in one word, where do you see we are with measuring diversity and the gender pay gap?
Hope I am audible. Hello everyone, I am Ruchita, and I head the country HR for PSA International in India. One word is very difficult to talk about when you have to describe such a big subject. But what I would like to say is that we have not even scratched the surface as on today when we talk about pay gaps, when we talk about diversity, when we talk about inclusion overall. So I think we are barely starting up, very specifically if I have to talk about India as a nation.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello everyone, good evening. I'm Caroline Gonsalves, representing country head Ocean for Continental Carriers. This topic, what we are discussing today, is quite a sensitive topic. So I need to be very careful with the choice of words, what we want to make across. Nevertheless, like Richard mentioned, it's not even scratched. We are barely over there. I believe a right forum to discuss about it, and probably the discussions, what comes out from the entire networking what we are doing today, maybe some sort of discussions can be a headway for all of us.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and my fellow panelists. My name is Krisan Carrasco, and I'm the HR head for MSc agency in India. Yes, I do agree that we've barely scratched the surface, but we're in this race, and slow and steady, we're going to get there one day. If not today, if not tomorrow, but somewhere down, maybe in a millennia or two, we're going to get there. So it's just a question of how fast this pace is for us to get to the end of this race.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here today. I'm not a maritime expert, so I'm fortunate to be here today. And my name is Fredrik Bjørke Abdelmagid. I'm with the Norwegian consulate here in Mumbai. So no, there's definitely challenges to overcome, and even in Norway, who often ranks highly on gender equality, there is still a fairly large discrepancy in the pay for equal work. So yeah, that's the intro. But I think I hope we have a good discussion today.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Heather Brooks. I'm the Director at HR Business Partnerships with C-SPAN. I'm based in our Vancouver, Canada office. However, I do have a global remit. And my comments on this topic would be, yeah, we're just getting started on this journey. And it looks different in different locations as well. The topics, the conversations, and even the lenses we have discussion on diversity with look different in our locations. So.
Thank you all for those comments, and I think the theme is the same, that we're just getting started. In fact, Chris, you mentioned another millennia too. So a couple of years ago, I was looking at some data on women in seafaring roles. And what I saw there was that for us to get globally to 10% women seafarers is going to take like 60 to 70 years. And for us to actually get to 50%, it was like 350 years at the current pace. So you're not completely off. But let's dive in. I've been told that we are the only panel in between these lovely audience and the bar after this. So let's keep it sharp and crisp, and let's dive in. All right. So Heather, I'd like to start with you. And given your HR expertise, what metrics do you consider most effective in assessing diversity progress in our sector? And are there any underutilized indicators that might help us offer deeper insights?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually think the useful metrics in our sector are not sector inclusive. It's actually all the same metrics across all organizations. We've heard a lot about it today, but representation or different diversity measures, so just proportion of workforce. The next biggest one is the gender pay equity. So whether it's your proportion of equity for your females against your male colleagues holding like positions, or whether you just look across how do we benchmark against market data and things like that. You can also look at progression rates and promotion rates. These are things we definitely look at with C-SPAN, so all of those we just measured. I think the underrepresented ones are, we talk about attraction, we talk about a lot about hiring numbers, how many female colleagues are we bringing in. We do mostly look at retention of those, but are we all universally measuring the experience they're having? So questions around engagement, questions around inclusion in your engagement surveys. So do I belong here? Do I feel included in this workplace? I don't know if we're focusing on that as much as just the targets on representation. So where I think we need to go in order to continue to build on momentum is in that space.
I think you covered it excellently. Gender pay gap, promotion, progression, retention, and if you hadn't said it, I would have said engagement, but that's a super important metric to make sure that everyone is coming along on the journey. Moving to you, Caroline, in your role as country head, how do you balance business objectives with diversity goals. Do you think diversity can be both a strategic advantage as well as a measurable objective for maritime companies?
Yeah, balancing diversity goals with the strategic advantages is merely essential as far as our industry is concerned. So when we talk about diversity goal, we need to have some unified approach towards it. So diversity, what it brings in basically is you polarize in terms of your candidature in your organization. When it comes to the right set of candidature for your department, what are the pros and cons? Sorry, am I audible better? Yeah. So what are the pros and cons which has to be established when you bring somebody on board? It's something very clearly essential. Another thing is when it comes to business standards, the main objective as far as diversity is concerned, setting up the standards from the profitability of the organization, your operational efficiencies, your safety, security, your cultural, other part of it. When you integrate diversity with this business standards, you bring some unified approach wherein having a different segment of personnel will take care of your when you talk about the business standards, it really helps. To add to it, to have a strategic advantage, you need to have a different segment of people, not only from standard of the organization, but also from the standard of people management when you talk about it. So I'll put it that you need to have a unified approach, have a strategy towards how you bring in the right set of people into the organization, have a cultural setup wherein different mindset can bring in different sets of goals in the organization.
Great, thank you, Caroline, and I fully agree, a unified approach, having the right set of people for attracting the right talent into the organization is certainly going to help your business. So coming over to you, Frederick, from your vantage point at the Norwegian Consulate, and of course, I think it's well known and well agreed that, the Scandinavian countries are probably, from our perspective, is far ahead on the gender diversity scale. So how does Norway approach diversity and pay equality in maritime compared to India and other countries, in your opinion?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I guess there are a few initiatives that are directly toward the maritime sector. So last year, the government had a gender equality strategy launch. So for the maritime sector specifically. So acknowledging that there is an issue. But of course, there's a huge gap between when you say the maritime sector, because it's in the administrative onshore sector, it's basically the same as any other business. But when you come to seafarers, it's a huge discrepancy, and I think although if you see the maritime sector as a whole, it's a little bit lower on gender pay or equality, but not significantly. But if you look at the seafarers, it's a huge difference. But when it comes also to employment, you see, if you go to the shipyards, you'll see that the female co-workers will earn basically the same as their male co-workers, at 95% of their wages. So I think we need to kind of focus a little bit on kind of not do the whole broad sector of all of the maritime sector in one, because I think especially seafaring and being on board ships, being offshore is kind of a much bigger difference than the administrative and back office. And I guess it's been mentioned earlier today about the difficulty of taking parental leave, how this kind of affects you lifelong. And although it's hard to measure, and you can come up with some measures that will make it easier, but it's just a fact that women have to stay home longer, so you have to find some other ideas of how that can be compensated. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Frederick. And I think the gender equality strategy, that's certainly something that we can take inspiration from, and something being driven by the government, by the administration, that could be very powerful. I think you also brought out a great point about the difference in the skilled workers, frontline workers in the maritime sector, as you mentioned, dock workers and seafarers, and then also the shore employees, which are more corporate, closer to the corporate side. And I think, in my view, the pay gap on the skilled workforce is much lesser, or is almost non-existent, which is quite a commendable thing. So coming to you, Ruchira, with your HR oversight and diving in deeper into specific pay gap, what are the trends that you've observed in maritime roles, and how does your organization in India address these gaps?
Thank you for the question. While we talk about gender diversity and pay gaps, before I address your question, I think where we are working in as on today, we are dealing in with a lot of cultural aspects, psychological aspects, and a lot of historical aspects when we talk about diversity gaps or pay gaps, where they are coming in from. So battling that mindset on day in, day out basis to have women come up and be there available for us to really look at the pay gap is a first issue. So while we are talking about pay gaps, that pay gaps do exist in maritime roles, I would say that we need to have women out there first, to be there within the organization to join in for us to address those pay gaps. Today the challenge is that the mindset is such that women would not like to come in and join, and I think it's a very important concern that we really need to think about why women do not want to join before we start addressing the gaps. Coming to the question, what PSA as an organization is doing to address those gaps, I would start simply by saying that we do very, very simple things as on today. One very simple thing is that we would like to pay for the role rather than mentioning that this role is for a male or a female or any other gender. It is more about the role, and that's what we focus more on. We have built in a lot of strategies around recruitment where we see that the pool which we get in, how do we get equal number of applications to assess from? What can we do more about it is what we focus on. We are making our leadership more accountable and responsible while taking decisions about diversity as well as pay gaps. So I think these very basic things first needs to be addressed to have real pay gap comparisons. One more thing which I would like to highlight is when we say about pay gap, we see very few women at the leadership roles. The reason is not that, it's not just that women are not being promoted within, but women are not available for us to have as a pool to join. I think we need to look at how do we solve this basic problem before we start addressing anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruchira. That was such pertinent points, and it really resonates because even in my part of the business where we are looking to hire women seafarers, we have the same challenge. You know, sometimes we are told, oh, we don't have women senior officers, we don't have women in office roles. But the challenge is that they're not going to, appear out of the wall.
Not enough talent pool.
Yeah, we need to start at the grassroots. We need to start there, and we need to nurture and grow the talent so that we have the pools in 10 years from now. So that is the approach that I'm taking, and I think that's what we all need to think about. But I think wonderful points on leadership accountability. And even before talking about the pay gap, we need to have the women there. So Chris, coming to you, as we've all established and agree that this is a traditionally male-dominated industry. So from your perspective at MSc, what challenges do you see in closing the pay gap in maritime? How can leaders present here and at various levels, how can they address these?
When we look at the pay gap, which is a very hot topic, I would say, for every woman in every sphere of life, for me personally, it's a very unique, this topic is ethically imperative, and you need to have a very comprehensive and strategic approach to looking at the pay gap when you're looking at a male-female sort of a thing. And there are many ways and many things that I've seen along the course of my career. A couple of things that companies stumble on that I have noticed is that they don't conduct enough of audits, whether it's internal and external. Because when you conduct an audit, you get something tangible. You get numbers, you get facts, you get figures, you get your gender, your diversity is staring at you in the face. It's from there that you will pull out your data, and it's something that is a mirror to see whether you are on the right track here. And moreover, you need to build a culture of inclusivity within the organization where employees need to feel free to come and speak to the managers about their compensation packages. That's another thing that's very important. We talk about salary benchmarking that companies do, but are they in tune with the current market trends? Let's look at inflation. Different countries have various inflations. Let's look at the interest rates. I think currently we have a new president coming in the White House. I mean, let's see what that's going to bring in, because that changes a lot of things. You need to be get, set, go as far as your data is concerned. It needs to be top notch, and it has to be the latest one. Don't go as per older norms or older directives. Additionally, taking feedback from the employees sometimes I would say, not every time, is very comprehensive here, because they put you on a path to expose you and bring to light certain things that maybe should be. It's a coulda, woulda, shoulda situation sometimes, which is something that you just cannot ignore. And when you do all this, I mean, should you do all this, or companies that lack doing certain things, you expose yourself to things where you have a workforce that is not equitable in terms of payment. You have a workforce that could be maybe dissatisfied. So then where does your employee satisfaction come into the picture? This affects your retention rates, your attrition percentages. It also affects the talent pool coming into your company, because when you're looking at big corporates, big companies, I mean, word in the market always is a little strong. Somebody mentioned something about reputation today in the earlier panels. I mean, companies do rely a lot on their reputation. It's word of mouth that goes into the market. And most importantly, leaders. And this is not just leaders at the top, it's leaders at all levels. I mean, they need not only to talk the talk, but you need to walk the walk, walk the line. And whether you're male or female, I mean, it's your actions that are going to speak louder than your words. And when you put in a policy in place, you need to be bang on where you address the situation, you act on the situation, you deliver on the situation. It's so important. So many companies falter in many different ways. And that has been my experience. With MSc, we have moved slowly but surely, definitely in the right direction. But it is going to take time. And the leaders are very focused on certain things. And this is one of it. So hopefully we're going to get there at some place.
And hopefully
within
not in
lifetime.
2 centuries.
No, within my lifetime.
But great points, Chris. I think definitely talk the talk, walk the walk. We have done a lot of talking. It's time to do the walking. So fully resonate with that. Focus on auditing. If we don't measure it, if we don't audit it, we're not going to get better. data, feedback. You also mentioned the change in the White House, and I think, that brings us back to the first question on this topic, is that where are we heading in the maritime industry and in society? And over there also it was a choice that was made between the US President nominees, which was hopefully not an indication of where we are going. All right, coming to you, Caroline. So there's a lot of talk about having transparent pay structures in the shipping and logistics industry, and particularly for women. So what are the challenges and benefits that you see for having more transparent pay structures?
We agree to the fact there is a disparity in terms of pay structure when we come to a comparison to male to a female. So in terms of the challenges, what we see is like the acceptance of the fact that women today are equally empowered to take all the stances what a male can do in this male-dominant society. So there's a lot of resistance which comes our way when it comes to acceptance that this pay package, what a male would ideally be enjoying, the similar pay package can be endeavored to a female too. Another thing is like the audit what you mentioned. There is no regular audit or due diligence being done. How a woman in the organization, the similarity, what the kind of work she is being empowered with, there is no due diligence which has been taken care of. So an audit, which ideally have to be a part of the organization, HR policy is another aspect of that. This still continues to be a challenge. And that lacuna, unless we don't address it, would continue to be a problem. The benefits, if I look at it, one is if we bring that kind of parity, the retention part of it, what we discuss about it, the hydration level will go down. One is the joyfulness in working with an organization. People will not move out frequently, whether it be male or female. One is when we bring in that kind of parity, that will really help. Third thing when I'm trying to address is like, how do we address these issues, what we're talking? We are all discussing at this juncture. Do we bring in some kind of policies? Do we bring in some kind of measurement? Like certain percentage of the women in the organization have to be part of the leadership role or part of the board of directors. So unless we don't document it and do a validation across it, this is all we are discussing across the table, but nothing is actioned. So what we are discussing today as a part of the Maritime Conference, if we can empower it and be part of all our program and our organizations, when we go back and have a discussion with men, it would really help.
Thank you. And clearly, from a business perspective, policy is necessary to make any of this possible. So putting the same question to you, Heather, how do you see this when talking about transparency and pay structures? What's your approach? Do you have any guidance for the industry here?
Yeah, so there's some interesting legislation that's been passed in British Columbia, the province that Vancouver is in. And it aligns with a lot of US legislation, which is done at the state level, so hopefully federal politics won't change it, which actually mandates pay transparency. So for us at C-SPAN, if you go to our career page, the salary range for the job is posted in all of the jobs, well, for Vancouver jobs. But moreover, I think the biggest piece of how do you ensure pay equity or how do you ensure that you stop a lack of pay equity or pay disparity. So one of the things is to not necessarily use someone's current earnings to offer them a new job based on. Because if they're already underpaid, they will continue to be underpaid, but rather look at their skills and qualifications for the position. You trust your market data and you trust that it's reliable, good data, and you make an informed offer based on data, their experience, and how that looks on an internal equity basis. So if I already have 3 males doing this job, I have a vacant role, my top candidate is a female, I want to make sure that they're paid equitably based on their experience and qualifications for the job and not on any other criteria. So.
Great, and I think that legislation is quite amazing and great work by the Canadian government to put that through. But jumping to you, Frederick, again, looking at it from a governmental perspective, administrative, or, how important is the role of the government here and in diplomatic support in setting policies such as this or industry benchmarks for diversity and transparency in our industry?
Yeah, I guess it's very important. It's I guess why we're here. That's why there is this conference and that we have a mix of business and government creating an environment where you can discuss this openly and we can express the ideas and come up with solutions. And even like Norway and India through the trade agreement recently has a bullet point on gender equality. It's part of the agreement in the Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement. So it's very relevant. And we also have the opportunity to kind of something that might be lacking is for women in the maritime sector is to have role models, and that's where we can have national promotion campaigns, and there's an awareness in Norway, at least, when we do the promotion of workplaces in the maritime industry. There are more female workers in the videos and presentations than it would be in the normal representation is, to just create the good role models that this is possible for everyone. Although it's a male-dominated environment now, it doesn't have to be. So I think, and for us to be able to bring that perspective back to our governments and bring it into the discussions on the policy level, that's what we're doing. That's why we're here.
Great, Frederick, thank you, and fully agree. It is very important. I think our government is also doing a lot of great initiatives in the space, and I see Dr. Malini Shanker is also here, and she's also been a big support and has done some amazing work in her time as DG and also currently as Vice Chancellor of IMU. So I fully agree. I think the governments have a integral part to play in creating the framework within which all of these actions can come to life. Okay, back to you, Ruchita. Talking about accountability mechanisms in diversity inclusion programs, how would you implement these in your part of the organization?
Okay. I already spoke about making leadership accountable, but over and above, what we do is that we take steps in terms of any specific complaints which are coming from female employees. How do we address those? So we have put up suggestion boxes. We do have forums where they can walk in and talk about it, and we can address those concerns. Over and above, we will be getting into having feedback loops so that we reach back to them that the problem is resolved, if there is any. But as on today, these are few steps which we are taking to make ourselves accountable as an organization, and putting ourselves out there and say that we are available for you, and keeping a very, very open door policy to discuss issues.
Super. And Chris, circling back to you, on the same point, in internal measures or policies, what have you implemented to foster a more inclusive workspace? Can you talk about that?
At MSc, we have included a couple of measures now over the past decade and more, and this comes both from globally and local. MSc being a big company and a lot of entities within the country and outside the country, they definitely look at it from a holistic point of view. We look at it locally because it should fit us. Obviously, you have an entire broader DEI policy, but it's not one fit solution. It needs to be fitted locally into the Indian culture. And as far as we are concerned, the MSc agency India part of it is concerned, we have a lot of practices and measures that we take in, that we do locally here. I can say that we start off with the recruitment process. because that's the beginning for us. It's transparent and it's fair. So irrespective of your gender, caste, creed, whatever sort of background you come from, it's fair and it's transparent. A lot of our leave and attendant policies that resonate today are very inclusive of the staff. Going forward in 2025, we are looking at adding more to that policy to include family members also. Training and development, that's another big chapter. Promoting equal opportunities for training and developing yourselves on the career path for both genders, okay? Also having, and now globally, I would say we have the MSc Inspiring Women's Project, where you have women from the top management sort of be a mentor to people. And that is really helpful because you see behind every story, behind every person, there is that story. It is that story that resonates with people. You know, it is the story that you remember. It is not, you remember the experience you have with that person when you discuss, you debate, you learn to share, you get guidance. Because many a times young women today sometimes need that guidance in the workplace. They need a lot of guidance, they need leadership mentoring, they need mentoring in general because sometimes they are on a fast track path. And somewhere in that path, you may need to slow down a bit and understand the situation before you take it further. And it is there in that path that you require that guidance and mentorship, which helps a lot. Other practices like including diversity within corporate policies is very important. And not just having it on paper, getting it done, actioning it out, and making the top management also action it out, because it is when they see leadership within the organization doing it, I mean, it's lead by example here. If I can do it, so can you. And this is very important because when you are a leader, no matter at what level, you are in the driver's seat. You set the pace, the tone, the mood, the culture of the people working with you, and within your teams or your branch. You have to be very careful because you are leading. Whether you're leading from the front or whether you're leading from the back or whether you're a helicopter leader, you are leading, you are in a spot of leadership. So you need to be very careful and you need to have certain inclusive measures undertaken locally. So we do a lot at MSc, both globally and locally, and we're looking forward to doing much more because there's a whole range of things that you can add on to it. But at the same time, it's very important that it has to be the right fit. Not just for everybody, but somewhere we need to compromise on certain things here and there. Because India is diverse, the north and south are very different. The east and west is very different. We are culturally very motivated people. I mean, and you need to be careful out there and make sure that everybody, if not happy, is content. Because I don't think anybody can ever be happy in life. You need to be content with certain things. And if you start there, I think we'll make it through.
Awesome. I fully agree. I think we need, to get the local context really well because the same thing that works in Norway or Canada may not necessarily translate in the same way over here. So definitely, I think the word is glocally, if I'm saying it correct, globally, local. Yeah, that's what the Gen Zs are probably saying. All right, we are almost out of time, but I'd like to take a moment to take a couple of questions from the audience. So by a raise of hands, and also we have people viewing online. So please share your comments and yeah, please go ahead.
So I'm very new to the industry, just about 4 months old, and I happened to attend a conference attended by Amir Khan. Some of you may probably have heard of him. Some of you on the podium or on the stage may not have heard of him. Amir Khan is one of our top Bollywood stars. And he was asked a question that how come, you and male actors get paid much more than actresses? And he had an interesting answer. He says, when I lead a movie as an actor, it grosses 1,000 crores. So I just thought I'd put that back to you and check your understanding with respect to the maritime industry from a closing the gap, pay gap.
Anybody would like to volunteer to take that question? But I think, it's coming back to the first point that I raised, how far have we reached in society? And I think we all have acknowledged that, we have a long way to go. So in our industry, maybe, it's a step further below where we are as a society, and that's why we need to do these initiatives and to continue the conversation, to keep the pedal on the metal and keep going. And I think that way we can certainly make a difference. And it's not going to happen in this century, but certainly we can move the needle and make progress.
Thank you, Captain. I think as long as progress is there, it shows hope. Thank you for that.
So, sorry, I just wanted to add, first of all, very difficult question. But I think it is also the time that women are coming out there and proving their worth to actually represent more than 100 crores as well. We have very few examples, but I'm sure with the progress which is being made, we'll surely be making more than 1,000 crores, and yes, there will be more examples set in. And that shows from the representation over here and the ratio of representation over here.
Super. With that, we are pretty much out of time. I would like to thank all the panelists over here for the great inputs. Some of the points that really resonated. I think the need for policy is clear. I think what you said, pay for the role, that is something that we all need to imbibe within us. We need to start walking the walk. We've done enough of talking, and the need for role models, and yeah, coming back to diversity, having that included in our policy, in our DNA. So a big round of applause for the lovely panelists. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. I'll just keep it. Thank you for great conversation and discussions. We will now enjoy some films from Sailline and Transworld. And while they are playing, if you forgot to drop your card for the raffle, we have two amazing cadets here that will now go around with the ball for the raffle. So make sure, if you didn't already, give them your card and the ball. And then we'll make a draw. So now we are ready for all the fun stuff. This was the last panel. Now we're going over to the celebrations and awards, etc. So, but first, let's play a couple of films.
The Sailline Group, established in 1985, has emerged as the Sri Lankan gateway for global maritime and logistics services through its 25 subsidiaries. The Maritime Division includes the largest crew recruitment and management company in Sri Lanka, a shipping agency catering to all types of vessels, including passenger and foreign naval ships calling at all Sri Lankan ports, a leading ship engineering company, and a leading maritime supply and services company with ISO certification, making it a one-stop shop for major ship owners and managers worldwide. The The logistics division includes a leading freight forwarding arm, a leading transport company with its own fleet of prime movers, exclusive agents for many shipping lines and ocean carriers, a leading cold chain management company, and the #1 laden container yard in Sri Lanka, with modern and efficient container depot services, advanced container handling equipment, and a real-time electronic data interchange system. The Maritime and Logistics Division has the capacity to provide customized total solutions for manufacturing, import and export giants of the country, enabling the Sea Line Group to be an exclusive shipping and logistics service partner. Sea Line Travels is an IATA certified ticketing and travel agent. Sea Line Travels provides end-to-end travel requirements for seafarers, corporate clients, and fits both in the inbound and outbound space. CINEC, established in 1990, is one of Sri Lanka's largest non-state higher education institutes. CMed Healthcare Services Private Limited is a leading diagnostic service provider in Sri Lanka, with 10 laboratories and over 650 service centers island-wide.
From bustling ports to remote farms, Transworld weaves the threads of global trade. We navigate the complexities of import and export with ease. Our fleet of owned ships embodying steady resolve. No challenge is too big. We handle break bulk with expertise and orchestrate project logistics like a maestro. Time-sensitive cargo? We deliver with the speed of sound. Freshness is our promise. Our cold chain logistics keep perishables pristine, while our expansive warehouses ensure flawless inventory management. Transworld ensures the seamless flow of your supply chain, all while upholding the highest standards of corporate responsibility and environmental, social, and governance practices. We connect the world, not just goods, with luxury private aviation and ethical recruitment. Driven by our vision to accelerate global trade and foster sustainable growth, we are committed to the mission of inspiring people to create value with innovation, service excellence, good governance, and technology. Our values of integrity, transparency, respect, customer centrality, excellence, and social and environmental responsibility guide every aspect of our operations, transforming the future of logistics.
There. So, what an amazing bunch of partners and sponsors and collaborators for this year's Maritime SheEO. I think that Sanjam, and we're so honored. Now, some more people have put their cards in for the raffle. And let's see, I think, Sanjam, there was some slide on the sponsors, perhaps? Oh, nope. Okay, we go directly to the raffle sponsor after. Okay, so now we are ready for the raffle round. We would first like to call up Captain K. Kartik from Amit University and Kruti Jubamputra from JWR. So please come on stage, and also both of you. Let's see. So I think these two prominent people are going to do the draw. Further, yeah, you go further up. Good. Let's see.
So you can pick up a card.
Yes. Ooh.
My card is also in there. Yeah, okay.
Don't pick your own. Let's see. Ooh. Oh. Okay. Oh. So the first draw goes to Natalie de Jager. Welcome. Congratulations. Great. And then we have Kruti Jabanputra. No, sir.
Mine is red. Okay. Yeah, okay. I go down, right?
Yes, you're. But Kruti, isn't Kruti here?
Is anybody else from JWR here?
Anybody else from JWR in the audience? To hand out the prize?
Okay, we'll ask her to take it out.
Okay.
You can pick out a card.
Yes. So you get to represent JWR. Okay. So let's see. This is exciting. Okay.
Oh.
Ooh la la. Okay. Rachin Aya.
Give it to him. I'll hold this. You give it to him.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
There you go. Congratulations. Thank you. There. Okay. So we wish there were prizes for everyone, but we'll get a lot of fun after. Now we are going to continue with some awards, Sanjam. So then I think my part of the role is done for this year, and I'm already looking forward to next year. Oh, shall I announce the jury? Yes. Okay, I will announce the jury. Okay, so now we are going to celebrate those that have applied for and been nominated to the special awards, both company-wise and individually. The Maritime SheEO Awards 2024 certainly brings people together to celebrate the achievements of some outstanding, amazing individuals and organizations in the maritime industry. The jury has done an excellent job sorting through more than 100 entries received. They almost had a hard time picking, with many very close-tied winners. I would like to call on the stage our jury. Let's give them a round of applause for their hard work as they spent hours and hours evaluating the winners. So, welcome on board Jacqueline Salapa, Amsha Gengan, Jagmeet Makar, Captain Rajesh Tandon, FNI, Jillian Carson Jackson, and Ilona Denisenko. Let's see. Oh, yes, there she is. Let's see. Okay. Then she will do the rest. The gentleman as well, yeah. Now Amsha will do this.
Why don't you call the council general to get the jury winners? Jury award. Jury, the token.
Just ask.
Yeah. I mean, you can just on the stage. You can call them.
We are curious to hear if our consul general wants to give the token to the jury. Here we go.
Oh,
Oh! Okay. Hold on.
Very animated, very lively. Fantastic.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, I have lots of paper here. So we were not joking when we said it was a tough job. A very good afternoon or good evening. My name is Amsha Gengen, and I'm here in a capacity as a former speaker at Maritime SheEO for the past 3 years, and as the president, thank you, and as the president of WISTA South Africa. Achievement awards and commemorative trophies have the power to shape our behavior. Celebratory awards and trophies increase motivation, produce inspiration, and create bonds which ultimately fuel productivity. But in all honesty, it's about celebrating the happy and joyous parts of your jobs and your achievements. Now it's all about you. Are they ready? Yes, they're ready. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the first award for this evening is a Lifetime Achievement Award. This award is given for incredible work done over the SheEO's lifetime in the maritime industry. And tonight, that phenomenal work is not only in the past and the present, but it is for the lasting and sustainable impact that the efforts of the SheEO's hard work has left in the industry and will continue. Tonight, I am honored to announce that this award goes to Dr. Malini V. Shanker. And we honor her for the legacy she has built and the promise of future impact.
We'd like to call the representative from Transworld to please give the award.
This award is dedicated to all those in the maritime fraternity who've helped me through this voyage.
And this award is being presented by Ms. Namrata Malushi from Transworld, the Chief Governance Officer from Transworld. Thank you, Dr. Shanker, and thank you for all your hard work. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award is the SheEO to Watch Out For. This award celebrates women in maritime who show exceptional potential and excel in their roles, positioning themselves for future success. Today, we celebrate, and we were true, it was a difficult job, so we celebrate two incredible women who have already achieved milestones in their respective fields. It is certainly looking for them towards a bright future with them at the top, future leaders. And ladies and gentlemen, I am honored and excited to announce that the award goes to Pradnita Rasal from Anglo-Eastern and Amal Al-Bawadi from the National Center for Environmental Compliance, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We're going to call Ms. Mansi Thakur from AU. Yes, when right now. Can we have the video, please, for the message from Amal?
Good evening, everyone. I would like to thank you for the trust and for this award. Thank you so much. I hope next year we will be together in person. Thank you for believing in me, supporting me to this point and beyond. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone.
And our next award category is the SheEO Seafarer Rising Star Award. And can we have the nominees for this award, please, to come up screen? So the nominees for this award is Rumita Bundela, Shraddha Vishwakarma, Rufin Hariso, and Amelia Busby. Can I please have the person that's going to be presenting this award, and that is Captain Rajiv Goyal.
Oh, no. No, Sanjam will be presenting.
Oh. Sanjam, I believe, is going to be presenting. So, Sanjam, are you ready? Okay. Let me announce the winner, and we'll hope Sanjam comes up. So the award is given to a young seafarer with outstanding achievements, leadership, and contributions to the maritime industry. We have two impressive winners who wowed the jury with their tenacity and drive. They are both to be commended for their work as seafarers. And ladies and gentlemen, the awards go to Shraddha Vishwakarma and Amelia Busby. Unfortunately, both these ladies couldn't be here, and we would like Sanjam to please present the award to Exmar Managing Director. Okay, I believe the videos are coming up first before we present.
Honored and grateful to receive this recognition from the jury and the organizers of the Maritime SheEO Conference. I thank you sincerely and heartily. I hope this recognition is something that inspires more women to join us here in the maritime industry. I would also like to thank my parents who needed a non-negotiable deal to live life fearlessly and be brave at every opportunity. And last but not least, I would like to thank Exmar for welcoming me, for having me on board, and for quickly becoming more of a family than an employer. I would not be here without my team. Thank you, and hope everybody stays safe, and hope we meet soon.
It's lovely to know that I've been recognised for my qualities as a woman engineer in the maritime industry. I will continue to inspire women and men into the industry, and I thank everyone who has helped me along my journey. It's such a shame I cannot be there with you all this evening, but I hope you have a lovely evening filled with celebrations. Thanks again, and good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for these two winners. It's inspiring to see young ladies reaching heights very early on in their career. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award is a coveted one. Can I please have the MD, Managing Director of Exmar, Captain Rajiv Goyal, to collect the award on behalf of Shraddha. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, the next award is a coveted one in the history of Maritime SheEO. It is the SheEO Leader of the Year Award. This award celebrates women in maritime who show exceptional potential and excel in their roles, positioning themselves for future success. The shortlisted nominees were Mrs. Nafisa Mulaboy, Suzanne Jitson, Sophia Grant, Anisha Ramakrishnan, Dr. Akanksha Batura Pai, Kalpana Desai, and Catherine Nielsen. I would now like to call upon on stage Patali Karunati, the Principal Consultant in Corporate Relations from Centrum Marine Consultancy, and Vaneshri Joshi, Manager at Goodrich Maritime, who will be presenting the award. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is what the jury was talking about. We actually are awarding this coveted award to two brilliant SheEOs today. And the award goes to Anisha Ramakrishnan of Transworld Group and Dr. Akanksha Batura Pai of Sonoda Shipping. In keeping to ensure that we train them and start them early on, there's young Miss Pai that's accompanying her mother. Transworld is collecting the award on behalf of Anisha Ramakrishnan. Thank you, Namrata. The next award is the SheEO Entrepreneur of the Year Award. There were 5 shortlisted nominees. We had Malak Jahad Al-Akili, Gina Panayotu, Isabella Tautau, Zoe Upson, and AC Asli Basak.
Who's coming up for this one? Bijou coming from Nagelgaard shipping.
And I would like to call upon CEO Biju Sivakumar to present this award. Thank you.
Is she here?
Ladies and gentlemen, the SheEO Entrepreneur of the Year Award goes to Ms. Zoe Upson. I have a note here to say to you all that the jury was impressed by Ms. Upson's contributions in the industry for her selfless venture, which was to help others succeed in the industry. We appreciate your efforts, Zoe. Thank you. Can we now have the video for the Champion of Diversity Award? Please, could we play the video? Are we good? Champion of Diversity video. Is it coming up? This award honors men who have made exceptional efforts to amplify women's voices and promote diversity within their organizations. So we have a video celebrating these gentlemen who help us along in this journey. Ladies and gentlemen. So the video, if you didn't hear clearly, the award went to Captain Tevita for his groundbreaking regional support for women in maritime in Fiji. The next award is for a brilliant SheEO, and this award, the nominees are nominated by an association. Who's coming up? Who's coming up? Who's coming up? Is it? Can we have the representative from SHM that will present the award, please? SHM rep, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, just a note on this award. The recipient of this award was actually awarded this in 2022, but she was not able to accept it. So we believe she is here, and so we are announcing it so that she could accept this award in person. Nominated by Womesa Mauritius for her remarkable efficiency, proactiveness, and overall contribution. The award goes to Ms. Meenakshi Birugunath Bokum. Meenakshi. Next category of awards are nominated by companies or organizations. There are two under this that are nominated by companies. The first one is the Seafarer Diversity Champion. This award celebrates individuals or teams within companies who exemplify outstanding support and motivation for seafarers. And this evening, I would like to call upon Ms. Khushbu Singh from Not Ship Management, who will present the award. Khushbu. So like I said, this category is for individuals who are doing extremely good work within their organizations to provide a diverse and safe environment for the crew. And this evening, the award goes to Ms. Priyanka Gupta from Anglo Eastern.
Mr. Vineet Gupta and the team, please come.
Ladies and gentlemen, in 2022, thank you. In 2022, Priyanka Gupta launched Anglo-Eastern Women of Seas, a community initiative to support women seafarers and seafarers' family, starting with the goal of creating a supportive network. This organization has now connected over 300 women worldwide, contributing to diversity, equity, and inclusion in the maritime industry. This organization also provides women with mentorship and growth opportunities. And I think earlier on when we witnessed Priyanka speak on the panel, you could tell that this wasn't just a practiced, rehearsed speech. It's evident that the passion and the values that she has for diversity comes from within. So it's authentic and it's honest, and congratulations again, Priyanka. The next award in the nominated by companies categories, we have the Inclusive Faculty Excellence Award. This award honors educators who demonstrate unwavering commitment to a bias-free environment. This year, this award goes, could I please firstly have the person that's presenting, that's Ms. Pravitra Pujari, Manager HR at MMS Maritime India. Please, if you could come up. This year, the award goes to Dr. Shija Janardhanan, who is the Associate Professor and Head of School of Naval Architecture and Ocean Engineering at the Indian Maritime University. The jury was especially impressed by your initiatives, which demonstrated a broad scope of approaches to address inclusion, support, and celebrate diversity. Congratulations, Dr. Shija. Ladies and gentlemen, the next category is for awards to companies or organizations. Now we celebrate and recognize the achievements of these organizations and companies. Earlier on, the esteemed professor spoke about culture eating strategy, and that's exactly the kind of organizations that are given this accolade, where culture does indeed eat strategy and where culture translates into behavioral practices. It's deeply embedded in an organization. And this evening, this award for best practices in diversity, I'm going to call on Ms. Ruxana Vora of SAI Maritime to do the presenting of the award before I announce. And when I announce the winner, the team that is responsible can come up on stage, so it's not just one person. Bring your whole team up. This year, I'm delighted to announce the award goes to Maersk India. Gentlemen, the award goes to Maersk, and Maersk was highly rated by our jury panel. Maersk's equal at sea recruitment drives, organization culture, and innovative incentives must not just be celebrated, they must be commended as a pathway demonstrating how diversity can be promoted and embedded within the workforce. Congratulations, Maersk, India. The next award in the category for organizations or companies is the Best Practices Sustainability Award. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please call upon Mr. V. Ganapati Rao, Director New Projects at HIMT, who will present this award. And the award for Best Practices in Sustainability goes to Transworld Group, who impressed the jury with a deep commitment to sustainability, demonstrated by its ambitious carbon neutrality goals and alignment with international standards and proactive environmental and social initiatives. Transworld Group, the team can come up. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award for a company is the Seafarer Workplace Diversity Award. Please may I ask Mr. Perumal Konar, CFO of ESSA Bulks Terminal, to please come up to present the award. The award for Seafarer Workplace Diversity goes to C-SPAN India. Can the C-SPAN team come up? The award goes to C-SPAN for their impressive program, which is inclusive, bias-free workplace supporting women seafarers, and which aims for a diverse recruitment with mixed crews and social responsibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, C-SPAN India, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, C-SPAN India, and congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award is the Diversified Maritime Education Award. And this award celebrates education. It is an accolade to educational institutions that demonstrate via their initiatives, admission policies, and other criteria as an entryway, which creates an entryway for women to enter the industry. The jury actually the voting had resulted in a tie vote. So this award is being given to 2 educational institutions. May I call upon Mr. Rohit Agrawal from Bansal Group and Rani Pulikal from Seafarers Documentation from the Marshall Islands, who are going to present the award to the winners in this category. I am delighted to announce T.S. Rahman and Centrum Marine as the recipients of this award. Can the teams come up? T.S. Rahman and Centrum Marine. Team on stage is now T.S. Rahman. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. speed of the submission. Very well done. Ladies and gentlemen, I was just sharing that the submission from T.S. Rayaman, if I remember correctly, detailed exactly at a grassroots level as to the initiatives that are done to encourage women in the maritime sector. And that's really where it counts, when you get and you approach young minds and mold young minds. So if we now can have the Centrum team upstage, Centrum Marine. Thank you. A round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Centrum Marine. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your enthusiasm in celebrating and honoring our recipients this evening. And I now have the distinct honor of presenting the last award for this evening. And this award goes to a media company of the year. Our last award this evening celebrates a media company of the year. Having media partners who understand maritime, report ethically, and celebrate the sector's successes and challenge our progress is crucial to ensuring transparency of the sector. May I call upon Sanjam's dad, Captain Sahi, who was the director of Sitara Shipping. It's my immense honor to call you on stage to present this award. We can definitely indulge him in more than a few minutes because he's the reason we have this force of nature. So I trust you will join me in indulging him with a bit more than a few minutes. I always say, ladies and gentlemen, Sanjam and I were in Cyprus 2 weeks ago, and spouses come along, children come along. Really, we are able to do what we do because of the families that are around us. So the award for Media Company of the Year goes to Bandakar Publications. Can the team come up? Celebrating the Media Partner of the Year, Bandakar Publications. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you join me in celebrating the winners, in congratulating the runners-up, and in the hope that these awards continue to inspire new joiners every year. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, my job here is done. I would like to hand you over to Sanjam Sahi Gupta.
Nothing else.
All right, before we end officially, we'd like a group photograph with all our award winners. Could you all come up on the stage, please? Let's hear it up for all the winners tonight. We have a very senior dignitary in our audience I'd like to join on stage. Mr. Deepak Shetty, could you please join us on stage for a group photograph?
थोड़ा और सर का
No, I don't know why she left it there. Okay, but yeah, no worries.
People today only to replace it at their cost and tell those two people apologized. But tell them you'll give them the photo so they can put it on social media.
Okay. All right then, ladies and gentlemen. As we draw this Maritime SheEO Conference to a close, I want to take a moment to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you who made this event possible. To our distinguished speakers, some of whom have come in from all parts of the globe, thank you for sharing your invaluable knowledge and insights. Your contributions have greatly enriched our discussions and ignited new ideas that will surely propel our industry forward. I would like to express my profound gratitude to our little bundle of energy, Tenaz. Tenaz, can you take a bow? Whose expertise and tireless support made this vision a reality. Finally, I would be remiss if I didn't thank my family, my husband Vikram and son Sehaj. Thank you. Your guidance and support have made a significant impact on the success of this conference. And as we move forward, I encourage all of you to stay connected, continue the conversation sparked here, and work towards a brighter future for the maritime industry. Thank you once again for your participation and support. I now invite you to enjoy the networking over cocktails and dinner. Thank you so much. Tenaz, do we have the Cadets Award? You know who won the Cadets Award? Do you know who won the Cadets Award? Yeah, you know who won it?
I'll get them to play that video.
Of the video?
It will play this, but I'll get them to play that video.
Of what?
Of the announcing the photo and winner contest.
Okay, yeah, okay. Can you play it on the screen outside? Just tell him no.